Cli.Suski and C caret V. Fi asterisk V.xxcvvpaj. Tluik oljxc.x caret iojl. Stalr F5 SM backslash ITOT IRT PJ. I backslash TCILOCIU hashtag IRILU slash J. Asterisk I percent Z backslash A asterisk T. Dot VI. Enu MC asterisk. It. Dot IMIMTVVUVX. XC asterisk 1 asterisk out. U star. XCJI9 and N asterisk backslash mini. INXR. Foot. Caret IVOI asterisk I asterisk C pound PVAA. Tfntixrf Tecre 1 N caret X, A caret XTU, CEI slash ZIT IXYTX, slash, P mealy VSV dash caret. K folk. VP, X, XX dash UCCX slash X, fan 4 pound IOX J3W caret 6 caret. Caret UIX asterisk LFT. TLUJ. 1. 1. N. P, JJ. 1W. 3 slash F. 2T. C. JBS Lost Tribes and Promised Lands is a Lie. Study of the Roots of American Racism. A brilliant work of history that examines the Spanish, Portuguese, English, and French colonial movements of the Age of Discovery, focusing on the explorers' perceptions of the native races they encountered in Africa and the Americas. The racial attitudes that would govern the fate of blacks and Indians on American soil were forged in this era. Lost Tribes and Promised Lands is the first study to place this confrontation squarely at the center of a history of racism in American civilization. And Saunders' view is through a unique and illuminating lens, the experience of the European Jew. During the 15th century, a modern notion of racism that an entire bloodline could be tainted was emerging on the Iberian Peninsula, directed specifically against the Jews. Saunders brings into compelling and startling perspective the influence this new prejudice had on both Christians and Jews' approach to the races of Africa and the New World. The vision of America as a promised land largely originated in the 15th and 16th centuries as a Jewish heresy, which was then inherited by Protestants, first French, then English. The accompanying notion of American Indians as lost tribes of Israel more significant than has previously been thought, as the book shows has been crucial in affecting white-Indian relations. In the history of race relations there has tended to be an unfavorable comparison, a psychological trading off of one major outgroup for another. In the case of black Africans and American Indians, the image of the Indian as a noble savage worked to the disadvantage of blacks. In this richly detailed work, Saunders is at all times sensitive to the myriad cultural and religious strains Christian, Judaic, folkloric, mystical that informed the Europeans' first and subsequent reactions to other races. These strains run through the intriguing portraits of the major and minor figures that dramatize his history. John Smith, whose legend was manipulated by two very different of Vermont. L. Partment CF Librano S. C. Amida // AUVM.ILVOM.IOI. Tilfits DS, S /of low * percent VTN / thurix percent. 6. / I T4 L1 /C40. U pound / LJ. HF / J. / F. / K. At U. Mil. / TVCVVI. XX. / 1 * digitized by the Internet Archive. In 2016 with funding from China America Digital Academic Library, CADL. https://archive.org/details/list tribes promis oosan state of VHRM of VT. Department of Libraries Regional Library. RD2 Box 244. St. John's 8 URY. VT 0581. 9II1I / 3 * Lost Tribes and Promised Lands books by Ronald Saunders. Socialist Thought, co-edited with Albert Fried. Israel, The View from Masada. The Downtown Jews. Reflections on a Teapot. Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Lost Tribes *IND. Promised LMNDS. The Origins of American Racism. By Ronald Saunders. Little, Browse and Company, Boston, Toronto. Copyright 1978 by Ronald Saunders. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without permission in writing from the publisher, except by a reviewer who may quote brief passages in a review. The author is grateful to the following publishers for permission to reprint selected material as noted below. Extracts from Hispano-Arabic Strophic Poetry, Studies by Samuel Miklos Stern, L.P. Harvey, editor. Copyright Oxford University Press, 1974. Reprinted by permission of the Oxford University Press. Extracts from Esmeralda de Situ Orbis by Duarte Pacheco Pereira, edited by George H. T. Kimball, from Hakluyt Society 2nd Series, number 79, London, 1937. Extracts from De Orbe Novo by Peter Martyr de Anghira, translated by F. A. MacNutt. Reprinted by permission of Bert Franklin Publishers, New York, N.Y. Passages from Spanish Explorers 3, the Southern United States 1528 to 1543. 1907. Reprinted 1959, Original Narratives, by Frederick W. Hodge, with Theodore H. Lewis, editors. Reprinted by permission of Barnes & Noble Books, Division of Harper & Row Publishers Incorporated. Extracts from The Enlightened, translated B.V. Seymour B. Liebman. Copyright 1967 by University of Miami Press. Reprinted by permission of the University of Miami Press. Extracts from The Spanish Inquisition by Henry Kamen. Copyright 1965 by Henry Kamen. Reprinted by arrangement with the New American Library Incorporated. New York. Date Tree Poem by Abder Rahman and R. A. Nicholson, A Literary History of the Arabs. Reprinted by permission of the Cambridge University Press. The poem, When Thy Father Went A Hunting, translated by Nora Chadwick, from Nora Chadwick, The Celts, 1970, p. 123. Copyright The Estate of Nora Chadwick, 1970. Reprinted by permission of Penguin Books Ltd. First edition. T04/78. Library of Congress Cataloging and Publication Data. Saunders, Ronald. Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Bibliography, p. 1. America Race Relations. 2. Racism America. History. 3. America Discovery and E.Exploration. I title. E29.A1S26970.00477 to 25120. Designed by Christine Benders. Published simultaneously in Canada by Little, Brown 6 Company, Canada, Limited. Printed in the United States of America. Once again, for Beverly F. Preface. T. Perspective. This book provides oil the genesis of American racial history down to about 1700 may turn out to be both longer and wider than the reader anticipates. In the end it is centered upon the future United States, but its point of departure is in the Mediterranean more than 100 years before the New World was discovered, and it includes a good look at the Portuguese and Spanish conquests along the African coast and in America, with even a side glance at the French overseas adventures, before falling at last upon the fledgling English colonies. The ethnic history is multiple, taking in blacks, Indians, Jews, and the white Christian dominators themselves, as well as some others. Because it is the book's underlying premise that the questions it deals with can best be understood as elements in a broad social drama in which all these groups come together as the principals. But the drama also ranges through a perhaps startling variety of subject matters, including aspects of the history of geographical thought and of religion in the age of the Renaissance and the Reformation. The various strands keep coming together in the end, however, and though I hope the reader's patience may each time be appeased along the by the interest each of them yields for its own sake, their final significance will always prove to be in the formation of the story as a whole. The book is a complex fabric, but all preface. It is a unified work that should, in its entirety, yield some fresh insights into problems of race relations and ethnic identity that are still with us. Although the text should largely account for itself, some additional explanation may be in order here for my having brought in the Jew as one of the protagonists in a racial history / it will be asked, are the Jews a race? As a preliminary reply, I must point out that to this day we do not even know precisely what is meant by the word race, which came into being only in the era taken in by this book. Indeed, it is one of the book's aims to show that, essentially, a race is whatever a wide consensus takes to be such in a given time and place. In the 19th century, Jews often were referred to as a race by Jew and Gentile alike, with no unfavorable connotation intended. To be sure, the word was sometimes so widely applied as to be all but meaningless. But at other times it has narrowed down to a deadly precision, and in two of the most notorious of such instances in Nazi Germany, and in Spain and Portugal during the era that concerns us, the Jews have been victims of a violent and destructive racism. The question about the Jews as a race is therefore answerable only in terms of the most qualified historical relativism. Occasionally people have thought them such. But the point, in connection with this book, is that just as any study dealing with racism in the 20th century would have to examine the cause of the Jews and many among others, so also must this study take in the case of the Jews and the converses in Spain and Portugal. This having been said, however, it must be added that the role played by the Jew in this book is not just that of one among several actors in a comparative racial history. For though he disappears from view for long stretches, he is in a sense the main protagonist. This is so not on any grounds of ethnic prejudice or favoritism, but out of artistic and philosophical necessity. I have attempted in this work to penetrate beneath the surfaces of data upon which so many learned works settle, and to achieve an understanding that I will dare to call poetic. There is a constant effort here to perceive realities as much as possible from within, an effort that is facilitated, of course, whenever I can make use of literary records left by the actors themselves. Now, in the case of two of our main characters, the Black and the Indian *, such first-hand written material does not really exist from this period. We are forced, for the most part, to adopt the viewpoint of the oppressive but highly articulate white man. But this does not mean we are entirely lacking in literary testimony from the view the exception provided by the accounts written in the 16th and 17th centuries by Mexican Indian scribes and historians under Spanish tutelage, discussed in Chapter I6, is much too qualified by the Spanish influence to alter the point being made here. Preface 9. Point of the racial outsider, for in the Jew we have a special case. He is at once one of the dominators and one of the victims. As a European, he has left records as rich as those of the general culture he represents. Indeed, he has done more, for we shall find him taking a central place among the hearers of a vision out of which the American experience first emerged. But as an outcast, he has given a voice to the otherwise silent sufferers from racial oppression in that epoch. Moreover, what is perhaps the most important point, he represents the sole vehicle whereby the author, a Jew himself, can legitimately place his own intuition into the midst of the things described here. A few words should be said on technical matters. Writers using English sources from the 16th and 17th centuries are fond of reproducing quotations in their original spelling, but I have not shared in this inclination. There is no point to it here, either on grounds of quaintness, which would merely be distracting, or of a scholarly exactitude that would be appropriate to a source book, which this is not. It is appropriate to reference notes, however, and in those I have used the original spelling. But, on the other hand, I have tried to be pedantic on a less conventional issue. The nuances of this book have made it seem necessary to me that I capitalize the word black, contrary to the prevailing usage, when it refers to a specific people, and to put it in lowercase when I am referring to persons of that color, no matter what their origin or habitat. In other words, I have written it as black whenever it has seemed to me an exact synonym for what is meant by the less current term Negro. As a matter of fact, there are numerous places where, to avoid ambiguity, or for other reasons such as the fact that it was the very term being used by the authors discussed in some passages I have used the latter word. Some readers may find it objectionable, but it was, after all, legitimate for many years, and it remains a difficult word to avoid in a history of this sort. Ronald Saunders. New York and Putney, Vermont. June, 1977. I4. H. A table of contents. Prologue. The Catalan Atlas 3. 1. Master Hakame of Majorca 17. 2. Tly Fortunate Islands 30. 3. Prester John, or, the Noble Ethiopian 39. 4. The Guinea Trade 53. 5. Jews and New Christians 65. 6. Enter Columbus 74. 7. The Other 1492 82. 8. Columbus's Golden World 92. 9. Black Devils 100. 10. The End of Prester John 112. 11. Isles Far Off 123. 12. Interlude, in the Garden 133. 13. Amatus of Mexico 141. 14. Bartolomé de las Casas 152. 15. Estevanico's Revenge 166. 16. Friars and Lost Tribes 178. 17. The Passion of Luis de Carvajal 189. 18. France discovers the Noble Savage 199. 19. England takes on the Ocean Sea 211. 20. Roanoke 226. 21. Dramatic Interlude 241. 22. Locady 256. 23. The Adventures of Captain John Smith 263. 24. The Adventures of Captain John Smith. Continued 279. 25. Squanto, the Story of a Pilgrim Father 297. 26. Light and Vain Persons 316. 27. The Massacre of the Pequots 326. 28. Islands of the Sable Venus 341. Sioux Table of Contents. 29. Slavery comes to North America 353. 30. A Lost Tribe discovered in New York 363. Acknowledgements 377. Bibliographical references 381. Chapter by chapter bibliographies and reference notes 383. Index 13. Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Prologue. The Catalan Atlas. Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all. Job 38:18. Our story can find its beginning with the coronation of Charles VI of France in the fall of 1381. This, as it happened, was a fairly dismal moment in French history. Charles at 13 was king in name only. Under the sway of ambitious uncles, the French popes at Avignon, after having enjoyed predominance for the better part of the century, had recently been challenged by a restored papacy in Rome, and hostilities had just been resumed with England in a new phase of what we now call the 100 Years' War. The future was to be worse. Charles would go mad and, as all readers of Shakespeare know, suffer defeat at Agincourt, and the loss of his crown to Henry Plantagenet. But it is not this larger history that concerns us here. Rather, we shall focus our attention narrowly on one of the gifts received by the young king in honor of his elevation to the throne. It was the Infante Juan of Aragon who presented to Charles the remarkable object that can provide us with a backdrop, as it were, to the opening scenes of our own particular history. A gift to dazzle the eye. It was neither gold, nor precious gem, nor fine fabric, nor even a work of art in any conventional sense. Though art it certainly was among other things. Aragon, at this moment, in the ascendant as a commercial and shipping power on the Mediterranean, had become a preeminent breeding ground for many of the skills for lost tribes and promised lands that went with this status, and one of these was map-making. What Juan had given Charles, then, in evident eagerness to show off some of the unique capacities of his realm, was a map. This may seem rather common coin for a king, until we realize that in the 14th century, long before the world's physiognomy had become as firmly established in men's eyes as the shape of a wheel, cartography was still a fledgling science buried in a creative art, and every map was an original effort of craftsmanship and of the imagination. It can even justly be said that map-making was nothing less than an art form in the best traditions of the Renaissance, a simultaneous quest for beauty and for scientific truth that explored the mysteries of geography and, often enough, of anthropology as Florentine painting did those of anatomy and perspective. There were maps that ranked among the most beautiful creations of the age. But all this having been said, a special place must still be accorded to the creation sent to Charles by Juan of Aragon on this occasion, a French national treasure to this day. It is surely the most splendid map of all time. Made in about 1375, on the island of Majorca, an Aragonese possession, by the Jewish cartographer Abraham Cresques, the map is actually an enormous atlas of the world as then known. It is painted and inscribed on 12 vellum leaves, 4 of which are given over to a cosmographical text with tables, the rest to the world map, and mounted on boards in such a way that it could be closed or opened out like a folding screen. Nearly 20 feet long and more than 2 feet wide. Covered with illustrations often reminiscent of the miniatures in the celebrated books of the Duke of Ber, one of Charles's domineering uncles, and with inscriptions written triumphantly in the native language of Aragon and Majorca, which is why the map is now generally known as the Catalan Atlas. It is a synthesis for the age of information and gorgeous display. In one sense, it is an extended miniature in the French manner, providing a decorative glimpse of the wide world through pageantry appropriate to a 14th century coronation. In another sense, it is a schema geographica, giving in microcosm a definitive picture of the universe as of 1381. That universe still hardly comprised anything more on earth than what the Greeks had called the oikoimein, the inhabited world, as they have understood it. Essentially, this was Europe, Asia, and North Africa, surrounded by an ambiguous assortment of islands. Any hints of Africa south of the Sahara, of the Americas, or of the rest of the world as we know it belonged to the realm of myth and conjecture rather than that of reasonably exact science. Not that tradition was wholly lacking in inklings gathered from actual experiences of the outer regions, but these, such as they prologue, the Catalan et Laws 5, were some recorded, though inadequately, others forgotten, for all time had been too few and scattered, and above all too vague, to add up to a solid body of accumulated knowledge. There were maps enough in the Middle Ages, and written narratives as well, that dealt abundantly with marvels, monsters, and unverified land masses hovering beyond the oikoumene, but things of this sort were not the business of the Catalan Atlas, which was a scientific work. Of course, science still also meant the astrologtliat forms a large part of its 4 leaves of cosmographical text, as well as touches of theology and eschatological speculation, as we shall see. But the fantastic was largely eschewed by the Catalan map maker. This caution does not, however, extend to the exotic. On the contrary, the burden of the illustrations and inscriptions on the Catalan map lies toward the outer reaches of the oikoumene, where the cartographer can show off his special knowledge, gleaned from the most venerable as well as from the most up-to-date reports, with the greatest possible impact and color. He has covered Asia and Africa with pictures of camels, giraffes, elephants, exotic birds, and precious gems of various sorts, and with appropriate inscriptions that mingle wonderment with a good sense for commercial possibilities. There are animals here which have the name lemp, from whose leather shields of good quality are made, we read. At one place in the northern Sahara, or way off to the east, in the Indian Ocean, there are 7,548 islands, containing marvelous riches that we cannot enumerate here, as well as gold and silver, spices, and precious stones. But the interest is above all human, one can say anthropological, and the map abounds in figures representing mankind outside of Christendom, in a breathtaking variety of his estates and activities. In the western Sahara, not far from a cluster of tents, a veiled Tuareg rides his camel over the desert sands. Farther east, a naked pygmy prods a giraffe. In the Arabian desert, outside Mecca, a Muslim pilgrim kneels in prayer. In the Indian Ocean, 2 nude men fish by hand. Somewhere in Persia, the 3 magi ride on horseback in the direction of Bethlehem, and north of them, on the steppes of Central Asia, is a splendid caravan, camels, horses, and men marching toward the fabled Cambaluc, ancient capital of Cathay. This represents the expedition led by the family of Marco Polo, out of which came the classic of medieval travel literature that, among its other glories, served as a major source for the newer information embodied in the Catalan Atlas. Yet, for all this variety, the main human emphasis on the map is royal. The foremost recurring figure is that characteristic motif of late Gothic art, the monarch enthroned, appearing in more than a dozen places in Asia and Africa, with few variations in their conventionalized pose but many in their physical appearance and dress. The SE figures alone constitute 6 lost tribes and promised lands. 2. The subtle essay in 14th century anthropology. There are 2 queens, one in Arabia Saba, the biblical Sheba, the other on an island realm of women in the Indian Ocean. Some of the kings wear turbans and burnouses, while others are dressed more like European kings, with 3 pointed crowns on their heads. Some rulers in the Far East have yellowish complexions and almond eyes. And there are 2 black kings. One in Africa and the other beyond India, on the semimthical island of Taprobana. These are of special interest for the stone that is to follow, so we shall spend a further moment or two examining them here. The Black King in West Africa, bearded and draped in an austere, undecorated robe, is one of the most regal figures on the map. He carries a scepter in one hand and a large gold nugget in the other, and wears a sizable 3-pointed crown. He alone of all the kings is shown in profile, a view which tends to emphasize his stateliness, and which also clearly outlines the negroid conformation of his nose and lips. These, along with his hair and complexion, are treated with striking care and fidelity to P. The inscription next to him reads, "This Negro lord is called Musa Mali, lord of the Negroes of Guinea. This king is the richest, the most noble lord in all this region on account of the abundance of gold that is gathered in his land." We are seeing, then, an imaginar/portrait of Musa Musa, who reigned from 1307 to about 1332 as king of Mali, the ruling empire of that region, as Ghana had been before it. In 1324 Musa Musa had gone on a pilgrimage to Mecca, which made him into a legendary figure in the Christian as well as in the Muslim world, riding through North Africa in a procession that included some 500 slaves, each one carrying a staff of pure gold. He had bestowed glittering gifts wherever he went. During his lifetime, he made some effort at turning Timbuktu into a capital of world renown, hiring a celebrated architect from Moorish Spain to design buildings for it, and inviting scholars from all over the Muslim world to reside there. It was said that he personally possessed the largest gold nugget mankind had ever seen, and it is to this that the Catalan Atlas pays tribute in its portrait of him. In general, what is being honored here is the trans-Saharan trade, then flourishing, which brought gold and other commodities to the Moorish cities of North Africa and thence into European markets. It brought black slaves as well, but not yet in such quantities as to darken the glitter of gold showing forth from that region. The second figure of black complexion on the map, whose features do prologue, the Catalan Atlas 7, not seem to be negroid at all, is far more perplexing and ambiguous. This is true even of his domain, which is an island placed beneath Asia at the southeasternmost corner of the Oikumene and are reaching beyond the edge of the map into unknown parts of the ocean sea. The medieval inexactitude of this area, which characterizes the whole easternmost section of the map, stands in striking contrast to the precision of the western sections, especially the Mediterranean region. We are out at the frontiers of discovery and of European knowledge, where supposition and rumor must necessarily come to the fore. The second Black King's Island domain is called Trapobana here on the Catalan map, but the more widely used form of the name was Taprobana, which recurred frequently through ancient and medieval literature, and may often have referred either to Ceylon or to Java. It is clear, however, that the Catalan map-maker and other learned men before him meant by the name something larger and farther east than either of these two islands, the possibility that they had some dim vision of Australia or even of South America cannot be excluded. The Catalan inscription on Trapobana describes it as the last island of the Indies, and goes on to say that its inhabitants are a people different from any other On some of the mountains of this island there are men of great stature, that is, some 16 feet tall, like giants, who are black, and without rational faculties. They eat white strangers whenever they can. Oddly enough, this description, even including the exaggerated height of the inhabitants, is not at all unlike accounts brought back by explorers of the southern seas some 150 years later, especially by those who had been along the southeastern coastline of South America. Are we getting here some glimpse of the New World, however vague and tentative? The two black kings of the Catalan Atlas tell us something about the European vision of the darker races of mankind in that era. In one case, the vision takes in an old world relationship with an African race that has been known to Europeans since antiquity, and achieves a certain clarity. In the other case, it makes out only the dimmest outlines of a relationship yet to come. There are misperceptions on both sides. The brilliant golden light in which the African is seen softens the dark shadows of servitude that will soon become predominant, and the haze that obscures the man of the New World allows only the terrifying to come through, and not enough of the idyllic elements that will also form part of his myth. To some extent, the two figures will even change places with one another in generations to come, as we shall see. But the essential thing here is a sense of the passage from an old world to some new one, still barely understood, and from a waning era into one that is newly 8 lost tribes and promised lands dawning. Indeed, this is the essence of the entire Catalan Atlas, which is as decisive a single work as can be found to dramatize the closing of the Middle Ages and the beginning of the modern era. To understand this point more clearly, we must glance briefly at the traditions of cartography out of which this work came. Broadly speaking, there are two traditions that produced it, one of medieval origin and divinely oriented, the other of more ancient lineage and purely empirical in character. True to our own notion of the Renaissance, the modern elements in the Catalan Atlas stem largely from the latter, but this, it should be pointed out, was not the celebrated Ptolemaic tradition at all. The geographical teachings, as distinguished from the astronomical ones, of the 2nd century Alexandrian Greek Claudius Ptolemaeus, known to posterity as Ptolemy, were not to have a revival in Europe until the following century, but this was not entirely to the disadvantage of the Catalan map-maker. Ptolemy's most important contribution to cartography was the concept of latitude and longitude, but these could not have been applied with any reasonable accuracy by a 14th century map-maker even had he wanted to use them. Skilled navigators were making roughly correct latitudinal readings, at least within the confines of the Mediterranean, but an exact approach to latitude in wider oceans and lesser-known regions would not be achieved until the invention of the astrolabe at the end of the 15th century. As for longitude, this remained the merest guesswork until well into the 18th century. And without the element of latitude and longitude, Ptolemy's geography tended to be a reactionary force, positing an enclosed Indian Ocean and an unbroken landmass stretching roughly, to use our own anachronistic frame of reference, from South Africa to Australia, and thence to the Malay Peninsula. Rather, the cartographical tradition which descends from antiquity into the Catalan Atlas is that of the so-called Portolan charts. Actually, at their earliest origins in unknowable Mediterranean antiquity / these were not charts at all, but detailed handbooks of sailing directions. Such a handbook was called a periplus by the Greeks, and we have some specimens of these, but there undoubtedly were earlier counterparts among the Phoenicians and probably their predecessors as well. By the time of the Portolani, the equivalent handbooks of medieval Italy, none of which have survived the accumulated data of untold centuries, must have been so detailed that one could probably have drawn from them fairly good maps of various segments of coast. But it was not until the introduction of the magnetic compass into Europe at around the end of the 11th century that it was possible to render all the data into useful maps of the entire Mediterranean region. Our earliest surviving specimen of a poor prologue, the Catalan Atlas 9. Tolan chart, dates from 1300, though they certainly were being made long before then, in its profile, not only of the Mediterranean, but also of the Black Sea at one end and the adjacent Atlantic coast at the other. Looks almost as if it would have been copied from an atlas of today. This was scientific achievement for the best of reasons, practical use. Though he did not apply the concept of latitude and longitude, the Port-Dolan chart maker was not without a system of coordinates. Indeed, the one he used was better suited than the Ptolemaic for the relatively limited portion of the Earth's surface that he dealt with. For the classic Port-Dolan took in only the Mediterranean and its environs. The Port-Dolan system was essentially a network of overlapping compass faces, entered at various significant points and usually extending beyond the limits of the chart. From each center, the or directional lines radiated out over the map to form crisscrossing patterns with lines from other centers, establishing numerous points that would thus be exactly triangulated, and also incidentally creating rhythmic patterns that remain part of the aesthetic enchantment of the surviving Port-Dolans. This was really too unwieldy a system to be applied on a world scale. But when the Majorcan school arose in the middle of the 14th century as an offspring of the migration of skilled Italians to the new Aragonesa enters of Mediterranean Muriel preponderance, its cartographers set out to do precisely that. The Catalan Atlas was not the first Majorcan map to try applying Port-Dolan principles to the entire known world, overing the Oikumene and beyond with irrisorossing eompus lines, but it was the most ambitious in the attempt. In this way, a scientific aim becomes a spiritual assertion. The Catalan map maker sees the whole world, known and yet to be known, as a creator Mediterranean. We should recognize this as the viewpoint of generations to Iomi, and understand their attitudes accordingly. But to talk about spiritual assertion is to enter the domain of the second of the two main cartographical traditions that flow into the Catalan Atlas, the purely medieval one of the Mapper Mundi. The term, of course, simply means map of the world, but the tradition designated by it is not so prosaic as this modem translation sounds. Prior to the advent of the Majorcan school, map makers of imperial bent were not even inclined to try doing the whole world, so far as we know. The whole world, unlike the domain of the Port-Dolan chart makers, was a mystery, and this means that for the Middle Ages it was the domain of theologians. The medieval Mapper Mundi was usually the work of a man of religion, and wrought for divine purposes. As a matter of fact, before the Majorine school, the basic pattern around which the Mapper Mundi from the smallest schematic drawings to the largest and most elaborate paintings were built was not a science 10 lost tribes and promised lands scientific grid system but a Christian symbol, the cross. It was convenient for this scheme that all Mapper Mundi were drawn freehand and usually quite imaginatively, but nevertheless the cross pattern was not entirely without grounds in geographical reality. We must remember that medieval maps were oriented from top to bottom in an east-west, rather than in our north-south direction. Now, picture an oikumene oriented in this way, framed somewhat more tightly than the one on the Catalan Atlas, and in such a way that Jerusalem stands at its very center, in accordance with pious convention. The Mediterranean thus begins just below the center and flows westward to the bottom of the map, approximating its true shape in the most sophisticated of these maps but often seeming to be hardly more than a river and, in the most naive versions, a straight line, or very close to it. On the earliest and crudest Mapper Mundi still extant, a thus simplified Mediterranean can be quite clearly perceived as the vertical bar of a large letter T, the horizontal of which is formed by the two longest rivers of the known world, the Nile and the Don, going off respectively southward to the right and northward to the left. On the more complex Mapper Mundi of the later Middle Ages, this scheme is less vividly apparent, but it is nonetheless always there. In the pious scheme as described thus far, only the upper vertical has been missing to complete the image of a fully defined cross. But we must view this part of the picture in slightly different terms. On the original cross, that upper vertical was dominated by the head of Christ, and on the Mapper Mundi it is the domain of conformations that are of a character more spiritual than earthly. The terrestrial paradise was located there, for example, and most of the maps depict this in one way or another, sometimes quite elaborately, with Adam and Eve, walls, gardens, and the 4 rivers that flow out of Eden according to the 2nd chapter of Genesis. On some maps, the head of Christ is placed in this area instead, making the symbolism more explicit. A few maps have both Christ and the terrestrial paradise. One of the most beautiful and ambitious of all, the Mappi Mundi, the Ebsturf map, which was done in about 1235 and was in the shape of a circle mortally and 10 feet in diameter, had in its uppermost, eastern sector both the terrestrial paradise and the head of Christ, and elaborated on the latter with a remarkable decorative device. The head was at the topmost curve of the circumference, and, corresponding to it, drawn disembodied at the other three directional extremes of the map, were the left hand, the right hand, and the 2 feet. This was indeed the great world cross made manifest. The map J, Amundi, then, turns out to be a striking example of the medieval passion for totality, of the unique ability possessed by serious minds in that era to find spiritual universes in the world of objects, or at any rate, to demand of that world that it assemble itself according to the highest prologue, the Catalan Atlas 11 truths. In this respect, there are interesting parallels between the Mappernundi and that most majestic of all products of pious medieval craftsmanship, the cathedral. For the interior layout of the Romanesque and Gothic cathedrals is similar to the Christian cartographical scheme of the world, not only in also being patterned on the cross but in other respects as well. One enters through the western portals as if through the Pillars of Hercules, or Strait of Gibraltar, passing from a world as wide and turbulent as the ocean sea into the secure enclosure of the oikumene. A serenely flowing nave leads like the Mediterranean to the Jerusalem of the structure, the altar, which is accessible to all pilgrims, while beyond, suffused with a light worthy of a terrestrial paradise, is the apse, which only a few may enter. The entire length of the journey is adorned with configurations of stained glass, sculpture, painting, and other forms of ornamentation, all akin to the illustrations and decorations on the most ambitious Renapi Mutadai. For this is a characteristic formula of the Middle Ages, an underlying simple system made complex by meaningful byways and ramifications, like the world, the universe, itself. In literary terms, the formula is essentially that of the catalogue raisonné, one of the basic models of medieval literature, from the Herbals and Bestiaries to the Encyclopedia of Isidore of Seville and reaching its sublime pinnacle in the Divine Comedy and the Summa Theologica. The parallel in the respective schemes of the cathedral and the Mappamundi also suggests a significant one in the histories of their development. For the transition from Romanesque to Gothic, which began between the First and Second Crusades, is in one respect a transformation in the geographical spirit, from one of pilgrimage to one of crusade, from the relative repose of the Romanesque nave to the dynamism, the headlong rush toward the altar, of the Gothic. Similarly, in the Mappi Mundi, the earliest stark and simple T-shaped drawings give way to such huge, complex, and, as it were, Gothic works as the Ebsturf map. And in the late Gothic of the Catalan Atlas we can see the forms of yet another stage in the evolving geographical spirit, that of commercial expansion, which has superseded that of crusade. A relative secularization, or at any rate de-Christianization, has set in and has not merely abandoned the pious symbolism of the traditional Mappamundi but, more significantly, transmuted it. This change is most dramatically evident at the two extremes of the oikumene, the east and the west, now at the right and left instead of the top and bottom. For at the farthermost east of the inhabited world the Catalan map gives us, not the terrestrial paradise, but Campbell Look, a Garden of Eden for worldly entrepreneurs like the Polos, presided over by the enthroned figure of the great Khan rather than of Christ. And at the westernmost extreme, out on the Atlantic just beyond and above the 12 lost tribes and Mistlands, Strait of Gibraltar, we see a figure, at once decorative and useful, that nowadays seems common enough on maps but is making here its first known appearance on a world map, a compass rose. Now, if we consider for another moment the world model of the Gothic cathedral, this figure appears to be standing more or less in the position of the rose window. The change of content seems genuinely prophetic. Not that the religious component has vanished from the Catalan map. Far from it, as we shall see. But, not surprisingly in the light of its authors' Jewishness, there is a noticeable detachment in it concerning Christian traditions. No more than 1 or 2 crosses appear on it, atop as many churches. This in contrast to the vast array of crosses and churches covering the typical mappamundi of the pious references that do turn up. A large number turn out to be not exclusively Christian but neutrally Judeo-Christian in import, such as one in Anatolia showing and describing Noah's Ark. There are only 2 mentions of Jesus on Tly map. One of them quite perfunctory, the other appearing in a context that is highly ambiguous and suggestive of other than Christian meanings. The perfunctory mention occurs in the inscription that accompanies the aforementioned drawing of the 3 magi, which reads, "This province is called Tarsia. The 3 wise kings went out from here, and they arrived in Bethlehem in Judea with their gifts, and adored Jesus Christ. They are buried in the city of Cologne, 2 days' journey from Bruges." This turns with such startling rapidity into an advertisement for 2 western commercial towns. What are said to be the bones of the 3 magi are still buried in Cologne Cathedral, that the mention of Jesus Christ in the context has a look of flagrant impiety. Indeed, there are other hints of impiety, and even of irony, in the scene. The star that the 3 kings are following, while pointing in the general direction of Bethlehem, is on closer examination oddly distant from it and much closer to Shiraz, just ahead of them. Alongside this ancient Persian city, celebrated as a seat of philosophy, Crescase has written mistakenly that here the great savant Ptolemy first invented astronomy, and the figure he uses to represent it is quite unlike any of the others used for cities on the map. It is geometrical, the walls and towers forming virtually a perfect sphere. The effect is of a citadel of classical science and reason. Is all this a sly attempt to sately at the wise men of Persia may really have been more interested or ought to have been in stargazing of another sort than that which tradition favors, and that the first birth have honored or prologue, the Catalan Atlas 13, ought to have honored was that of science rather than that of Christianity? The other mention of Jesus is in a unique sector of the map, which we have not hitherto examined. The only sector given over to material of a mythological character, it is located in the northeasternmost part of the oecumene, along a quite imaginary coastline that curves from northwest to southeast in a semicircle, unlike the vast peninsular extension of Siberia which actually comprises that region. On the land enclosed by this curve, we find several picturesque and elaborately drawn scenes, based on apocalyptic material in the Bible and on some legends concerning Alexander the Great. Alexander was one of the preeminent heroes of medieval tradition, and a large body of mythology came to surround him, particularly with regard to his travels and conquests at the outer limits of the known world, beyond the Indus and the Caspian. It is above all in the far northeast that he becomes a figure of Christian apocalyptic import. Here he is said to have had dealings with Satan. Some traditions identify Alexander with Satan, and to have built an enormous wall within which he enclosed certain peoples. The traditions of the wall seem to have been founded in dim realizations of the Great Wall of China and of the Caspian Gates. The peoples enclosed, according to the predominant Christian versions, were Gog and Magog, the apocalyptic hordes from the north mentioned. Ed. In both the Old and the New Testaments, Gog and Magog are somewhat ambiguous. In chapter 20 of the book of Revelation, they seem to be 2 nations, but chapters 38 and 39 of Ezekiel describe a ruler named Gog of the land of Magog. Legend thrives on ambiguity, however, and the possibility of conceiving Gog as an individual commanding these barbarian armies enabled tradition to identify him with the Antichrist of the New Testament. It was therefore to be Antichrist who, at the end of days, would lead the hordes of Gog and Magog when they broke Tly, the wall in which Alexander had enclosed them, to overrun the earth as a prelude to the second coming. History even provided candidates for this role from time to time, such as the Tartars in the 13th century. The Catalan map presents the essential imagery and lore of this tradition. The wall is depicted, as well as Alexander himself, Satan, Gog and Magog, who are identified here as Tartars, and Antichrist. But there are peculiarities in the presentation. For one thing, the iconography is, as elsewhere on the map, rather free of explicitly Christian symbols. 4. Another, there is an odd serenity about it all, with nothing of the terror normally to be found in Christian visions of Apocalypse and Antichrist. The depiction of Antichrist is especially startling. In what is the largest and most elaborate scene on the map, we see a benevolent medieval 14 lost tribes and promised lands. Monarch in a pointed crown, the only king, by the way, who is standing on the whole map holding out 2 branches of a golden fruit toward his followers, nobles, clergy, peasants, bourgeois, who are gathered around him in various postures of obeisance. They are surrounded by trees, flowers, and more of the golden fruit, all suggesting a domain of abundance and tranquility. How e'en this man be anything but a savior? But there is nothing of the traditional imagery of Jesus about him. On the contrary, the inscription below the scene reads, Antichrist. He will be reared at Chorazin in the Galilee, and when he is 30 years old he will begin to preach in Jerusalem. And contrary to all truth he will say that he is Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, and it is said that he will rebuild the temple. This second mention of Jesus on the Catalan map, then, is in a context that hardly seems Christian at all. The language is ambiguous. All of the words, contrary to all truth, suggest ereticism of the Antichrist, but even these lose much of their bite in the light of their Jewish outliership. Perhaps, as a conscious ruse or out of a providential delusion, the man who is to rebuild the Temple of Jerusalem will have to make some assertions contrary to all truthly, in order to be allowed to proceed. But what pious Jew of the 14th century would hold against him this means of achieving such an end? After all, from the Jewish point of view, even the claim for Jesus himself, that he was the Son of the living God, was contrary to truth, so what did it matter if the untruth were turned as a weapon against its makers for the sake of Jewish redemption? And in any case, Jewish tradition allows for some violation of conventional morality in the time of the Messiah. For it is clearly a Jewish Messiah. Tliat Kreskes has given us here, skillful of disguised. But we must consider another relevant tradition. Many Jews, and some Christians as well, believed that the peoples walled in by Alexander the Great were not Gog and Magog, but the lost tribes of Israel. Some resolved the matter by considering the lost tribes and Gog and Magog to be one and the same, and a few went on to conclude that the Tartars were the lost tribes. The legend of the lost tribes goes back to the divided kingdom of Plebru antiquity. Of the traditional 12 tribes, 10 were in the northern kingdom of Israel and 2, Judah and Benjamin, were in the southern kingdom of Judah. When the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom in 722 BCE, they removed virtually of its entire population and placed them in Hala and in Habur bv the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes, 11 Kings 17:6. These places are not prologue, the Catalan Atlas 15. Readily identifiable, and in fact the 10 tribes of the kingdom of Israel vanished from history. The fate of the 2 tribes of the southern kingdom, when it was finally conquered by the Babylonians in 586 BCE, was quite different. The people of Judah who were removed into Babylonian captivity did not lose their identity, and Jews and Judaism are to this day descended from them. The 10 lost tribes were not forgotten, however. Starting almost immediately after their disappearance, with Isaiah and Jeremiah, and reaching apocalyptic heights in Ezekiel and the apocryphal Esdras, a tradition developed that the recovery of the lost tribes would be part of the general redemption, a central component of the Messianic age. In the Middle Ages this became part of Christian tradition as well, with respect to the Second Coming. And just as there often was speculation about the date and the character of final events, so were there theories about where the lost tribes might be, most of these assuming that they had continued wandering eastward from their original exile to the remotest comers of the Oikumene, or perhaps even beyond, on the Catalan map, near the inscription about Antichrist, but farther out, on the unknown ocean sea beyond Asia, is yet another inscription. It reads, Isaiah the prophet, Luxi. Will send those that escape of them unto the nations in the sea, into Africa, and Toldia, and to the islands far off, that have not heard of me and have not seen my glory, and they will announce my glory to the nations. With its vision of redemption in far-off lands, of lost tribes perhaps. Till 10 lost tribes, perhaps some other wandering remnant of the elect settling in new Canaans that Europeans had yet to discover. This inscription seems to be prophesying an age of discovery and of the Messiah all at once. This certainly would be in keeping with the strain of worldly messianism that has often been noted in the Jewish spirit, but it would also be more, for it comes at one of those junctures when, as with the ideas of Spinoza and of Karl Marx, that strain finds a particular resonance in the history surrounding it. The age of discover, and of racial encounters upon which we are about to embark was more secular in many of its emphases than the corresponding age of the Crusades before it, and was quite different in its religiosity, but it was scarcely less. There are discrepancies between this quotation of Isaiah 66:19 and both the Hebrew and the English versions because it skips a couple of phrases for brevity, and because it is based on the Vulgate, which renders Tarshish as the sea and Pool as Africa. The result, in geographical terms, is even a bit richer than the original. I6 lost tribes and promised lands. Religious for all that, indeed, being also the age of the Protestant and Catholic Reformations, it was perhaps the most religious epoch in European history. What we are going to see is a current running through the whole era in which the revived religiosity and the passion for discovery flow together, forming a virtual religious tradition unto itself, a tradition that, among its Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish wanderers in common, is ever in search of the promised lands of its redemption, and ever ready to determine whether the peoples found in them are themselves lost tribes or only Canaanites, to be treated accordingly. This does not begin with the celebrated case of the New England Puritans, but culminates in them, and is to be found at work, consciously or unconsciously, as the case may be, from the very beginning. This is the age and the tradition for which Abraham Cresques can be perceived as a prophet. Not without honor in his own country however, Cresques was amply rewarded for his achievement. The King of Aragon accorded him the title of Magister Ma, Pamundorum et Bruxolarum, Master of World Maps and Compasses, granted him a living from the Jewish public baths in his home city, placed him directly under royal protection instead of the normal civil jurisdiction of the Jewish community, and exempted him from the wearing of the round yellow badge that was the Aragonese form of the outward distinguishing mark that the Jews of Western Europe had been required, in principle at least, to wear for well over 100 years, thus enjoying special prosperity and distinction amidst a major Jewish community that was already outstanding for both. Cresques lived out the remaining years until his death in 1387 in apparent peace and comfort. He even left behind him a kind of royal succession, for his son, Yehuda or Jafuda, in the Catalan form of the name, who had been his apprentice and probably helped him do the Catalan Atlas, was already on his way to becoming as great and as celebrated a cartographer as his father had been. But Jafuda's life was to be very different, in more ways than the Catalan Atlas bespoke. A new era was indeed about to begin and an old one come violently to an end. Just 4 years after his father's death, Jafuda Cresques was to experience his own part in the greatest disaster that the Jews of Spain had ever known. Indeed, Spanish Jewry itself was about to become the first of the lost tribes of our narrative. Master Hakame of Majorca. The idea of race was, better or for worse, only a dim and sporadic one to most Europeans during the Middle Ages. Its outlines did not begin growing distinct until the 14th and 15th centuries. But when the dawning finally occurred, it shone with particular fury upon the Iberian Peninsula, which discovered itself in that light to contain the most racially varied society in Western Europe. The results were soon to be revolutionary. Antagonism, which had before been almost purely religious, writes the historian Henry Charles Lee, became racial, while religious antagonism became heightened, and Spain, which through the earlier Middle Ages had been the most tolerant land in Christendom, became, as the 15th century advanced, the most fanatically intolerant. For some 200 or 300 years thereafter a large part of the history of The Iberian peoples was to be dominated by this development, in the Old World and then in the New, where they opened the way to a still more varied racial experience than they hitherto had known. They thus became the pioneers of our modern racial history in the West just as surely as they became the pioneers of European overseas colonization. Indeed, after a brief prelude of racism in the Old World alone, the two roles often went hand in hand. I.e. lost tribes and promised lands. Until that dubious dawning, Spain had traditionally been, from the cultural standpoint, not so much a part of Europe as a separate subcontinent, hanging midway between civilizations that had swept into it, now from the north, now from the south, to form a unique ingathering of peoples and religions. Even the primordial encounter between Celts and Iberians, from which was distilled the first Spanish population to enter the light of history, had been a meeting of Europe and Africa. So also was the fully historic encounter that took place in the 3rd century BCE between the Carthaginians, who had succeeded to the hegemony established in the south of the peninsula centuries before by their Phoenician forebears, and the Romans, who had similarly succeeded to the earlier Greek preponderance in the north. Like the First Punic War, which had pitted these two Mediterranean imperial powers against one another in Sicily, in some ways a smaller, insular counterpart to Iberia, the second in effect sought a decision as to whether the contested region was thenceforth to be European or African. This struggle and its outcome established a pattern that was to be repeated in the Middle Ages with the Arabs in the role of the Carthaginians. The Roman victory in the Second Punic War brought Spain into the orbit of Latin Europe, but not necessarily to the complete effacement of that other cultural strain that had come up from Africa and ultimately traced its origins to the Semitic East, not, at least, if we may judge from the persistence of place names like Cadiz, Cartagena, and Barcelona. May we not assume that at least a few of its deposits lingered in the collective memory as they did on the map? We know that elements of the medieval Arab cultural legacy have persisted in Spain to this day, so it is quite possible that something similar happened with the ancient Carthaginian. 1. An ambivalence born of history, geography, and blood may well have continued to repose beneath the Romanized surface. But on that surface, at any rate, Spain was primarily and often zealously Latin for the next 900 years, even after the Roman hegemony there yielded to the Germanic in the 5th century CE. One of the greatest Latin authors of the early Middle Ages, Isidore of Seville, flourished in the 7th century under the Visigothic monarchy. Finally, in 711, this apparent Roman Christian idol was violated by another tidal wave from Africa, carrying another legacy from the Semitic East, this time a militant Islam which swept up through most of the peninsula and pushed back the remains of Visigothic rule nearly into the Bay of Biscay. There in the rough Cantabrian northwest, the forces of the future Reconquista gathered strength for what would ultimately be another Latin triumph over this revival of the ancient onslaught from the south. But it was to take time. The Spanish Christians, desultory crusaders, Master Jacome of Majorca 19, at best for the next 300 years, were not to be aroused to systematic reconquest until, in the 11th and 12th centuries, a new wave of invasions from Africa threatened to upset the balance of civilizations that had by then become well established in Iberia. Even then, the eruption of Reconquista that was thereby provoked had run its course by the middle of the 13th century, with part of the peninsula still in Moorish hands. The kingdom of Granada was not to be eliminated until 1492, in a final resurgence of Reconquista that had been stimulated, in part, by the new racial consciousness, and that soon showed its imperialist undertones. Before and between these epochs of militancy, however, we can catch sight of a very different picture, which, in contrast with the simple myth of Reconquista, shows a quantity of friendly interchange between Christian and Muslim, and now and then a thorough cultural as well as biological mingling. Indeed, there were moments when Spain seemed ready to produce an unprecedented Latin-Arabic synthesis, a rich and unique Andalusian civilization. One can perceive this potentiality in various sectors of Spanish life in the early Middle Ages. It manifests itself, for example, in the person of the great 10th century Caliph of Cordova, Abder Rahman III. Unlike most of his Muslim subjects, who were primarily of North African Berber stock, Abd Rahman III could look back upon family origins that were purely Arab as well as royal, but his blood was three-quarters European as well. Christian. Captive women from the north were favorites in the harems of Cordova. And not only the caliph's mother but his father's mother as well had been of this stock of Gothic slaves. The caliph also was European in culture. To some extent, above all in speech, for though Arabic was his language of formal occasions, he spoke a Romance dialect in everyday conversation. Another example of the potential Andalusian cultural synthesis, the dialect spoken by Abd Rahman III, or variants of it, was widespread in Moorish Spain, not only among Mos Arabs Spanish Christians living under Moorish rule but also among Muslims, many of whom were at least partly of Christian descent, and among Jews. This situation had its literary manifestations. Though Arabic poetry usually was written in the classical language, there were verse forms in Moorish Spain by the 12th century that employed not only the Arabic vernacular, but the Romance one as well, generally written down in Arabic characters. The latter were used mainly in the refrains of certain types of Moorish troubadour poetry whose clearly intimate relationship with the emergencying proven Nine-al poetry of the day, incidentally, is a mystery yet to be fully understood by modern scholars. These refrains, or kharjas, are vivid moments in the Latin-Arabic synthesis. Here is an example: 20 lost tribes and promised lands. Vase men chorus on cleat nib. Ya Rab, sis me tornerad? Tan mal men doler li habib. Enfermoaged, Sayidndo Sanarad? You are going from me, my heart / O Lord, will he return to me, / my pain is so harsh for my beloved's sake. / he is sick, when will he get well? The language here is clearly akin to modern Spanish, which also contains its Arabic components, but the two purely Arabic expressions, Ya Rab and Li Habib, are much more assertive of a Semitic penetration than anything to be seen since the completion of the Reconquista. Indeed, there also are other dimensions to the significance of this particular kharja. As an example of the interpenetration of the Semitic and Latin cultures of the peninsula, for it was written by a Jewish poet, and in Hebrew characters, it is largely owing to a set of historical accidents that we have today only one, highly ambiguous, text of a kharja in Arabic characters, and that the more than 20 others that survive were composed in Hebrew letters by Jews. Why? This fact does seem to symbolize the peculiarly sensitive role that Jews played at the very heart of the Andalusian cultural synthesis we are examining here. For no other group flocked so eagerly as the Jews did to the passageways between the two civilizations, providing, for example, a great many of the leading translators between the Latin and the Arabic literatures. No other group seems so representative, or symptomatic, of the ambivalent and cosmopolitan character of medieval Spain, or, for that matter, of Spanish history from its earliest beginnings. It is no wonder that, when the time came for Christian Spain to rise up in anger against her own legacy of cultural and racial complexity, the Jews were the first to feel the sting. The Jewish presence in Spain has been traced authoritatively as far back as the 4th century CE, but it is probably more ancient than that. Spanish Jews often reached back a good deal farther to find their origins, not only to show the depth of their roots in the land but also, when occasion seemed to demand it, to absolve their line of any possible implication in the death of Jesus in faraway Palestine. Some of them identified the mysterious Tarshish of the Old Testament with the Hispano-Roman town of Tarsus, implying that King Solomon's ships could ha/e established a colony of Israelite merchants there. This would have made the Jewish presence in Spain as ancient as that other Semitic one, the Phoenician. A more Oldest tradition reached back to King Nebuchadnezzar Maste Hakame of Majaka 21 Zar, and maintained that Lileroyite some of Lee's Jewish Eptivs to Spain to help establish Babylonian settlements there *. But the Semitic immersion with we the Jews were most deeply identified in Spain was the Islamic one that had burst forth in 711. Many believed that the Jews of the peninsula had acted as a fifth column for it. There can be no doubt that, once it had occurred, they rallied enthusiastically to its banner. This was natural, for though the Visigothic kings of Spain had once, while they were still Arian Christians, been tolerant of Judaism, their conversion to Roman Orthodoxy in the 6th century had turned them into the worst persecutors of Jews in all of Western Christendom. Islam, on the other hand, after an initial outburst of intolerance from the founder himself, had then developed a relationship with Judaism that passed beyond mere tolerance to a fruitful symbiosis in some countries. This was to be particularly the case in Moorish Spain, which produced not only some of the finest works of medieval Islamic literature, but also the greatest flowering of Jewish culture since ancient times. The instincts of those Spanish Jews who welcomed the Muslim invasion had been entirely in their own best interest. In the long run, a newly intolerant Christian Spain would hold this decision severely against them, but this was far from the mood during the period when Arcarja was written, even though the first Reconquista had by that time already begun. In that period, the most severe persecutions of Jews in Spain came not from Christians but, unwantedly, from Muslims, from those new waves of fanatical Berber invaders, the Almoravides and the Almohades, who had finally provoked a Christian reconquest in earnest. El Cid, the exemplary knight of Christian Spain in that era, welcomed Jews into his entourage, and though literature shows him engaging in trickery in his dealings with Jewish merchants, this is merely the sportsmanship of survival, clearly untinged by any racial or theological vindictiveness. Indeed, he ought to have been struck by the resemblance between himself and these wily negotiators, not only in making deals but in larger matters as well. The Cid fought Christians as with the resemblance between Tarshish and Tartessans. An etymological argument was used for this Babylonian theory. Certain Castilian towns bore names, such as Escalona, which resembled Palestinian counterparts, in this case Ascalon. Furthermore, verse 20 of Obadiah, speaking of the Babylonian conquest, refers to the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Sepharad, and subsequent rabbinical writings had identified Sepharad as a Mesopotamian city called Hispania. Spanish Jews took this word to be a variant of Hispania, with the result that Sepharad, from which we still have the adjectives Sephardi and Sephardic for Jews of Spanish descent, became the standard word for Spain in Hebrew writings. This passion for etymological proofs reached in other directions as well. For example, some Spanish Jews held that Toledo was of Hebrew origin, derived from Toldoth, which means generations and hence history. 22 lost tribes and promised lands. Well as Muslims when he was not engaged in Reconquista, and for the realization of his often highly personal ambitions was as ready to ally himself with Moorish princes as with Alfonso VI. In other words, he moved between the two civilizations of the peninsula with a facility that was well nigh Jewish. Perhaps it was in despair at a prevailing sidismo of this sort that the more fanatical reconquerors from the north, mainly from France, which was long the major source of Christian militants in Spain, finally turned their sights away from the southwestern frontier and upon the Middle East as the target for anti-Muslim crusade. In some ways, the Cid was no more characteristic a Spaniard of his time than was the author of Arcarja, who was, in fact, not just an ordinary troubadour. He was Judah ha-Levi, the composer of some of the greatest Hebrew poetry since biblical times. Ha-Levi, who grew up in Toledo in the immediate wake of its reconquest by Alfonso VI in 1085, well knew the cultural ambiguities of the era. Living and practicing medicine in both Christian North and Muslim South, he had three mother tongues: Arabic, Hebrew, and the Romance dialect. Of the three, it probably was Hebrew that came the least naturally to him and took the greatest effort of will for him to master, but it was precisely through the exercise of will that he ultimately sought to rise out of what he apparently considered to be an over-civilized and meaningless existence. The vision of Zion, of a return to the historic Jewish homeland, steadily emerged in his Hebrew poetry, and he finally set out on a journey eastward from which he never returned. It is known that he got at least as far as Egypt, and legend has it that he reached Jerusalem and was killed there by a Muslim sword. Ha-Levi is considered by Jewish tradition to be one of its early Zionists, but his thoughts and actions can be seen to emerge from a background that is as much medieval Spanish as it is Jewish. Spanish. History had come from the eastern Mediterranean in two directions: in the north, from a civilization that had begun in Greece and then been passed on to Rome, and in the south, from the Semitic cultures of the Levant in North Africa, and by Levi's time there had arisen in Spain a complex, twofold longing for return to the ancient sources. The yearning to go specifically back to Zion, to Jerusalem, is a phenomenon of the Christian culture in the age of the First and Second Crusades, into which Levi had been brought as a child. But this culture sought to return by the northern route, by means of, in defense of, and as a replacement for the ancient Greek power, now represented by the decaying Byzantine Empire, that had once guarded the Holy City for Christianity but had then failed in the task. On the other hand, a more generalized longing for redemption, or at least for rejuvenation, somewhere in the East, is an older Spanish tradition, which comes mainly out of the Master Hakame of Majorca 2.3. Moorish cultural heritage into which Levi had been born. This tradition seeks the southern route. For Muslims and Jews, Spain had been a kind of America of the Middle Ages, a frontier land at the end of the West, a phrase used by Levi, among others, for seekers of new opportunities and refugees from persecution. But there always were Spanish Muslims and Jews, as there always have been Americans of Old World ancestry, who went on yearning for the old country to the east. Abder Rahman I, the 8th century founder of the dynasty that became the Caliphate of Cordova, and, in a sense, as scion of the overthrown Umayyad dynasty of Damascus, Muslim Spain's original political refugee, is said to be the author of the Arabic original of these lines addressed to a date tree transplanted into Spanish soil. O palm, thou art a stranger in the West, far from thy Orient home, like me unblessed. Weep. But thou canst not. Dumb, dejected tree. Thou art not made to sympathize with me. Ah, thou wouldst weep, if thou hadst tears to pour for thy companions on Euphrates' shore. But yonder tall groves thou rememberest not. As I, in Hatungfos, have my old Phrygids forgot. Abder Rahman's highly personal feelings later became more generalized ones in a culture that always recognized the Middle East as its source. For Jews, these feelings were even more poignant and complex. Tli. East was the region not only of the ancient homeland in the more recent Babylonian centers of learning, but also, in unknown regions beyond, of the lost tribes of Israel. During the reign of Abder Rahman III, word reached the court of Cordova about the existence of a nomadic people of the Central Asian steppes called the Hazars, whose king and upper class had been converted to Judaism some 200 years before, under circumstances that remain obscure. The caliph's first minister, Hasdai ibn Shayprut, a Jew, responded to the news by writing an excited letter to the Hazar king. Since the first reports on the Judge Hazars had not mentioned the fact that they were converts, Hasdai thought that they might be descended from the lost tribes. In writing of the complex diplomatic measures he planned to take in order to get his letter conveyed across the world, he explained that he was doing all this in order to know the truth, whether the Israelitish exiles anywhere form one independent kingdom and are not subject to any foreign 24 lost tribes and promised lands. Ruler. If, indeed, I could learn that this was the case, then, despising all my glory, abandoning my high estate, leaving my family, I would go over mountains and hills, through seas and lands, till I should arrive at the place where my lord the Hazar king resides, that I might see not only his glory and his magnificence, and that of his servants and ministers, but also the tranquility of the Israelites. On beholding this my eyes would brighten, my reins would exult, my lips would pour forth praises to God, who has not withdrawn his favor from his afflicted ones. Hasdai later learned the truth about the origin of the Jewish Hazars, but they continued to be a source of excitement among Spanish Jews, right down to the time of Judah Levi, whose great Arabic prose work, Al-Khuzari, the Hazar, was inspired by them. Tlia's common longing for the East in both Muslim and Christian Spain is another example of the Andalusian cultural synthesis, but it was also to be an area in which the ultimate breakdown of that harmony would manifest itself with the greatest fury. The Christian longing, northward, in orientation, implied in the end the Crusaders' program of destroying and displacing Muslim power. It was founded, at one and the same time, upon an awe of the East and a loathing for the South. In later generations, Christian Spain's view of its Moorish past would be a frequent alternation between these two attitudes, sometimes with the most violent results. But initially, the shift from Muslim to Christian preponderance on the peninsula that occurred from the 11th to the 13th centuries brought only a renewed equilibrium in its wake, and a revival of the old tolerance of the four Christian kingdoms there by the end of this period. Aragon, Castile, Navarre, and Portugal. Aragon had the largest Muslim population, but it was the illustrious Castilian King Alfonso X, the Wise, 1252-1284, who Pr. Oudley styled himself a monarch of two religions and brought to his court statesmen and artists representing all three. The spirit of those times is well demonstrated by an illustration in the manuscript of the Cantagas, the sacred songs partial composed by Alfonso himself, which shows a dark-skinned troubadour in Moorish dress, singing side by side with a Christian. The different spirit of a not much later time also is represented here, however, for in the miniature as we now have it, part of the Moor's fee has been rubbed out. The first manifestations of a new birth of intolerance in Spain, however, were directed not so much against the Moors as against the Jews. Nor was its racial component immediately evident, rather, the anti-Judaism which Master Jacome of Majorca 25 accumulated force in Spain through the course of the 14th century, and burst out violently at the beginning of its final decade was, on the surface of it, part of a general European wave that professed no other motive than the ideal of religious purity. With the notable exception of the Catholic Visigoths of Spain, Western Europe had not shown much inclination to anti-Judaism during the first millennium of Christianity. It was not until the 11th and 12th centuries, when Western civilization came militantly to life, that Jews began to feel its wrath. One of the side effects of the First Crusade was a wave of pogroms in the Rhineland that left the Jewish communities therein a state of devastation. From then on until the close of the Middle Ages, riots, forced conversions, and wholesale expulsions were often recurring afflictions in the Jewish life of Western Europe. The anti-Jewish actions of the epoch were mainly the work of prince and populace. The Church, a conservative force in this as in other respects, usually preferred to leave the Jews alone. Even the notorious decree of the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 requiring Jews to wear a distinguishing mark on their clothing was not directed against Jewish existence as such. It was a product of the fear that the presence of Jews among unwitting Christians was causing heretical ideas to spread among the latter. In many communities, Jews had become outwardly indistinguishable from Christians, and now the badge would serve as a warning. This was the generation that established the Albigensian Crusade and the Papal Inquisition, and its heresy-hunting zeal was reflected in this decree. The traditional attitude remained in force that Jews were not heretics only Christians could be, but nevertheless, one can perceive an ominous new undercurrent arising. A papacy that now regarded heresy as a veritable disease, so vile that its carriers had to be reduced to ashes like leprous rags, had announced that the Jews were a major potential source of infection. In this notion that a certain group within society is unclean and should be quarantined, we can perceive an incipient racism till only incipient, however, since the idea remains that the uncleanness resides in doctrine, not in blood. The kings of the emerging nation-states were less ambivalent than the princes of the Church about the Jewish presence in their midst. Many of them came to regard Judaism and heresy in the same light, as entities that were simply not to be tolerated within the body politic, a body as susceptible to infection as the Christian community at large. The idea of imposing religious uniformity as a method of extending royal power was given its most dramatic launching in the Albigensian Crusade, begun in 1208, and this principle of a royal crusade against heresy was finally applied to the Jews by Edward I of England in 1290. In that year, all Jewish subjects who had not submitted to conversion were expelled from 20 lost tribes and promised lands. The realm. The French crown then followed suit, making several half-hearted gestures of expulsion of the Jews throughout the 14th century, until the definitive one was made by Charles VI in 1394. The Iberian monarchs, still deeply involved with their Jews, were to wait another century before doing the same. The mobs of the peninsula were less forbearing than their rulers. However, at least from the Rhineland pogroms of 1096, it had been the masses of Western Europe who provided the chief energies of medieval anti-Judaism. On the popular level, Jews were objects of superstition, as well as of social and religious resentment. Jewish doctors, for example, were often thought to be in league with the devil, and this was taken to be the reason for the seemingly special curative powers which often brought people to them in spite of everything, as well as for their purported inclination to poison Christian patients. The ritual murder charge, which made its first appearance in 12th century England, extended the myth of deadly Jewish vindictiveness to include a recapitulation of the Christ killing in every generation. The desecration of the host charge, which came soon thereafter, struck new veins of superstition, for by reducing the Chidst killing to the merest symbolic act, it made uncleanness as evil as murder. One legend told of a holy wafer stolen and buried by a Jew which, when dug up, was found to have turned into a dead, bleeding Christ. The perpetrators of such uncleanness were naturally thought by some to have brought the Black Plague when it struck Europe in 1348, and the result was some of the worst pogroms of the entire epoch. One anti-Semitic rumor in Germany brought together all the components of the myth during the era of the Black Plague. The wells had been poisoned by lepers hired by Jews who were in league with the Moorish king of Granada. The 14th century was in general a period of mass uprisings, and the Iberian Peninsula was not exempt from the social conditions that had brought them on. But to the extent that the rioting had sometimes contained an anti-Jewish component, the situation in Spain, where there were more Jews than in any other Chidstian country, and where their presence carried special implications from a unique and ambiguous past, was potentially more explosive than any other. At the end of the century, the Spanish Christian masses suddenly rallied to the banner of the general European anti-Semitism of the epoch, but beneath the slogans of the common cause was a quarrel all their own. The sudden fury of intolerance was part of a general Western European development, but the undying vehemence of it and its increasingly racial coloration through the course of the succeeding century were something particularly Spanish. The Jews were a vital part of the national organism that now seemed infected, and Poniards who saw it that way were from then on never certain whether Master Hakame of Majorca they wanted to treat or to amputate. Either way, however, their methods usually were violent. We do not know the immediate causes of the anti-Jewish riots that broke out in Seville on June 4, 1391. Seville was the home of the largest and most prosperous Jewish community in Castile. It also was located midway along a relatively narrow stretch of territory between the kingdoms of Granada and Portugal, allied in war against Castile at this very time and both ruled by kings notoriously favorable toward their Jewish subjects. Perhaps, then, there were rumors of Jewish collaboration with the two enemies. In any case, on that day, according to one leader of Castilian Jewry, the Lord bent his bow like an enemy against the community of Seville. The rioters set fire to the gates of the Jewish quarter, killed many of its inhabitants, forced many more to the baptismal font, and sold some of the women and children into slavery in North Africa. A few days later a similar riot broke out in nearby Córdoba. This was the beginning of a tidal wave that overran Castile and Aragon. Through the summer, in Toledo, Madrid, Cuenca, and Burgos, synagogues were looted and turned into churches, and the historic Jewish communities were virtually destroyed. Death, conversion, and flight. Many Jews found refuge, either in parts of the country untouched by the rioting, or in nearby tolerant kingdoms, Navarre to the north, Morocco to the south, Portugal to the west. Portugal remained immune to the pogrom fever, not only because her Jews were still too few to provoke widespread antagonism, but also because they enjoyed the protection of a popular king, who was at this moment leading a national revolt against Castilian hegemony. Aragon, however, did not share in this immunity, even though her throne was now occupied by Wani, who had been Abraham Cresc's patron when he was infante and was still a good friend to his Jewish subjects. There were simply too many Jews in Aragon, and therefore too much popular feeling against them, for the borders of the kingdom to hold back the wave of rioting when it struck. It penetrated to Valencia on July 9, and the Jewish community there was destroyed. It reached Barcelona, one's capital, in the first week of August, and some 400 members of the largest Jewish community on the Catalonian mainland were killed, only a few escaped, and the remainder were forcibly converted to Christianity. The rioting began in Majorca, home of Jafuta Cresques, on August 2. On this island, where there was a class of rich Jewish landowners, an unusual phenomenon in this era, the uprising showed more of the earmarks of the kind of peasant revolts that had occurred during the previous decade in France and in England than did any of those on the Spanish mainland. The government in Majorca sought to protect its Jews, evacuate 28 lost tribes and promised lands, bringing them from the villages into the capital at the first signs of trouble, and sheltering them in the fortresses there when more radical measures seemed necessary. In that maritime community, evacuation to North Africa was a readily available recourse, and some resorted to it, but without much help from the government, which was not eager to see the wealthier Jews leave the kingdom. In this first wave of rioting, some 300 were killed. Then there began a period of negotiations between the peasant leaders and the government, which lasted into the fall. Finally, the peasants won their two chief demands: all debts to Jews were sealed, and those who were still sheltered in the fortresses were to come out and submit to the alternatives of conversion or death. A vivid picture of what happened on the day of decision is presented by a list, which still survives, of Jewish householders who submitted to baptism, giving their old names and the Christian ones they now assumed. A few of them found continuity with the past by retaining the old family name. Jacob Vidal, for example, became Jamie Vidal, and Salomo Duran became Geraldo Duran. No doubt they could do this because these names were to be found just as much among Christians as among Jews. But in most cases, the transformation was total. Magalov Ben Salem became Per Cases, Isaac Levi became Bernardo Aguilo, and so on. Ancient and once proud identities were shed like ritual fringes, falling forlornly and profanely into the dust. Jafuta Cresques called himself Jamie Reeves, and then went on for a time living in ways superficially similar to the old. He made his home in the large house which had been his father's before him, and in which his mother still lived. He continued making excellent maps for which he was honored by the king. But even if we can only guess at ANV likely agony in his soul, we can be sure that his personal life had been wrecked by the events of 1391, for his wife, perhaps along with any children they may have had, having somehow escaped the pogrom unscathed and unconverted, was now living in North Africa. Jamie Reeves finally gave up the ghost of his past in 1394, when he sold his house to the Order of St. John the Hospitaller as if to confirm its conquest by Christianity, and moved to Barcelona, where his mother eventually joined him. There he presumably basked for a while in the proximity of his royal protector, but Wani died in 1395. 15 vers later, his mother now presumably dead, he pulled up stakes again and set out for fresh fields in which to live and work. For a moment we lose the thread, but now the changing name and destiny of the wandering cartographer reaches out to us through the centuries in a different form, and from another perspective. Tlainu, seen as Portugal, the farthermost rim of the West, now seizing the initiative as the foremost Iberian land of refugees and of maritime enterprise. Maste /Hakame of Majorca 29. Duarte Pacheco Pereira, an eminent chronicler of Portuguese maritime achievement, writing about 100 years after the event, tells us that Prince Henry the Navigator, organizing his historic enterprise of Atlantic exploration just after 1415, sent to Majorca for Master Hakame, a skilled maker of charts. It was in this island that these charts were first made, and by many gifts and favors brought him to these realms, where he taught his skill to men who in turn taught men who are alive at the present time. Though Pacheco clearly is telling us that this master, Hakame, was the founder of Portuguese cartograph / in its greatest age, he does not mention him again. Indeed, it was not until our own time that the identity of this mysterious personage was definitely established as being that of our own Jafuda Cresques, alias Jamie Reeves, for Hakame James in English is simply a Portuguese form of Jamie, or Jacme in Catalan. To be sure, questions remain. Pacheco says that Prince Henry sent to Majorca for Master Hakame. Was this an error, or had Cresques gone back there after his sojourn in Barcelona? And were the gifts and favors with which he was seduced only material ones, or did they include a chance to return to his ancestral faith? But perhaps Master Hakame had given up caring about such matters. For it also seems possible that, as he took up his new task of helping Prince Henry to chart hitherto unknown regions of the earth, gazing out on the ocean sea as his father had, but this time to the west, he began to glimpse entirely fresh possibilities of redemption. 2. The Fortunate Islands. The country in which Master Hakame had settled was the upstart of the Reconquista. A Flemish count, Henry of Burgundy, had married into the Castilian royal family at the end of the 11th century, and had been given charge of the reconquest in the westernmost part of the peninsula. Henry carved out a large feudal domain for himself, and his son, Afonso Henriques, conquered Lisbon, thereafter laying claim to having created a separate monarchy. His claim received papal confirmation in 1179, but the kings of Castile continued to regard the Portuguese monarchy as a wayward and illegitimate child. A Mediterranean country that was not on the Mediterranean, cut off 10 the east by geography and Castilian enmity, Portugal became a isolated island in the Western Ocean. The majority of her population in act walked on the land, but her unique identity was above all shaped by sailors and fishermen. Her most natural ally was England, that other country out on the Western Ocean, and the blood ties of these two monasteries had become close by the beginning of the 15th century. Joemi of Portugal was married to Philippa of Lancaster, daughter T sons, one of whom, Duarte, was a future Oidal, another, Pedro, a future regent, and a third, Henry, to the Fortunate Islands 31. Be the most celebrated of all as the founder of the Portuguese overseas empire, were first cousins to England's Henry V. For a moment, it could even have seemed that these two countries were joined in an audacious grand design. The conquest of Ceuta on the Moroccan side of the Strait of Gibraltar by John I and his sons, the first extension of the Reconquista beyond the peninsula itself, took place in August 1415, the same month as that in which Hem** Plantagenet invaded France. This could hardly have been a coincidence, though we have no records to prove otherwise. Portugal may then have been planning a flanking movement on the Kingdom of Granada, whereby she would snatch it from the underbelly of Castile and achieve control of the strait for herself and her English ally. But Henry V had obtained the French crown by 1420, and so had access to the Mediterranean without any need for the strait. Portugal, left without English support for the conquest of Granada, turned instead to projects of her own that have made the taking of Ceuta look to subsequent generations like the first in a long set of deliberate steps along the coast of Africa to India by the end of the century. A southeast passage to India may well have been one of Prince Henry's dreams when he organized his enterprise of overseas discovery a few years after Ceuta, but he also had more immediate aims with which to occupy himself and for which Master Hakame would have been particularly useful. One of these was a project to explore southward along the African coast, above all to find a sea passage to Guinea, the source of the lucrative trans-Saharan trade, which would thereby be outflanked by Portuguese ships. We may assume that Master Hakame knew more about the southward conformations of the West African coast by now than he or his father did when they worked on the Catalan Atlas more than 40 years before. On the Catalan map, the southern termination of that coast was at Cape Bohader, on a line only midway down the Sahara. Alongside the Cape, in the rough Western Ocean, the map depicts a frail Mediterranean craft with the flag of Aragon on its prow and a forlorn single sail. buffeting in the wind, and four faces gazing out o'er the bulkhead in horror, resignation, or grim determination one cannot tell, accompanied by this inscription. Jamie Ferrer's Yesel departed in search of the Rear of Gold. St. Lawrence Day, which is on the 10th of August, and this was in the year 1346. Ferrer was a Catalan himself, and his Yesel, which had disappeared with Irion aboard, had been the last within memory to try to pass the fearful currents of Bohader. 32 lost tribes and promised lands. Yet there were traditions upholding the possibility of a passage beyond them. In about the 6th century BCE, the Carthaginian prince Hanno had led down this coast a voyage that seems definitely to have gone far south of the Sahara. Indeed, it is possible that Hanno circumnavigated Africa. Herodotus describes an earlier circumnavigation of Africa that had been reported to him in Egypt, made by Phoenician sailors in around 600 BCE, and though Herodotus himself seems to doubt the story, it has been accepted as feasible by some scholars. Pliny's Natural History, which, though written in the 1st century CE, was regarded as a definitive encyclopedia of world geography through all of the Middle Ages, takes it for granted that there were circumnavigations of Africa in antiquity. Nevertheless, this possibility would not be proven to Europeans until Portuguese ships rounded the Cape of Good Hope near the end of the 15th century, long after Prince Henry's death. What he would see in his own lifetime, however, was the rounding of Cape Bohader and the discovery of the Coast of Guinea. Another of Prince Henry's more immediate aims, and, in fact, the very first to which he addressed himself, was one for which Master Hawkeye must have been of the greatest use, the exploration of the Western Ocean, or the Atlantic as we now call it. The Catalan map shows a rich array of Atlantic islands, with this inviting inscription. The Fortunate Islands are in the Great Sea, on the left-hand side, near the end of the west, but they are nearby. Isidore of Seville said in his 15th book, they are called fortunate because they are filled with all sorts of good things, grains, fruits and trees, and the pagans believe that paradise is here, on account of the temperateness of the sun and the fertility of the soil. Item, Isidore says that the trees here grow to at least 150 feet in height, and are filled with fruits and birds. There is milk and honey here, especially on the island of Ca Prairie, which is so named for the multitude of goats on it. Item, Canary Island is nearby, called Canary on account of the multitude of large, powerful dogs found there. T. said that among the fortunate lands there is one on which all the good things of the earth carried out and all kinds of fruits, without being sown or planted. And the heights of the mountains the trees are any ver without eaves or fruits and have a lovely smell. People eat from them part of the year, then they harvest the grains. This is why the pagans of the Indies maintain that, when they die, their souls islands and live forever in the aroma of these fruits. Ye leave that this is their paradise, but in truth, this is only the Fortunate Islands. 33. This inscription has a formidable classical pedigree. Much of it, Tliof, not the passage attributed to him, is to be found in Pliny, but he is far from the only author in antiquity to have written about the Insuli Fortunati, also rendered, Isles of the Blessed. Plutarch says of them in his Life of Sertorius that rain falls there seldom, and in moderate showers, but for the most part they have gentle breezes, bringing along with them soft dews, which render the soil not only rich for plowing and planting, but so abundantly fruitful that it produces spontaneously an abundance of delicate fruits, sufficient to feed the inhabitants, who may here enjoy all things without trouble or labor. The firm belief prevails, even among the barbarians, that this is the seat of the blessed, and that these are the Elysian fields celebrated by Homer. Some Titers associated these islands with the Hesperides, the ladies of the West, proprietresses of the golden apples. The resemblances to Eden are palpable, except that this is a pagan Eden of the West, not a Judeo-Christian one of the East. It is yet another distinct direction in our compass card of the human spirit, from antiquity to our own times. The West was always to imply a notion of freshness and purity. Like Eden, the Fortunate Islands were associated with some ideal time in the remote youth of mankind, such as that described in the celebrated Golden Age passage of Ovid's M. 8 Amorphoses, when the earth itself, without being forced, had given forth all necessities on its own, and when men lived correspondingly, of their own free will, without judges, or laws. But, however ancient this condition, it never grew old, unlike the fading East. The West represented an eternal youthfulness. But what were the Fortunate Islands in fact? Many of the ancient descriptions are quite detailed, and certainly were not mere products of the imagination. Modern writers have usually identified them with the Canaries, but despite Pliny's own use of this name, he seems to have had something more distant and grandiose in mind. He located the Fortunate Islands more than 1,000 miles out on the Aegean, and Plutarch put them similarly far away. We cannot look for exactitude in these estimates, but they do give the impression of referring to something closer to the Azores than to the Canaries. The Fortunate Islands could even have represented some dim notion of the Americas. There certainly are hints of this in the Catalan map. If so, we have struck a highly suggestive convergence of promised lands in the middle of the vast ocean sea, at the point where east meets west. Looking eastward, we have seen it as the islands far off of the Catalan map. That was a vision colored by the old Oriental perspective, filtered through the Jewish sources of Chris 34 lost tribes and promised lands. Tianiti. Now we are seeing it to the west, in a vision colored by Greco-Roman classicism, containing a touch of the pagan. By Prince Henry's time, in the light of the dawning Renaissance, some Christians even were locating the terrestrial paradise in the Fortunate Islands, though a man still so steeped in Jewish and medieval traditions as Abraham C.S. was made it clear in the inscription just quoted that he regarded such notions as pagan and only a fable. His son may have come to see the matter differently, however. In general, the transformation of Japhuta Cresques into Master Hakame, his move westward across the peninsula, from the more oriental world of his fathers into the spray of waters redolent of a new golden age, suggest a vexed and stumbling progress into the Renaissance, and into fresh horizons for that quasi-religion of overseas discovery that his father had adumbrated. But the Fortunate Islands of the Catalan map were by no means a mere literary dream. A few of them, hinting at fragmented and ill-formed premonitions of possible Americas, were ambiguous and to remain so forever, but most of them were solid data for a man like Prince Henry. In particular, the map gives vivid profiles of the Canaries and the Madeiras, both rather accurately drawn, and of the Azores, which are represented erroneously but not unrecognizably. Presumably, by the time he came to Prince Henry in 1418 or earlier, Master Hakame had improved upon the knowledge displayed here. The Canaries had in the meantime become part of European history, and were generally known. The other groups were still undiscovered, in the language of the time, though no legible Europeans clearly had been to them before. The Catalan map proves that the Madeira Islands were known quite well to Abraham and Japhuta Cresques, and to a handful or so of Italian sailors lost to history. For the names it gives the islands in this group are all Italian, and are outlier-wise exactly the same as they are to this day. The principal island of the group is called Legname, wood, on the map, and the Portuguese, when they got there, simply translated this as Madeira. The group was discovered by Prince Henry's ships in 1418, presumably with the expert navigational advice of Master Hakame, and was quickly and profitably colonized. The Azores were harder to find, but when they were found, these 1 Adira and directly west of Portugal on the Catalan map is a group of ISANCSA bearing Italian names. This group is depicted with the same look of displayed by the Madeiras and the Canaries. It therefore must have Ina Autu. Faster Hakame's pride that Portuguese ships did not begin finding the Azores on 1432 much farther out in the ocean than where the map had placed. Inerrant set of relative positions. As if in repudiation of a by then Portuguese discoverers gave to all but 2 of the Azores this those on the map. Master Hakame probably did not live to see the Fortunate Islands 35. Insulae Fortunati, L. like those of the Madeiras, proved to be blessed with good climate, good soil, and a complete lack of any indigenous population. The Portuguese were free to seek out their golden age on them, without any native interference. This was not the case in the Canaries, however, which had become, even before Prince Henry began taking an interest in them, the scene of a kind of dress rehearsal for the discovery and conquest of America. They enter the clear but still flickering light of history toward the end of the 13th century, when a Genoese captain named Lancelot Malocello established a fort on the northeasternmost island of the group, which is called Lanzarote in his honor to this day. His colony, if such it was, does not seem to have survived. The islands are not known to have been visited again until 1341, when a major expedition of discovery, trade, and perhaps colonization arrived there, under Portuguese auspices, but including Florentine, Genoese, Castilian, and probably Catalan officers and sailors on its ships. This expedition achieved the first discovery on record of primitive peoples of the West. We might justly say New World peoples by Western Europeans, and we are fortunate to have had it commemorated for us in an appropriately remarkable narrative, written by no less an author than Giovanni Boccaccio. According to the account Boccaccio compiled, he did not himself take part in the expedition. The two ships left Lisbon on July 1st, carrying horses, arms, and warlike engines for storming towns and castles, in search of those islands commonly called the rediscovered. On the fifth day out they came to a stony island, covered with goats and other animals, and inhabited by naked men and women, who were like savages in their appearance and demeanor. At the next island they reached, apparently the Grand Gunner /% a great number of natives of both sexes, all nearly naked, came down to the shore to meet them. Some of them, who seemed superior to the rest, were covered with goats' skins, colored yellow and red, and, as well as could be seen from a distance, the skins were fine and soft, and tolerably well sewn together with the intestines of animals. The islanders showed a wish to communicate with the people in the ships, but when the boats drew near the shore, the sailors, who did not understand a word they said, did not dare to land. Their language, however, was soft, and their pronunciation rapid and animated like Italian. Some of the islanders then swam to the boats, and 4 of them were taken on board and afterwards carried away. Such unperturbed collecting of human specimens for examination back home was to be standard behavior in the age of discovery. The Europeans found a similar state of undress on the other islands, and a similar lack of excuse for the mass of war machinery they had brought with them. To be sure, there was one adversary appropriate to 36 lost tribes and prairie omist lands. Any crusading Christian souls that may have come along, which turned up on one island where the sailors came upon a chapel or temple, in which there were no pictures or ornaments, but only a stone statue, representing a man with a ball in his hand. This idol, otherwise naked, wore an apron of palm leaves. They took it away and carried it to Lisbon. Nobody knows what became of the statue, and there is, alas, nothing more in the narrative about native religious practices or about native customs in general, for that matter. This anthropological weakness is evidently due not to any fault of the writer, but to a lack of such interest in the observers who brought him their accounts. They clearly were much better when Delano, with the natural rather than the human scene, for they doubtless were looking at these islands with an eye to colonization, and would certainly have preferred to find them as empty of an aboriginal population as the Madeiras and Azores were later found to be. The humanist back home, however, tended to be more concerned with the natives. This was a pattern to be repeated in generations and discoveries to come. Boccaccio's narrative suddenly finds new life toward the end, when it describes the 4 islanders who had been kidnapped. The vivid description suggests that the author had seen them with his own eyes. The 4 men whom they had carried away were young and beardless, and had handsome faces. They wore nothing but a sort of apron made of cord, from which they hung a number of palm or reed fibers of 1½ or 2 hairs' breadth, which formed an effectual covering. They were uncircumcised. Ere long, light hair veiled their bodies down to the waist, and They went barefoot. These men were spoken to in several languages, but they understood none of them. They were not taller than their captors, but were robust of limb, courageous, and very intelligent. When spoken to by signs they replied in the same manner, like mutes. They sang very sweetly, and danced almost as well as Frenchmen. They were gay and merry, and much more civilized than many Spaniards. Lay absolutely refused wine, and Onlv drank water. Wheat and barley they ate in plenty, as well as cheese and meat, which was abundant in the islands, and of good quality, for although veer no oxen, camels, or asses, there were plenty of goats, sheep, and wild hogs. They were shown some gold and silver money, but were quite ignorant of the use of it, and they knew as little of any kind of spice. Rings of gold and vases of carved work, swords, and sabers, were shown to them, but they seemed never to have seen such things, and did not know how the fortunate islands 37 to use them. They showed remarkable faithfulness and honesty. For if one of them received anything good to eat, before tasting it, he divided it into portions he shared with the rest. Marriage was observed among them, and the married women wore aprons like the men, but the maidens went quite naked, without consciousness of shame. This description seems essentially authentic, though colored by a sentiment that foreshadows the noble savage ideal of later centuries. From virtually this day onward, observers steeped in the Greek and Roman classics, as Boccaccio was beyond most, seem unable to behold primitive men from the West without imparting to them some aura of the golden age. The naked maidens walking about with no sense of shame were to be a recurring, even an obsessive, image. And we see here the beginnings of the humanist inclination to use this more natural existence as a stick with which to beat European self-satisfaction. Boccaccio's sly remarks about French dancing and Spanish urbanity reverberate forward to Montesquieu and beyond. There are not many clues here about the ethnic identity of the Gonorrheans *, since that primitive culture has now disappeared entirely. One can only guess at its true nature today, but the consensus of modern scholarship is that the population of the islands came from nearby North Africa in pre-Islamic times, and was of either Berber or Iberian stock. Either way, the large portion of those 14th-century discoverers who came from the Iberian Peninsula could very well have sensed in these people some gleam of their own primeval ancestry. In any case, it was the Gonorrheans who, in various ways, provided Europeans with a model for future encounters with primitive peoples to the west, a model somewhat different in complexion from that of the encounters that were about to begin to the south. The next known European incursion into the Gonorrheans took place more than 60 years later, and was the definitive one. In 1402 a Norman knight named Jean de Bethencourt led an expedition there that resulted, a few years later, in the conquest of most of the islands as a feudal domain for his heirs, under the suzerainty of the King of Gastel. The story, rather, the long, light hair evidently rules out any Negroid stock, and possibly Moorish stock as well, but later descriptions of the islands do describe men and women of swarthy complexion as constituting at least part of the population. The observation that they are uncircumcised is perhaps meant to indicate that they are not of Arab or Jewish descent. But, on the other hand, later observers do speak of Saracens in the Canaries, and rudimentary lexicons made in the 16th century of the language of Tenerife, the largest of the islands and the last to be conquered, show Semitic elements. The dislike of wine might also suggest Moorish influence, but this is balanced off by the apparent willingness to eat hog's meat. 38 lost tribes in promised lands. Confusingly presented in the one account that has come down to us, was recorded by Bethencourt's two missionaries, Pierre Bontier and Jean-L.E. Verrier. All the by now traditional elements of European colonial conquest are there, those among the natives who give in to the conqueror and collaborate with him, and those who continue to resist, the conspiracies between rebellious elements in the conquering armies and the resisting natives, recrimination and revenge among the natives, ending in mutual slaughters provoked by the conqueror, enslavement, and, most characteristically for that age, the choice of death or conversion to Christianity. One passage in the missionaries' account tells how some of the conquerors had killed many natives, and reduced the others to such extremity that they no longer knew what to do, but came from day to day to throw themselves upon the mercy of the Christians, so that hardly any who remained alive were unbaptized, especially of those who might have given trouble and been too much for the latter. The attitude of the pious narrators is clear. They are not without human, shall we say Christian, sympathy for the Canarians. Time and again, for example, they demonstrate their vehement opposition to any attempts to carry off shiploads of natives and sell them in the slave markets of Europe and North Africa. This attitude, by the way, is shared by their commander and hero, Bethencourt. Only unruly and mutinous elements try to engage in such traffic, and they usually are reprimanded by Bethencourt as well as by the two clergymen. But as for conversion to Christianity, this is a supreme good so desirable that a little slaughter in the process of achieving it hardly seems to require comment by the missionaries. Such suspension of sentiment where spiritual principles were concerned was characteristic of the age, and the Jews of Spain knew the application of it every bit as well as the Canarians did. The travails of the Canarians were not ended with this Norman conquest, for the Portuguese were not ready to relinquish to Castilian control a claim over the islands that they had been making at least since 1341. Prince Henry sent a military expedition there in 1425, and inaugurated what was to be a half-century of intermittent warfare with Castile. In 479 Portugal was to relinquish her claim at last, and the unified kingdom of Castile and Aragon would then complete its conquest of the Canaries, in the same decade in which America was discovered for its monarchs. But by that time the history of overseas discovery and racial encounters had become complicated by a whole new current arising along the coast of America, and it is to this that we must now direct our attention. 3. Presturjo, T, or the noble Ethiopian. Acts a place south of Egypt on the Catalan map. A Saracen king is described as being always at war with the Christians of Nubia who are under the rule of the Emperor of Ethiopia, of the land of Presturjon. But Ethiopia is below the southernmost edge of the map and we learn nothing more about this. The narrators of Jean de Bethencourt's Canarian expeditions speak of going to Africa to Abda. In News of Presturjon. And Prince Henry's chronicler, Gomez Ians de Zurera, writes of the explorations along the African coast that the prince not only desired to have knowledge of that land, but also of the Indies, and of the land of Presturjon if he could. Indeed, the search for Priest John, for the name, which is Presbyter Johannes in Latin and Père Trajane in French, is simply a variant of this, was considered by Zurera to be one of the main reasons for Prince Henry's whole enterprise. The legend of a Christian prince living at the other flank of the Muslim world had excited Europe for nearly 300 years, but Henry the Navigator's zeal to find him may seem surprising in the light of the dismal history of race relations that was to ensue as a result, for by this time, most educated Europeans considered Presturjon to be black. This does not mean they had yet specifically identified him with the Emperor of Ethiopia as we understand that designation today, the 40 lost tribes and promised lands. Geography of the Middle Ages was too vague for this, and the legend more splendid than that monarch, or any monarch, ever has been. In fact, Presturjon had not originally been placed in Africa at all. The legend made its first known appearance in Europe in the 12th century, when Bishop Hugh of Jabala arrived in Rome to appeal for a second crusade on behalf of the beleaguered Christian princes then established in the Near East as a result of the first. Hugh told a hardening story about a Far Eastern king named simply John, a Nestorian Christian, who had invaded Persia not long before and conquered Ecbatana, its capital. John had then taken his army toward Jerusalem, intending to help its Crusader king to defend it against Muslim attack, but had been unable to get his troops across the Tigris. Describing John as a descendant of those Magi who had made obeisance to the infant Jesus in whose land he now ruled, Hugh said that he wielded an emerald scepter. Hugh's story may have been based on the exploits of an actual Tartar king. The Tartars were often in contact with the far-flung Nestorian Christian communities of Central Asia, and had shown interest in Christianity from time to time. The idea that they might be descended from the lost tribes of Israel also helped encourage the dream that they would one day see the light, convert to Christianity en masse, and form the other jaw of a great Christian pincer movement against Islam. And, of course, the example of a mass conversion in the Central Asian steppes had been provided by the Hazars. Many Europeans evidently thought this had been a conversion to Christianity. Later on, there was to be a widespread but mistaken belief that Genghis Khan had become a Christian. The Tartar version of the legend was still strong enough in the late 13th century for Marco Polo to assume that a neighboring prince he had heard about while in Cathay was Pres Turjan. But a new and more fantastic version had appeared in the latter part of the 12th century, some 20 years after the Second Crusade, advocated by Bishop Hugh, had ended in failure. No doubt the Christian imagination was now in greater need of fantasy concerning the East, and this is what it got in the celebrated Prester John letter, a work of unknown provenance and authorship, which no longer exists in its original version. We know it today only through a multitude of recapitulations published in the ensuing centuries, in prose, and in verse, in Latin, and in the vernaculars, many of them embroidered with the fantasies of later generations. The summary that follows is based on an inferential instruction, made in the 19th century, of the original letter is purportedly addressed to the Christian emperor in some versions Lemuel of Byzantium, in others Frederick Barbarossa by John Residentialator King of Kings and Lord of Lords, in order to describe him as he enlists Leal. Now that knowledge of our greatness has reached Prester John, or the noble Ethiopian 41. John claims to have exceeded all men in riches, virtue, and power. When he rides forth into war, he is accompanied by more than 100,000 cavalrymen and more than 1,000,000 foot soldiers, marching behind 13 enormous crosses made of gold and precious stones. 72 kings pay tribute to him. 30,000 men eat at his table every day, and they are served by 7 kings, 52 dukes, and 365 counts, as well as by humbler retinue. Roman and Greek clergymen alike eat at John's side. The table itself is made of emerald, supported by legs of amethyst. Other tables in the palace are of gold and ivory. The palace, built after the pattern of the one erected for King Gundafor by the Apostle Thomas, is a vast structure of shittim wood, ebony, gold, onyx, sardonyx, and crystal. John's bedchamber is bedecked with gold and precious stones, and his bed is made of sapphire. But the sapphire represents chastity, and though John has a harem of the most beautiful women in the world, he lies with one or another of them only 4 times a year altogether, solely for procreation. Nor is this the only demonstration that John's realm is not founded on mere, untrammeled splendor. When he rides forth on ordinary occasions, he is preceded not by martial magnificence but by an unadorned wooden cross and a vase full of earth, to remind him of the passion of the Savior, and of the dust to which he shall himself return one day. To be sure, the vase is of gold, and a silver bowl full of gold is also brought along. But this is so that the world may always be reminded of John's greatness. A bent for self-effacement is above all shown by his simple title of presbyter. The reason for it, he explains, is to distinguish his own unique majesty from all the kings and archbishops with whom his palace is regularly overflowing. In this array of high titles, we choose to be called by a lesser name and to assume an inferior rank, to show our great humility. An ideal balance of wisdom and wealth also characterizes the realm over which John presides. There is no poverty among his subjects, and no strife, thieves and robbers are not found here, nor adultery and avarice. There is no flattery, and no lying, for he who speaks a lie dies forthwith, or is regarded by us as dead. His name is not mentioned, nor is he honored. Pilgrims and visitors are wanly received, indeed, they may find a special reward in store for them, for in a desert place there stands a rock that has incredible curative powers. 2 holy men guard it, and ask every arriving pilgrim if he is a Christian or wants to become one. If he answers affirmatively, he is allowed to get into a mussel-shaped cavity in the rock, in which there are 4 inches of water. If the pilgrim's faith is sincere, the water will rise miraculously above his head. 3 times, and he will be cured of his ain't. 42 lost tribes and promised lands. Despite such miracles of nature, the main feature of the landscape in Prester John's realm seems to be desert. It is dominated by a waterless, sandy sea, on which the sand moves and swells into waves like the sea, and is never still. After a desert journey of 3 days from this sea, one reaches mountains from which descends a waterless river of stones, which flows through our country to the sandy sea. 3 days in the week. It flows and casts up stones both great and small, and also carries with it wood to the sandy sea. When the river reaches the sea, the stones and wood disappear and are not seen again. While the river is in motion, it is impossible to cross. On the other 4 days it can be crossed. The desert character of the realm is further suggested by John's particular stress upon elephants, dromedaries, and camels among the many animals to be found there. Yet, for all this aridity, there is abundance. The sandy sea, for example, contains all kinds of edible fish. Where, then, is this remarkable country? Our magnificence, writes Prester John, dominates the 3 Indias, and extends to farther India, where the body of St. Thomas the Apostle rests. It reaches through the desert towards the place of the rising of the sun, and continues through the valley of deserted Babylon close by the Tower of Babel. Suddenly, the vague immensity takes on a biblical tinge. This is deepened when John informs us that his territories comprise the Pison, which is one of the 4 rivers that rise up out of the terrestrial paradise according to the 2nd chapter of Genesis. Furthermore, like the land of Ilavela, around which the biblical Pison flows, John's country contains gold and onyx. It also flows with milk and honey. A hint at the location of this realm is provided by Genesis 2:13, which tells us that another of the 4 rivers of Eden, the Gihon, compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. John tells us that his palace is in Susa, the ancient capital of Persia, but this also implied proximity to Ethiopia in the vague geographical imagination of medieval Europe. As the centuries passed, the continental realm of this confused geography has ancient and honorable roots. The first verse of the 00K of Esther describes the realm of the Persian king Ahasuerus, whose palace also was at Susa, as extending from India even unto Ethiopia. In Greek and Roman authors, is a similar vagueness about a vast region taken in by terms like Ensela and Ethiopia, the latter even in its narrowest sense comprising a much larger area than present-day Ethiopia, and beginning just south of the first cataract. /1a. About its relationship with the better-known Persia. In the Apostle moves easily between Persia and India. /1 5th century apocryphal writer, the pseudo-Abdias, who of Apostles Thomas, Bartholomew, and Matthew in each pheno of FK concept became a standard one in the Middle Ages. And according to the pseudo-Abdias, Tliasec on type Roil occupied the ends of the earth, between the ocean. Nation th. TL E3 became especially fruitful for the geographical loicle of 1 and F. Untold islands in which the plural term Indias, etymo same as Indies, came to rest for once and for all. There also Prester John, or the noble Ethiopian 43. The Prester John letter, clearly somewhat south of the original Tartar centers of the legend, was to be increasingly identified as Ethiopia. The Sarastral-like character who thus begins to emerge can be perceived as deeply bound up in the imagery and mythology of the ancient East. In some ways he is another version of the noble non-European whose Western counterpart we have come upon in the Fortunate Islands, but there are significant differences. Unlike the Fortunate Islander, this sophisticated Oriental knows both the value of money and the necessities of war. The Western ideal was founded in a classical simplicity and closeness to a fresh and fertile nature, whereas this Oriental one reposes in a natural environment that is harsh, forbidding, and old, and that yields up minerals and miracles more readily than vegetation. The way of life envisioned for the West was essentially democratic. This Eastern one is the best of all possible monarchies. The Fortunate Islands beckon to pioneers. Prester John's domains to pilgrims and saints. While the noble savage sings of a future far from the clutter of decadent civilization, our noble Ethiopian makes a last plea for the treasures, both material and spiritual, that may still be found among the rubble of a sacred past. He represents a kind of archaeological rediscovery, a digging up of Hellenistic Christian origins in the East, to which Western Europeans have finally been drawn in the age of the Crusades. The Prester John legend thus emerges as a Christian counterpart to those visions of a longed-for and ancient East that we have glimpsed among Muslims and Jews on the Iberian Peninsula. Indeed, it represents an assertion for Europe in general of that tolerant spirit represented above all by medieval Spain, an acceptance of that East in some of its cultural and racial complexity. In fact, the Prester John letter may, at least in part, have Jewish roots. In the desert that separates the mountains from the sandy sea, the writer tells us, an underground rivulet turns into a large river in which an abundance of precious stones is to be found. Beyond this river, he goes on, are 10 tribes of Jews, who, though they pretend to have their own kings, are nevertheless our servants and tributaries. Nothing more on the subject is said in the original version of the letter, but it is noteworthy that, in the embroidered versions produced by later generations, this passage is among the ones that underwent the greatest amplification. In an English version of 1507, for example, the weak kings of the above passage become a great king of Israel, whom Prester John concedes to were less mysterious, more valid definitions of the 3 Indias among medieval geographers, but for most Europeans, even learned ones, the term covered a vast and distant region of dark-skinned peoples, culminating in a countless array of islands in one direction. And in Ethiopia, the biblical Cush, in the other 44 lost tribes and promised lands. B. Twice as strong as I am. His domains are twice as great as all Christendom and Turkey, and he hath under him 300 kings, 4,000 princes, dukes, earls, barons, knights, squires without number. Here he seems to have become an alternate version of Prester John himself. Indeed, it is very likely that some sort of identification between Prester John and the King of Israel, between this remote realm of Christians and the final refuge of the 10 lost tribes, lies buried in the very sources of this legend. This possibility seems very close to the surface in the early Central Asian version provided by Hugh of Jabala, with its intimations of Tartars and of the king of the Hazars. Only a generation after Bishop Hugh, the celebrated Jewish traveler Benjamin of Tudela described a relationship he had heard about between 4 of the lost tribes and a nomadic people called the Kofar al-Turak, on the Central Asian steppes. Tlai Kofar al-Turak evidently were not Christians, but their purported relationship with some of the lost tribes resembles that of Prester John, and could have had something to do with the making of the latter's legend. But the most probable Jewish source for the Prester John letter that we know of is the narrative of a curious figure of Jewish history, Eldad the Danite, making his appearance toward the end of the 9th century. Eldad travel ed through Mesopotamia, North Africa, and Spain, sojourning with the Jewish communities in these places and telling them an astounding story that their rabbis and scholars took quite seriously. Pi said he was a member of the tribe of Dan, which was now Li/4NG with 3 of the other lost tribes, beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Dan had left the kingdom of Israel long before the conquest by the Assyrians in 722 BCE. For it had refused to participate in Jeroboam's revolt against Solomon's son Rehoboam, and had gone into exile instead. The Danites had thought at first of going to Egypt, but it was forbidden them to return to the scene of their ancient servitude. Then, finally, God gave them good courage and advice, namely, to go up the river Pison until they reached the land of Ethiopia, which they found fertile, with numerous vineyards and gardens. Thus the Danites dwelled here for many years, multiplying and increasing greatly. They were then followed by 3 other tribes, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, who crossed the desert and encamped, until they came to the land of the Danites. In their wanderings they slew many Ethiopians in a territory extending our eyes journey in each direction, and they have been fight mg wit 17 kingdoms up to this day. And these 4 tribes, who dwelt in the ancient Havilah, where there is gold, trusted in the Lord. Prester John, the noble Ethiopian 45. Eklad goes on to describe a way of life that combined nomadic virtues and warlike valor with great wealth. These tribes possess much gold, silver and precious stones, as well as sheep, oxen, camels, and asses, but nevertheless they sow, reap, and dwell in tents. They are splendid when going out to war. Then the trumpet is blown, and 120,000 liar seamen and 100,000 foot soldiers gather round their chief. These are a people even more impressive than the Hazars, though the latter may well have been a source of inspiration for Eldad's story, as also, undoubtedly, were the Falashas, the highly independent and warrior-like Jews of Ethiopia itself. Another source is Zephaniah 3:10, from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. MV suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed, shall bring mine offering. Oh! Running along one of the borders of Eldad's homeland is a river 200 yards wide and full of sand and stones, but without water. The stones make a great noise like the waves of the sea in a stormy wind, so that in the night the noise is heard at a distance of half a day's journey. And this river of stone and sand rolls during the 6 working days and rests on the Sabbath day. As soon as the Sabbath begins, fire surrounds the river, and the flames remain until the next evening, when the Sabbath ends. Thus no human being can reach the river for a distance of half a mile on either side. The fire consumes all that grows there. This river, called the Sambatian, clearly is an ancestor of the Ri/Er of Stone's Eye and the Prester John letter. This is especially evident in the 1507 English version, cited above, where its traits even include that of stopping only on Saturday. Eldad, in accordance with an already ancient Jewish tradition from which he differs only in locating the river in Ethiopia instead of Syria, has made the legendary Sambatian a boundary line between the lost tribes and their neighbors registered. The first mentions of the Sambatian on record occurred in the 1st century CE. Josephus wrote in his Jewish War of a river in Syria that it has an astonishing peculiarity, for, when it flows, it is a copious stream with a current far from sluggish. Then all at once its sources fail, and for the space of 6 days it presents the spectacle of a dry bed. Again, as though no change has occurred, it pours forth on the 7th day just as before. And it has always been observed to keep strictly to this order. Whence they have called it the Sabbatical River in Josephus' original Greek, Sabbatikon, so naming it after the sacred 7th day of the Jews. The Jewish Josephus surprisingly puts his river to work on Saturday, but perhaps this is for him a symbol of spiritual rejuvenation. The Gentile Pliny, on the other hand, set the matter aright when he said, only a few years later, that in Judea is a stream that dries up every Sabbath. The river flows into rabbinical literature through the great Midrash, which says that the 10 tribes wandered into exile on the other side of the river Sambatvan. The idea of placing it in Ethiopia, which may not have originated with Eldad, probably comes from its having been equated by some with the biblical Gion. 46 lost tribes and promised lands. We have seen it functioning just this way in the Prester John letter, but the neighbors across the river in Eldad's account are not Prester John and his Christian subjects. Here, rather, is Eldad's description of them. There is also the tribe of Moses, our just master, which is called the tribe of Yanis, because it fled from idol worship and clung to the fear of God. A river flows round their land for a distance of 4 days' journey on every side. They dwell in beautiful houses provided with handsome towers, which they have built themselves. They sow and reap, and have all sorts of gardens with all kinds of fruit and cereals, namely beans, melons, gourds, onions, garlic, wheat, and barley, and the seed grows 100-fold. They have faith, they know the law. Moreover, they see nobody and nobody sees them, except the 4 tribes who dwell on the other side of the rivers of Ethiopia. They see them and speak to them, but the river Sambatian is but in them. They have plenty of gold and silver, they sow flax, and cultivate the crimson worm, and make beautiful garments. These are Levites, of the tribe of Moses and the priesthood, and though not all of them are necessarily prophets or priests, a whole nation of them implies an exalted religiosa. Indeed, the were too exalted for the possession of territory in biblical times, and were not one of the 12 tribes among whom Joshua divided up the land of Canaan. They are therefore not one of the 10 lost tribes. This legend of a gathering of them in a country of their own is not exclusive to Eldad, but its origins are quite obscure, as is the name it gives them. Yunus is simply a Hebrew word that means fleeing, so that it may not be a proper name but part of a designation, the tribe that flees, that is, from idol worship. But other texts make Anus a proper name, which can be either that of the tribe or of its Levite founder. This could be a direct forebear of Prester John. Here is a people of virtually priestly status, living across the Sambatian from some of the lost tribes of Israel in a condition of unique sanctitude, and bearing, either itself or in the person of its leader, the name Yunus. Could this ha/e been adapted into the Latin form Johannes? Isn't presbyter a likely notion to have emerged out of the legend of a tribe of Levites? If thy is indeed a Jewish identity buried in the legendary personality of Prester John, then he is a significant symbol, not only of certain of the more fa/oable aspects of the Judeo-Christian relationship in the Middle Ages, but also of the peculiar complexities of the emerging racial Prester John, or the noble Ethiopian 47. Cousness of the Renaissance. 4. If his remotest Ethiopian origins have a Jewish coloration, his most up-to-date Ethiopian image in the 15th century Iliad, as we have seen, Lakwan. We can thereby see in all its richness the tolerance implied in the vision of Prester John. Although Eldad and his fellow Danites apparently, in their time, did not have to be black to be Ethiopian, an anthropologically more sophisticated 15th century tended to take it for granted that a king of Ethiopia could not have been any other color, but, at least for the length of a historical moment, the seekers of Prester John did not seem any more perturbed by his black than by his Jewish aspect. To the extent that his blackness was that of an Ethiopian, John's emergency in coloration had a long and not always unfavorable history in European eyes. It should be pointed out that, like the geographical term Ethiopia, the anthropological ones Ethiopia and Ethiopian were, in ancient and medieval times, thoroughly ambiguous. When they referred to someone from a specific region, they were close to our modern usage. Even though that region, which began at the Upper Nile and had its capital at Meroe, sometimes stretched southward and eastward as far as imagination would allow. But Ethiopian served to designate color. Before it came to be applied to a region, the Greek Aethiops, from which it is derived, literally meant burnt face and referred to any person of black complexion, whatever his place of origin. Homer said of the Ethiopians that they live at the ends of the earth, some near the sunrise, some near the sunset. In later antiquity the word tended to become restricted to black Africans, meaning either any Negro or someone specifically from Ethiopia. The biblical terms Cush and Cushi, which may have been specifically geographical designations from the outset, came to be translated Ethiopia and Ethiopian respectively, and the ambiguity was thereby reinforced. The attitudes toward the Ethiopians or Cushites on the part of both the ancient Greek and the Old Testament literatures are strikingly free of the color prejudices of later times. True, the implication of the Greek term bumtis, and of Jeremiah's rhetorical question, can the Ethiopian Cushi change his skin, or the leopard his spots, is that the Ethiopian complexion is not desirable, but this disapproval is only skin deep. The Aethiops had unfortunately been burned black by the sun, but this had not affected his soul. Indeed, for Herodotus it had not even harmed his appearance, for in one passage in the Persian Wars we read that the Ethiopians are said to be the tallest and handsomest men in the whole world. This admiration of their stature and physical impressiveness is an attitude to be found elsewhere in ancient literature. Nimrod, the son of Cush, is a mighty hunter before the Lord, and the aspect 48 lost tribes and promised lands, under which the Cushites most frequently appear, are in the Old Testament, is as a formidable enemy in war *. We can perceive, then, a clearly defined image of a noble Ethiopian in the principal literary sources in antiquity. This even is true indeed, it is especially so, Of the one passage in the Old Testament in which the Ethiopian appears as a slave, the story of Ibn-Melech in Jeremiah 38 and 39. The fact that Ibn-Melech, the name means literally the king's slave, had the misfortune of being one of the eunuchs which was in the king's house is in itself no condemnation of him. Nehemiah, the rebuilder of Jerusalem, also started out as a slave in a king's house. Some scholars think that he, too, may have been a eunuch, and Israel itself had been a slave in Egypt. The rise from slavery is one of the significant moral patterns of the Old Testament, and Ibn-Melech provides another instance of it. It is he alone who is concerned about Jeremiah after the latter has been thrown into a dungeon, and by interceding for him Ibn-Melech obtains the king's permission to move him into the prison's courtyard. For this God rewards the Ethiopian by promising him his freedom. Nevertheless, a shadow crosses the picture at this point. We have here an image of the black man as a slave, the image of him that was to become the most typical one in the era launched by Prince Henry the Navigator. To what extent, then, was it becoming typical in Jeremiah's day? This question cannot be answered with ANV certainty, but it would seem that by this time such Middle Eastern powers as Egypt and Persia were obtaining a significant portion of their slaves from Black Africa. If so, then the slave relationship may well have been replacing the military one is the most characteristic phone of contact between whites and Ethiopians in the Middle East. By the time of the New Testament this change evidently had gone so far that the only significant appearance of an Ethiopian in it was not as a warrior, but as a slave, though one of high character, as Ibn-Melech had been. F. Only one passage in the Old Testament has occasionally been cited as a possible instance of color prejudice, though it can also be seen as exactly the opposite. This is the one in Numbers 12 that begins, "And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman." The rest of the passage is about Miriam and Aaron, so we never learn anything more about this marriage. We are not even told exactly why Miriam and Aaron are angry. But if color prejudice is the reason, then doesn't this story become a resounding condemnation of it? For then there would be a horrifyingly apt kind of poetry in God's punishment of Miriam for speaking out against Moses' marriage to the Cushite woman, which is to afflict her temporarily with leprosy. Her prejudice against the blackness of another's skin is thus being avenged with like curse. Owitness. Whatever Miriam and Aaron may feel, God and Moses are certain of on the side of the Ethiopian. Philip the Apostle meets a man of Ethiopia, an eunuch of Gria authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all Leisure, and had come to Jerusalem for to worship, and who was returning, and priest John, or the noble Ethiopian. 49. The Romans, too, had first encountered Ethiopians as warriors in their African campaigns, and were beginning to see them predominantly as slaves by the 1st century CE. At one point in the Sadafrican of Petronius, the roguish heroes are seeking some means of escape from a ship, and Encolpius proposes that they deceive their captors by dyeing themselves with black ink to look like Ethiopian slaves. Giton makes this sarcastic and startling reply. "Oh, yes, and please circumcise us too so that we look like Jews, and bore our ears to imitate Arabians, and chalk our faces till Gaul takes us for her own sons, as if this color alone could alter our shapes, and it were not needed that many things act in unison to make a good lie on all accounts. Suppose that the stain of the dye on the face could last for some time, imagine that never a drop of water could make any mark on our skins, nor our clothes stick to the ink, which often clings to us without the use of any cement. But, tell me, can we also make our lips swell to a hideous thickness? Or transfone our hair with curling tongs? Or plow up our foreheads with scars? Or walk bow-legged? Or bend our ankles over to the ground? Or trim our beards in a foreign cut? Artificial colors, dirty ones. Body without altering it. In more ancient times, all Roman slaves, like all Greek ones, had been white, and even by Petronius' day the great majority of them were chalky-faced Gauls and other European types. But clearly, the increasing number of black Africans coming into the Roman slave markets was making a strong impression on the imagination and threatening to efface the noble Ethiopian image of earlier times. We shall see something similar take place in the 15th and 16th centuries. Furthermore, there are signs that a conscious effort to defend the virtues of the Negro against detractors arose in late antiquity among men of goodwill. Among Romans or Greeks of philosophical bent, for example, black men were not necessarily to be scorned as slaves or feared as warriors, but could be admired as gymnosophists. Primarily a phenomenon of India which, as we have seen, often was confused with Ethiopia. The gymnosophist seems to have been an early of guru, who practiced nudity as part of a physical regimen that brought him close to nature and to the mysteries of the universe. Pliny could therefore write this way about Ethiopia. Sitting in his chariot read Isaiah the prophet, Philip converts him to Christianity. This Queen Candace is not to be confused with the one supposedly encountered by Alexander the Great more than 3 centuries earlier in the story to be dealt with below, although there was perhaps some confusion between them on the part of the ancient authors. 50 lost tribes and promised lands. It is known that many of the inhabitants are more than 7 feet 6 inches high, never spit, do not suffer from headache or toothache or pain in the eyes, and very rarely have a pain in any other part of the body, so hardy are they made by the temperate heat of the sun, and that the sages of their race, whom they call gymnosophists, stay standing from sunrise to sunset, gazing at the sun with eyes unmoving, and continue all day long standing first on one foot, then on the other in the glowing sand. But the warmest tribute in all antiquity to the gymnosophists, and to the Ethiopians, came in the form of a novel written in Greek in the 2nd or 3rd century CE by a man who possibly was both. Unfortunately we shall never know for sure, since all we have on the author of the Ethiopica is what he tells us in a postscript, that he is a Phoenician of Emesa, of the race of the son of Theodosius, Peleodorus. Despite his Levantine home and national designation, his reference to a solar lineage, even his name Heliodorus, probably a pseudonym, means child of the sun, suggests blackness of skin and an allegiance to gymnosophy, like that more celebrated Hellenistic romance, Daphnis and Chloe. The Ethiopica describes the endless trials of a pair of beautiful young lovers, but unlike that book, which contains a noticeable bias in favor of what today might be called the Nordic ideal of beauty, it is also a treatise on the virtues of a more southern type. Indeed, in a sense, the book is a defense of the South itself, of the mysterious, sun-scorched regions from which black men and women come. In the story, Theogenes, the young hero, is a pure Greek and a descendant of Achilles, but his beloved Chariclea turns out to be something else again. At first, she and the reader both believe her to be Greek, as do Theogenes and almost everyone else. She enters as a votary of Artemis who carries a quiver of arrows on her back and wears a laurel on her head. But slowly, as the two lovers follow a vexed odyssey from the Thessalian north, through the heartlands of Greece and then of Egypt across the water, southward to Ethiopia itself, the truth about Chariclea emerges. She is an Ethiopian princess. This proves to be no problem, however. Rather, it is the wisdom of Ethiopia, represented by the gymnosophists, that enables the couple to cut through a final set of moral difficulties and have a royal wedding. The South emerges as a shrine of wisdom, nobility, and beauty equal to any in the Hellenic North. But what about color? The author handles it gingerly and, in the end, evades the issue. Chariclea, who is of such inexpressible beauty as be supposed divine, apparently has a somewhat exotic appearance. She is white. On the other hand, her royal parents, King Hydaspes and Priester John, or the noble Ethiopian 51 Queen Persina, turn out to be the normal color of Ethiopians. How had all this come about? Here is Queen Persina's explanation to her daughter. When I brought you to birth I found you white, a complexion alien to the native Ethiopian tint. I knew the reason for this. When I consorted with my husband I was looking at the picture which represented Andromeda just as Perseus had brought her down from the rock, and my offspring unhappily took on the complexion of that body. Perhaps in that moment Persina had been wondering why so white a heroine of Greek mythology as Andromeda had become associated with Ethiopia in the first place. In any case, the Greek power of whiteness had triumphed once again, and Queen Persina had known she would have a hard time explaining the situation to her husband. How could we two Bodhi Ethiopians produce a white child, he asks at the end, when he has been presented with his long-lost daughter. Queen Persina had dealt with the problem by turning over her infant daughter to a Delphic priest and telling her husband that the child had died. For the rest, there are occasional, somewhat furtive mentions of the color of individual Ethiopians in the book, but in the final scene of reconciliation the blinding glow of the sun covers all complexions with the same radiance. For, as the Delphic priest tells the Ethiopians, who worship the very orb that has burned them black, Apollo is your own ancestral deity, being identical with the sun. What better symbol could be offered for the ultimate kinship of blonde and black? A similarly blanched vision of the noble Ethiopian is presented in another Greek novel of a century or two later, The Romance of Alexander the Great, by the Pseudo-Galisthenes. Among the adventures attributed to its hero in this major source book for the Alexander legends of the Middle Ages are a philosophical encounter with the gymnosophists of India and a vaguely erotic encounter with Queen Gondis of Ethiopia. The dialogue with the gymnosophists ends in a victory for the Indian wisdom over the Greek. The encounter with Queen Gondis, a small novel in itself, is as much a brief for the virtues of Ethiopia as Heliodorus' novel was. When Alexander travels through its countryside to meet the queen, he sees marvels suggestive of the later realms of Prester John. Crystal-bearing mountains which reached as high as the clouds of heaven, and deep caves with rocky descents, which an Ethiopian prince describes as the dwelling place of the gods. When Gondis first appears to Alexander, she is dazzling in her royal crown, revealing her very great height and her godly face. The great height is a standard element in the descriptions of the Ethiopian in antiquity. The godly face is also not new. 52 lost tribes and promised lands. But here the author stops short of color with a Heliodorian evasiveness. In fact, color is mentioned only once in the entire story. In a letter written to the Macedonian before he and she have met, the queen warns, and do not be mistaken about our color. For in our souls we are lighter than the white men amongst you. The implication is that whiteness is the best color for the soul, at least. As for the skin, one can have a burned face and still be beautiful, but it seems preferable to try not to notice the complexion at all. With this the line of Prester John's early Ethiopian ancestry fades away in a haze of Hellenistic imagery and romance. Little more is to be seen of the noble Ethiopian until his revival in the 12th century, but except for the addition of medieval Jewish and Christian elements providing new dimensions of exaltation, his essential outlines were to be barely altered from antiquity. The pallid portraits painted by Heliodorus and the Pseudo-Callisthenes were a long way from the handsome black warriors of Herodotus, but they were perhaps the best that could be expected from an age in which color probably was becoming a serious problem. These Hellenistic romancers preserved the ideal of the noble Ethiopian against an advancing wave of color prejudice by emphasizing every one of his traits but blackness. The result was a view of him that was to be revived in the era of Prester John. He was black, to be sure, but somehow his color was invisible. As in the Catalan Atlas. His feet we off the edge of the map of the Christian consciousness. So also was his Jewish ancestry invisible, buried deep in legend. Prester John was a symbol of racial and religious toleration within Christianity's complex heritage, but ultimately he would not be able to withstand the assault of a new outburst of prejudice directed against both the Eastern and the Southern components of his identity. Even in his simpler Platonistic form, the noble Ethiopian had proved unable to withstand the challenge of a demonic black image coming up from farther south. So much the more vulnerable, then, would the complex figure of Prester John be, in an era when Christian fanaticism against the Jew came together with a loathing for the waves of black captives that began rolling off those very Portuguese ships that had gone searching for Prester in the first place. The ancient image of the noble Ethiopian was to leave its traces upon the memory, but, for the moment at least, it is Petronius, and worse, who become our authors once again. 4. The GUI, Tivade. If the Portuguese sea route to Prester and the treasures of the Indies proved to be long, the insolations of the Guinea trade were, meanwhile, to be found on the way. This was something well known to Portugal's Carthaginian forebears, of whom Herodotus wrote. There is a country in Libya that is, Africa, and a nation beyond the pillars of Heracles, which they are wont to visit, where they no sooner arrive but forthwith they unlade their wares, and, having disposed them after an orderly fashion along the beach, leave them, and, returning aboard their ships, raise a great smoke. The natives, when they see the smoke, come down to the shore and, laying out to so much gold as they think the worth of the wares, withdraw to a distance. The Carthaginians upon this come ashore and look. If they think the gold enough, they take it and go their way, but if it does not seem to them sufficient, they go aboard ship once more, and wait patiently. Then the others approach and add to their gold, till the Carthaginians are content. Neither party deals unfairly with the other, for they themselves never touch the gold till it comes up to the worth of their goods, nor do the natives carry off the goods till the gold is taken away. 54 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Tlias seems almost idyllic at first sight, but the lack of personal contact between the natives and the foreign traders is strange, even ominous. We have a sense here of the age's impenetrability of sub-Saharan Africa, and of a fear on the part of the Carthaginians that could in the end, beneath the pleasant glitter of gold, prove as destructive as the unabashed will to conquer. We get a much more explicit picture of the fear in another Greek narrative from the same period, translated or adapted from a Carthaginian original, which describes the voyage of King Hanno far down the western coast of Africa. Sailing into hitherto unknown regions, Hanno and his men began encountering barbarous Ethiopians in a country full of savage beasts, who threw stones at them or simply ran away at their arrival. Crossing the mouth of a great river full of hippopotamuses and crocodiles, they came to a place where at night they could see fires herring up on all sides at irregular intervals. Farther on, they came to an island where they saw nothing but forest and at night many fires being kindled, and heard the noise of pipes, cymbals, and drums, and the shouts of a great crowd. We were seized with fear, and the interpreters advised us to leave the island. Sailing away quickly, they coasted along a region with a fragrant smell of burning timber, from which streams of fire plunged into the sea. We could not approach the land because of the heat. Once again they departed hastily, and in some fear. They continued seeing fires all about, and eventual of one that towered above the others and appeared to touch the stars. This was the highest mountain which we saw, and was called the chariot of the gods. At length they seemed to have reached the nethermost circle of this inferno. Following rivers of fire for 3 days we came to a gulf called the Southern Horn. In this gulf was an island like the one last mentioned, with a lake in which was another island. This was full of savages, by far. The greater number were women with he bodies, called by our intact reti or scarillas. We gave chase to the men but could not catch any, for they climbed up steep rocks and pelted us with stones. How we captured 3 women who bit and scratched their captors. We killed and flayed them and brought their skins back to Carthage. The geographical mysteries of this narrative are insoluble, but the descent into bestiality more so on the part of the intruders than on that of the natives is as clearly plotted as on any map. In the Middle Ages, the Sahara served the Arabs of North Africa as the Western Ocean had served the Carthaginians, and the tradition of a flourishing trade with Guinea from the north was thereby continued. The main channel for the overland route was through the Atlas Mountains, at Sigil Massa, alongside which the inscription on the Catalan map reads, Tliruf this pass go the merchants who enter into the land of the Guinea trade 55. Blacks of Guinea. The trade was a sourie of prosperity for Muslim merchants on the Barbary Eost, for Jewish merchants at Sigil Massa, and even for the Ch. Christian merchants on the Iberian Peninsula who were the eventual recipients of some of its benefits, which included not only gold, but ivory, Malagueta pepper, and slaves. Slaves may not yet have been part of the Guinea trade when the Carthaginians passed it on to their successors, we do not know. But it is certain that slaves were among the commodities being obtained by the Arabs in Guinea by the time Portuguese ships began to outflank them. There in the 15th century, indeed, it is possible to say that Negro slavery in the modern Western world is an Arab legacy. For though chattel slavery had continued to exist in the Christian countries of the Mediterranean, as in the Arab countries there, right down to Prince Henry's time and long after it had vanished in northern Europe, black slavery had declined in them after the Roman period and was to be found only in the Muslim world until about the 13th century. From then on, small numbers of black slaves began appearing in Christian Iberia as a direct result of the Moorish Prisne on the peninsula. This does not mean that the slaves of medieval Islam had only been black. They were of many complexions and from a wide variety of countries, as in Greco-Roman antiquity. But sine the days of the Persian Empire at least, the Middle East had always had an especially large number of blacks among its slaves, and the Arabs had inherited this tradition. By the 8th century, the image of the Negro in the Arab imagination was mainly that of a slave. Yahya of Basra, an Arab writer of that epoch who was perhaps partly Negro himself, defended blacks against accusations of low intelligence by saying that most Arabs knew them only as slaves. Proper conditions for making such a judgment did not exist. His native Basra, in Iraq, being the scene of the greatest slave revolt of the Middle Ages in 869, and virtually all of the hundreds of rebels were black. One of the Arable words for slave, abd, eventually being fixed as a specific term for a black slave, and in some dialects it aimed to be used as the term for blacks in general. Some Arab authors found sanction for the advancement of black slavery in Noah's outburst against his son Ham, when he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." This only singles out one of Ham's sons, but many Arabs and later, many Christians, too held that it condemned all of them to slavery. Indeed, one Arab tradition maintained that blackness itself had been inflicted upon Ham's descendants by a years from Noah, either this one, or another to be found between the lines. With the gradual emergence of the notion that the slave status typified the Negro, there also developed among Arabs a vehement anti-black $6 lost tribes and promised lands prejudice. Not that all Arab color prejudice was directed against blacks. Pale-skinned northerners like Petronius' chalky-faced Gauls also were considered to have fallen short, in flesh and spirit, of the Mediterranean olive ideal of beauty. Said al-Andalusi, the Spaniard, an 11th century writer of Toledo, observed that the cold northern climate was what made peoples like the Slavs and the Bulgars two other prominent sources of chattel slaves in both Christendom and Islam, hence the derivation of our word slave, pale of color, lank-haired, fat, coarse-humored, and stupid. But on the other hand, according to Said, it was the excessive heat of the sun that had blackened the skin of the southern peoples, made their hair woolly, and so roasted their spirits that they lack self-control and steadiness of mind and are overcome by fickleness, foolishness and ignorance. In the long run, this latter prejudice was the stronger, no doubt partly because light skins more easily became invisible in Arab society after a generation or two than black skins. Arab literature has many examples of an anti-Negro prejudice that apparently was taken for granted, but none are more vivid than those found in the Arabian Nights, which abounds with images of boorish and lustful blacks that could have come out of an American slaveholder's nightmares. In the story of King Shahryar and his brother, the king spies on his wife having a secret liaison that is described, in Richard Burton's English, like this. The queen, who was left alone, presently cried out in a loud voice, "Hear to me, O my lord Said," and then sprang with a drop leap from one of the trees a big slobbering black chamois, with rolling eyes which showed the whites, a truly hideous sight. He walked boldly up to her and threw his arms round her neck while she embraced him as wanly, then he bust her and winding his legs round hers, as a button loop clasps a button, he threw her and enjoyed her. The very long frontier between the Muslim world and Black Africa was surely one of the reasons why so many of the Arab slaves came from there, but, on the other hand, this did not seem to lead to much acquaintance with blacks in their own habitat. Only a few hard Arab travelers made their way across desert and grassland into the hot, obnoxious tropics. The celebrated 10th century traveler from Baghdad, Ibn Hawqal, visited the Negro Empire of Ghana, and manifested what seems to be a typical attitude when he wrote, "I have not described the country of the African blacks and other peoples of the torrid zone, because naturally loving wisdom, ingenuity, religion, justice, and regular government, how the Guinea trade 57. Could I notice such people as these, or magnify them by inserting an shunt of their countries?" But he ought to have opened his eyes more to what perhaps would have been a wholly different experience of Negroes from the one he was familiar with. This, at any rate, was what was discovered some 400 years later by the greatest of Arab travelers, Ibn Battuta, when he went to West Africa. At first he was disgusted at the sight of a people he had known only as slaves behaving as masters in their own country. But in time, this was precisely what he learned to respect. Then he could write, "The Negroes possess some admirable qualities. They are seldom unjust, and have a greater abhorrence of injustice than any other people. There is complete security in their county. Neither traveler nor inhabitant in it has anything to fear from robbers or men of violence. They do not confiscate the property of any white man who dies in their country, even if it be untold wealth. On the contrary, they give it into the charge of some trustworthy person among the whites, until the rightful heir takes possession of it." Ibn Battuta also admired the punctilious observance of the Quran that he saw among them, for he was in Muslim country. Indeed, his visit had taken place not long after the reign of the great black Muslim king, Musa Musa of Mali. The whole atmosphere seems redolent of a Western Muslim version of the realm of Prester John. But Guinea never was to be a promised land, either for Arab or for European. For the outsider it was always rather a vast circumference, rimmed by desert and by sea, out of which highly valued commodities came, but within which was a darkness that was either unappealing, forbidding, or terrifying. Nor was there ever any need to penetrate it, since the Blakes of West Africa were always the most cooperative /e of trad. ERS. Whether with Arabs from across the desert or with Carthaginians and, later, Portuguese from across the sea. These factors, along with the formidable military prowess of the blacks, and the relative indifference of the early Portuguese to the inquest of continents, were what spared Black Africa the fate of the Canaries and of the Americas until the 19th century. But they also helped to seal the fate of the slaves brought out of Guinea, first by Arab caravans and then by Portuguese ships. For even the Canarians, whom Jean de Bethencourt had sometimes slaughtered but refused to sell into slavery, were a people in its land to be treated as such for el-Etter or for worse, but the Kainia slaves were mere commodities. 58 lost tribes and promised lands. Making men into commodities was, among other things, a convenient way of dealing with one's fear of them, of reducing and containing the awesome primitive powers of the wild men and women encountered by Hanno's men, or of the potent black Camoer described by the Arabian Nights narrator. A good picture of the beginning of the Portuguese historic encounter with the frightening black men of the south is provided by Prince Henry's chronicler, Gomes Eanes de Herrera, in his description of a significant moment in the Portuguese conquest of Ceuta. Standing among the defenders of the city gate, he writes, was one Moor who was very tall and of a most threatening complexion, all naked, who used no other weapon than stones, but each of the stones that he threw seemed to be hurled by a catapult or a cannon, such was the strength of his arm. And when the Moors were thrust back against the gate of the city, he turned back to the Christians, stooped himself and threw a stone which struck Vasco Martins de Albergaria and carried away the visor of his casque. What sort of Moor was this rude giant, so different from the ordinary run of Berbers and Arabs at Ceuta? We learn more in the next sentence. The aspect of this Mer was such as to inspire terror, since all his body was black as a crow, and he had very long and white teeth, and his lips, which were fleshy, were turned back. As it turned out, terror could not daunt the sturdy Vasco Martins, who, despite the violence of the blow received, did not lose countenance and did not fail to pay the Mer for his labor. The latter had barely time to turn around when the lance of the Portuguese pierced him through. So soon as the Mer fell lifeless, all the others were taken with panic and rushed towards the gate to take refuge in the city, and the Christians with them. The first invasion of Africa by the Portuguese emerges here as their first assault on Black Africa as well, but not all of them were to be so hardy. In a sense, this black's appearance at the entrance to Ceuta was like a revelation of the more southern aspect that had always been present in the identity of the Moor. The very name by which Spanish Christians had always designated the Muslims of the peninsula Moros, meaning men of Mauritania, which was the Roman name for the region corresponding to present-day Morocco, came from an old Greek word meaning black. The Iberians were now to specify Mos Negros for the black men farther south, or just Negroes, thereby providing the English language with yet another racial term, although, right down through Shakespeare's time, the word the Guinea trade 59. As Vasco Martins de Albergaria, in the end, it was easier to slip chains onto the giant than to do battle with him. The assault on the blacks now being begun by Portugal and Spain was, in one sense, just a part of the burgeoning vengefulness upon the entire legacy of those civilizations that had once overrun the peninsula from the south and ultimately the east, but in another, the outcome of attitudes inherited from it. Whatever had been feared or loathed in medieval Spain, by Christian and Muslim alike, had come up from the deep south, such as the harsh, uncivilized religious fanaticism of the Almoravid and Almohade Berber invaders in the 11th and 12th centuries. The southward thrust that the Portuguese were now undertaking was the beginning of a voyage into the terrifying dark recesses of the Iberian collective unconscious. The farther south their ships took them in the search for an eastward passage, the more the benign black image of Prester John became obscured under the frightening and then contemptible ones of the Moor at Ceuta and the Guinea slave. But there was substantial compensation for this in the gold and other worthy products obtained, and in the glory of the unique, southward directed crusade that Portugal could claim as her own God-given mission. Prince Henry's ships finally rounded the dreaded Cape Bohader in 1434. It is conceivable that Master Jacome of Majorca was still alive to witness this triumph of the old spirit of geographical adventure for virtually its own sake, but his was a dying generation, and a new mood of rapaciousness and cruelty now went along on those bold ships as well. By the next decade, the Portuguese captains were coming back from their voyages south of Bohader carrying not only gold, but slaves, acquired either by trade with coastal chieftains or by direct forays on the part of the sailors, who kidnapped any innocent people they could find along the shores where they landed. Oddly enough, it was the slave trade that the Portuguese proudly proclaimed to the world. Gold was something about which they preferred to keep quiet. Portugal was still struggling with the ghost of illegitimacy, and an open quest for gold on her part would have raised it again. Slaving expeditions, on the other hand, could be depicted as campaigns against the Moors, a continuation of the glories of Ceuta. The captives were being brought out from pagan darkness into the light of Christianity. The chronicler's Herrera writes in his history of the discovery of Guinea how his patron Prince Henry at one point, watching yet Moor was to serve often enough by itself as a synonym for black Comoer or Negro. It is significant, however, that none of these terms produced by the southern thrust of Portuguese conquest and enslaving ever achieved the lofty status in English of the word Ethiopian, which has always tended to be a genteel designation, rather abstract and sometimes faintly absurd in the American democratic vocabulary, much like Hebrew or Israelite for a Jew. 6. Lost tribes and promised lands. Another consignment of slaves from Africa, reflected with great pleasure upon the salvation of those souls that before were lost. Herrera then enthusiastically adds these observations of his own. And certainly his expectation was not in vain, for, as we have said before, As soon as they understood our language they turned Christians with very little ado, and I who put together this history into this volume, saw in the town of Lagos in Portugal boys and girls, the children and grandchildren of those first captives, born in this land, as good and true Christians as if they had directly descended, from the beginning of the dispensation of Christ, from those who were first baptized. Zurera tells us nothing of the juridical condition of these fortunate offspring, but he makes clear enough his view that, at least as far as Africans are concerned, the condition of the body is as nothing to that of the soul. This view evidently was good enough for the Church. In 1442, Prince Henry received from Poii Eusenius IV a letter that was to be the first in a series of commendations from Rome for his campaigns against the Moors, that is, for his slaving expeditions. In a series of papal bulls in the 1450s, Portugal was given full license not only to make war against the infidel and capture slaves in the newly discovered regions of Africa, but to enter fully into trade relations there. This really meant gold for the Portuguese. Of course, the slave trade was not to be truly profitable until the colonization of the New World in the next century. In the meantime, Portugal's fateful entry into the black slave trade, hitherto virtually a Muslim monopoly, was merely a stratagem that had worked. The West African was in truth being crucified on a cross of gold. For, if this was crusade, as it pretended to be, then how the mighty had fallen. Zurera rarely describes a conquest of which a man, not to mention a holy warrior, could really be proud. When the victims are obtained by capture rather than trade, they seem usually to be unsuspecting villagers sitting at home or around their campfires, women and children carrying jugs down to wells, the aged and the infant left behind when the other inhabitants have fled, or the like. At times our historian even seems a bit embarrassed when telling some of the tales of conquest his doughty crusaders have brought home for him to transcribe. A vivid example of such dubious valor is given when one Stephen Alfonso, stalking woods near the coast with several companions, comes upon a Cuinia, as the blacks were then being called by the Portuguese, chopping wood outside his home and unaware of the danger behind him. Stephen Alfonso began to move forward, and what with the careful guard that he kept in stepping quietly, and the intent the Guinea trade 6L. Ness with which the Guinea Lal, or let Lee's work, the Guinea never perceived the approach of Lee's enemy until the latter leaped upon him. And I say leaped, since Stephen Alfonso was of small frame and slender, while the Guinea was of quite different build, and so the Portuguese seized him lustily by the hair, so that when the Guinea raised himself erect, Stephen Alfonso remained hanging in the air with his feet off the ground. The Guinea was a brave and powerful man, and he thought it a reproach that he should thus be subjected by so small a thing. Also he wondered within himself what this thing could be, but though he struggled very hard, he was never able to free himself, and so strongly had his enemy entwined himself in his hair, that the efforts of those TWX men could be compared to nothing else than a rash and fearless hound who has fixed on the ear of some mighty bull. In the ensuing action, the Guinea goes on behaving in the noble wave that has clearly appealed to the touch of poetry in Zurera's imaginati. On. The two other Portuguese who had been with Stephen Alfonso at this encounter come forth to help him at last, but the Negro shakes them off and runs into the woods. Rather than fleeing, however, he picks up a spear and attacks the lone Portuguese who had remained back at the small boat in which all four had landed. The latter is saved on BV the arrival of the three original assailants, who fight off the Negro and a companion who then comes to his aid. The two blacks are forced back into the woods, and the four Portuguese waste no time about pushing off in the boat and heading back to their ship. There are glimmers of conscience in Zurera, who is otherwise a kept historian, in moments such as these, but conscience was not rife among the Portuguese in relation to Black Africa, where they were to remain. Stephen Alfonso's in that epoch, leaping onto the backs of men or onto women on their backs, paying virtually no price in responsibility at all. Perhaps a man like Zurera would have achieved a better moral insight if he had just once gone along in the ships to Africa and seen a people in its land. Instead, all that he saw with his own eyes was the wretched refuse of a ravaged African shore, about which he could ruminate on with the utmost moral indecisiveness. On the next day, which was the 8th of the month of August, 1443, very early in the morning, by reason of the heat, the seamen began to make ready their boats, and to take out those captives, and carry them on shore, as they were commanded. And these, placed all together in that field, were a marvelous sight, for amongst them were some white enough, fair to look upon, and well proportioned, others were less white like Malot 62 lost tribes and promised lands. Toes, others again were as black as Ethiopies, and so ugly, both in features and in body, as almost to appear, to those who saw them, the images of a lower hemisphere. But what heart could be so hard as not to be pierced with piteous feeling to see that company? For some kept their heads low and their faces bathed in tears, looking one upon the other, others stood groaning very dolorously, looking up to the height of heaven, fixing their eyes upon it, crying out loudly, as if asking help of the Father of nature. Others struck their faces with the palms of their hands, throwing themselves at full length upon the ground. Others made their lamentations in the manner of a dirge, after the custom of their country. And though we could not understand the words of their language, the sound of it right well accorded with the measure of their sadness. But to increase their sufferings still more, there now arrived those who had charge of the division of the captives, and who began to separate one from another, in order to make an equal partition of the fifths, and then it was needful to part fathers from sons, husbands from wives, brothers from brothers. No respect was shown either to friends or relations, but each fell where his lot took him. Though the ambivalent Zurara never questions the rightness of this traffic, he does often interrupt his narrative with prayers for the well-being of the unfortunate captives, protesting that they too are of the generation of the sons of Adam. Not all his contemporaries were to agree even with this claim, and certainly one can see, beyond the limits of Zurara's protestations of human sympathy, something like time modern racism, the notion of a tainted people beginning to assert itself. At one point in his narrative, he has to find justification for the fact that the Portuguese have ransomed a light-skinned Muslim nobleman they had captured for 5 or 6 black Moors, a patent violation of the theory that slaving was part of an anti-Muslim crusade, and he writes, "You must note that these blacks were Moors like the others, but were their slaves, in accordance with ancient custom, which I believe to have been because of the curse which, after the deluge, Noah laid upon his son Cain, cursing him in this way, that his race should be subject to all the other races of the world." In other words, the Portuguese are honoring Muslim custom when they choose to enslave blacks and knob whites. But this unwanted show of respect for the customs of the infidel cannot be taken seriously, and is an obvious disguise for something else. From the Wars of the Reconquista, the Guinea Trade 63. Wriggle down through the slave consignment of August 8, 1443, that Zurara has described above, Iberian Christians had been as willing to enslave white Moors as the latter had been to enslave them. But by the time Zurara was writing his narrative in the 1460s, Portuguese slavers evidently had decided, as Arab slavers had before them, that they preferred trading in blacks. This was better for the good relations Portugal often sought with the Moorish kingdoms of North Africa, and it was also an easier trade, since black chieftains often were notoriously willing to trade off their prisoners of war to foreign slavers. An even more compelling reason, no doubt, was the fact that a black was a commodity that could not be lost in a crowd. Wherever he went, he was betrayed as a slave by his indelible trademark, his mark of Cain, and Zurara was not the only Christian writer to confuse or identify Canaan with Adam's accursed son. For the religious justification of black slavery that is here attributed to the Muslims by Zurara is really being sanctioned by him, as is the practice itself. From now on, Noah's curse will serve as a standard excuse for black slavery among Europeans as well. Yet as an apparently conscienceless Portugal thus stumbles into a new and doleful epoch of man's inhumanity to man, we do hear one voice emanating from Prince Henry's ships to urge the view that Ibn Battuta had presented in the preceding century, that of the dignity Why of black men and women living as a people in their land? But it was, significantly, the voice of an Italian, not a Portuguese. Alves de Cadamostos *AC counts of his experiences with the blacks of coastal West Africa while voyaging under Prince Henry's banner, written in a spirit of Florentine humanism and wit, display the attitudes of a later, more liberal era. For example, there is a long dialogue between himself and a black Muslim ruler in the Senegal named Badamal, about the comparative virtues of Christianity and Islam. This provides an opportunity for some ironies about European civilization of the sort that Boccaccio had found in his view of the Canarians. Badamal concedes that Christianity must be good, since God had given its adherents so many worldly advantages. His people, on the other hand, had been given nothing but just laws, and, unfortunately, Cadamostos' general veracity has often been questioned, in his own time as well as Ly scholars of subsequent generations. His story certainly is a remarkable one. A young man in his 20s with little experience as a navigator, he visited Prince Henry while traveling in Portugal, he tells us, in a narrative published after Prince Henry's death, and persuaded the latter to give him permission to command a ship on a voyage to Africa. He also claims to have discovered the Cape Verde Islands on this voyage, and this has been found to be patently untrue. Furthermore, even if we grant that there is a core of personal experience in his account, much of it has clearly been fleshed out by information coming from more than one source besides himself. Yet all this is largely beside the point, for Cadamosto clearly has seen blacks on their home soil, and the important thing for us is not so much the details he gives in his account of them as the attitudes he expresses. 64 Lost Tribes in Promised Lands. He considered it reasonable Cadamosto writes, that they would be better able to gain salvation than we Christians, for God was a just Lord, who had granted us in this world many benefits, but to the Negroes, in comparison with us, almost nothing, since he had not given them paradise here, he would give it to them hereafter. Even more than in matters of religion, Cadamosto in matters of race is always ready to stand conventional attitudes on their head. He shows the Black King of Mali speaking of blacks farther south with a contempt strikingly like that of Europeans speaking of him to the people of Mali. The appearance of the people south of the Senegal is terrifying. But Cadamosto sees the matter quite differently. It appears to me a marvelous thing, he writes, that beyond the river Senegal all men are very black, tall and big, their bodies well formed, and the whole country green, full of trees, and fertile, while on this side, the men are brownish, small, lean, ill-nourished, and small in stature, the country sterile and arid. Black is beautiful. L for Cadamosto, who also perceives that white can be as mystifying to some as black is to others. At a marketplace in a Senegalese village, he observes, these Negroes, men and women, crowded to see me as though I were a marvel. It seemed to be a new experience to them to see Christians, whom they had not previously seen. They marveled no less at my clothing than at my white skin. Some touched my hands and limbs, and rubbed me with their spittle to discover whether my whiteness was dye or flesh. Finding that it was flesh, they were astounded. This white-stained flesh not only was strange, it also could be terrifying. Farther south, the Negroes of Gambia tell Cadamosto they finally believed that we Christians ate human flesh, and that we only bought Negroes to eat them. In a sense, of course, the Gambians were quite right. Could any of the white men's horror stories of black anthropophagi and remote comers of the world match the black man's grim experience of being devoured alive by Christian ships? These were ironies worthy of being reflected upon by humane men in that epoch, but Cadamosto's writings did not achieve much popularity outside of Italy. 5. Jews and New C/Eucharistians. Z/Urera's observations on the Negro have brought us into the presence of a true racist outlook, but they are not the first on record to display it in 15th century Iberia, nor was the Negro the first to feel its scorn. There can be no doubt that the growing black priests NCE contribution to the racial tinge that group attitudes now were beginning to assume, but racism, in its most characteristic form, is an attitude generated not at a distance but within a given social framework, which ripens in the relationship between one group and another living side by side. Black Africans were only relative newcomers to such a relationship with Christians on the Iberian Peninsula. The growing revulsion on the part of the latter from the southern component of their own identity found its first racist manifestations toward the Moors and the Jews in their midst, who had come up from Africa centuries before and had steadily infiltrated the life of the peninsula. In particular, as the notion of taint that had hitherto attached to religious doctrines considered unclean began to attach to whole peoples and their bloodlines, the new racism was above all directed at that group whose religion had provoked the most superstitious fear in the past and who had achieved the greatest degree of infiltration into the general societe. Its first victims were Jews, or rather, those most insidious of all infiltrators and bearers of 66 lost tribes and promised lands. Tainted doctrines, the peculiar offspring of Jewish history in Spain known as the New Christians. There had always been isolated converts from Judaism to Christianity in Spain, of course, but the sudden appearance of a large class of such converts dates only from the riots of 1391. The mass conversions had, by and large, only replaced a religious problem with a social one, leaving behind them whole communities that were now Christian in name but still Jewish in ethnic identity. The situation was highly ambiguous for the New Christians, suspended in a moral space between the rump of Spanish Judaism that had survived the riots on the one hand, and the church into which they had been thrust and from which any relapse would be heresy on the other. It is well known to posterity that a substantial portion of them went on practicing Judaism in secret, holding Sabbath services and Jewish weddings in their shuttered homes, while carrying on a public display of participation in Sunday Mass, church weddings, and baptisms all their lives. These people in particular provoked the opprobrious epithet that often was used against all new Christians, marranos, apparently an ironic application of a Spanish word meaning swine. Many of the converts who thus remained secretly loyal to the ancestral faith no doubt believed that a time might soon arrive when they could openly return to it with impunity. There were precedents for this in Christian Europe, and in Spain in particular, provided by tolerant monarchs resolved to allow it and to protect the recidivists from the wrath of the Church. Besides, the Church itself had mixed feelings about conversions achieved by force rather than persuasion. As time wore on, however, and generation succeeded generation, Marrano hope of reconversion took on a more messianic character, indeed, became a new metaphor of the Jewish condition in general, or else finally rested upon the will and the strength to emigrate to some country in which the long-awaited fulfillment would at last be possible. This, too, became a search for promised lands. But such a secret Judaism was by no means a trait of the entire class of converts. On the contrary, many of them meant to be perfectly sincere in their new faith. The Judaism of Spain had not been so firmly shored up in its orthodoxy as that of Northern Europe. In one respect it had simply become over-civilized, and unable to withstand the lure of the comfort that comes with submission to the majority, but it also had never been particularly well equipped to deal with the challenge of Christian EU. The Talmud, that mighty fortress of Jewish traditionalism, never achieved in Spain the kind of overwhelming authority it had readily found among Ashkenazic Jews. Spanish rabbis relied as much upon philosophical argument as upon Talmudic exegesis for validation of the fightly in the Jews and New Christians 67. Philosophy-drenched culture of Muslim Spain, this approach had posed few problems of religious identity. It was a situation in which a conservative majority faith and a conservative minority one went from strength to strength in a perennial, often mutually respectful, exchange over the eternal truths of grammar, metaphysics, and law. But the dynamic Christianity of the late Middle Ages was an entirely different matter. It not only mounted an unrelenting assault upon Jewish resistance to the message of universal salvation, but also challenged Judaism on its most susceptible front, that of the Messianic question. The Messianic component of Judaism has been less prominent in recent times. But for most Jews in the Middle Ages, it was the main issue, the redemption that had been anticipated from almost the very moment of destruction and dispersion in antiquity, and that was the principal justification for having kept the faith since then, was the object of an excitement that was never far beneath the surface. In Spain in particular, messianic excitement had reached new heights since the beginning of the Reconquista, and calculations were rife foretelling the imminent date of the Redeemer's arrival. Messianic inebriation made resistance difficult to a proselytizing Christianity that proclaimed the Redeemer to have arrived already, and medieval Spain saw some dramatic Jewish conversions to Christianity. By 1391, many Spanish Jews found Christianity at least as attractive a creed as the one into which they had been born, and needed nothing more than the external shove the riots provided to send them through the barriers of blood loyalty into an embrace with the religion of European civilization. Even for many of those whose confessional loyalty had survived the riots, the ambivalence remained. Disaster had served only to raise messianic excitement to a pitch of hysteria, and the impulse spread to give up the ghost of millennial Jewish resistance. The situation was recognized by a newly zealous Spanish Christianity, and a whole class of preachers had arisen even before 1391 to dedicate themselves to the conversion of the Jews. Fray Vicente Ferrer, the foremost of these, became a legendary figure about whom stories of miraculous feats of proselytization were told. One such story tells of how he walked boldly into a synagogue in Salamanca on a Saturday in 1411, holding a cross aloft before the astonished congregation, and began to preach. In a few moments, according to a pious 17th century chronicler, crosses began to appear on the garments of the congregants, and the Jews, perceiving such a great marvel, sought out the baptismal font and, wanting to become Christians, were converted, many of them taking the name Vicente in honor of the saint. We need not take the store, literally to perceive that some kind of genuine mass phenomenon was involved. There were many converts, 68 lost tribes and promised lands. Zions at this time, although persuasion was abetted by legal coercion. In 1412, a new set of discriminatory laws against Jews was promulgated in Botley, Aragon and Castile, at Vicente Ferrer's instigation. Another significant turning point was reached the very next year, 1413, when Pope Benedict XIII, an Aragonese by birth, decided to see if he could settle religious scores in his homeland by calling for a public disputation there between rabbis and priests. An important element in Benedict's strategy was a convert from Judaism named Joshua Yalorki, who, after his apostasy, wrote the 16th century Sephardic historian Solomon ibn Verga, went among the Gentiles calling himself Geronimo de Santa Fe and speaking insultingly of his origins. The Pope asked him to bring together the wise men of Israel, so he could prove to them that the Messiah had already come, and that it was Jesus, and that this was proven by the Talmud. Halorki was well versed in rabbinical literature, and during the disputation, which was held at the Catalonian city of Tortosa, he was able to score some telling points. For example, he invoked a Talmudic tradition to the effect that the Messiah had been born at around the time of the destruction of the Second Temple, which is to say, roughly in the era of Jesus. The Jewish disputants could not deny this tradition, but in order to avoid the implication here in favor of Jesus, they argued for the possibility that the Messiah, though he had not /et found the right moment to make his appearance, could now be some 1400 years old. Many a Jew of Spain must have pondered that replace / and wondered whether such grounds for denying Christian claims were adequate to sustain him against all the woes he was suffering in the name of such a denial. In the months following the close of the disputation, according to the leading modern historian of Spanish Jews appeared in Tortosa, single, at first and then in groups, and declared that after listening to the feeble arguments of their rabbis the / had decided to become Christians. Outliers among Tliam communal leaders were baptized in their own localities. In 1414 there was another wave of pogroms and forced conversions, but perhaps many of the victims now shared the feelings of a prominent apostate of Toledo, Master Juan the Elder, who had written of the events of 1391 that, until that year the Messiah came to us by force, and we were brought into the fold of the whole Catholic Church, for on the day when a man's understanding comes to full maturity, on the self-same day, the Messiah comes to him. But in that generation of mass conversions, and even more so in the subsequent generations of the 15th century, the portrait of the new Christians does not resolve itself simplistically into a division between the sincere, sometimes zealous Catholic on the one hand and the unrelenting Sesha Jew on the other. The picture is above all characterized BV Jews and New Christians 69. AML, Igiaity, L. Y a Christianity that often remained confused and instinctively unorthodox even amidst ancients' strivings for conformity, and a residual Judaism in some respects a racial feeling, in the spirit of the times that became more and more tenuous. In the face of strong efforts to maintain it, many new Christians probably did not know exactly what they were, at least so far as conventional doctrines were concerned. In some cases, this complexity was to resolve itself into a highly unconventional kind of religiosity, a messianic Christianity as zealous as it was unorthodox, which came to form a strain in the emerging Chiesi Protestant spirit of Europe by the end of the century, but in mid-century, a more world-weary spirit, characteristic of the Renaissance, seems to prevail among the middle-of-the-road New Christians. A good example of the latter can be found in the personality of one Pedro de la Ciave Aliria, who was converted BV his father as a beau in recession to the Disputation of Tortosa, and who rose to a high position in the Aragonese judicia / during his lifetime. He wrote a Latin brochure defending Christianity against Judaism and Islam, and he took steps, as many new Christians did, to have all evidence of his Jewish origin effaced from his personal and family documents. But his writing shows considerable evidence of Jewish learning and, according to Inquisition testimony which must always be taken with a grain of salt, but out of which a few valid outlines of the lives involved can sometimes be extrapolated, he was not immune to participating in some of the traditional Hebrew blessings when visiting the homes of unconverted Jewish friends. One such friend told the Inquisition after his death that, when asked why he preferred Christianity to Judaism, Cavalleria had replied, "Could I, as a Jew, ever have risen higher than a rabbinical post? But now, see, I am one of the chief counselors of the CIT //. Who hinders me from fasting on Yom Kippur, if I choose, and keeping our festivals and all the rest? When I was a Jew I dared not walk as far as this on a Saturday, but now I do as I please." This is as ambivalent to Judaism as it is cynical a Christianity. The rabbis may well have been just as offended BV a Jew who became a Christian, so he could walk as far as he wanted on Saturday / as the priests were BV a new Christian who still occasionally fasted on Yom Kippur. For the moment, the kings and nobles who filled their courts with such men did not care one way or the other. But the time was swiftly coming when priestly wrath would have the last word. The signs of a reaction to the possibility of the taint of Harris Vineverve Christian of Jewish blood had come as far back as 1414, when the Uni 70 lost tribes and promised lands. Versity College of San Bartolome in Salamanca banned membership to anyone who was not of pure blood. This was a weather vane for the more severe blast of racism that came in the 1440s. In 144 to the power of Fifth Town of Villena banned all conversos from residence there, and in 1449, the municipal government of Toledo responded to an outburst of rioting against converso tax gatherers by forbidding anyone of Jewish descent to hold official posts within the city. Pope Nicholas V denounced the Statute of Toledo, and King Juan II of Castile, whose court was a well-known gathering place of powerful conversos, resisted it for a time. But the king soon gave in. The incipient racism of the old Christian population was beginning to have its way. The clamor for limpeza cli sangra, purity of blood, came largely from the rising classes in Sicily, and was concentrated mainly in that most democratic of medieval institutions, the Church. But there has survived into our own time a piece of evidence vividly suggesting that something like a courtly version of the emergent anti-Jewish racism also was making an appearance in mid-15th century. This is a short satirical work written anonymously in about 1450. Something of a swift yen modest proposal. The work Pui * ports to be a letter written by King Juan II to an old Christian nobleman granting him the privileges of a Marrano. The bearer is given royal license to be like a Marrano, and is empowered to use the subtleties, arts, dealings and deceptions which the said Marianos, without fear of caught or shame before their fellow men, use and profit by. These include giving wicked counsel in ruling circles, charging high interest rates on loans, and even entering the priesthood. Mainly for the purpose, it would seem, of listening to the confessions of old Christians and getting to know their secret sins. The utmost religious duplicity is allowed. You may go to seek foolve into churches and other sacred places without any devotion, /ing your account book, instead of a prayer book or psalter, and pretending to recite the penitential psalms, as so many of the said race of Marranos are in the habit of doing. The bearer may also go about presenting views contrary to those of the Church, saying, for example, that there is no other world but the one in which we are born and die, as the said Marranos maintain. Anafium conscieri titneth. Sleen while he mav, as the /Uranos do. Maintain his household in accordance with the Torah, observe Saturday as a day of rest while working on Sundays and church holidays, drink the wine of the Baracha, learn Hebrew science in the synagogue, and have a Jewish burial. One can see readily enough the social reality underlying this /ahamently spiteful portrait, but then there comes a sudden departure into pinem /th, an ominous fabrication that at once harks back to MediJF.WS and New Cysteians 71. Eval superstition about murderous Jewish doeters and echoes forward to Nazi cant about Rassenskankel. Our satirical letter gives license to you and your descendants to become apothecaries, physicians and surgeons and, under the pretext of curing and seeking to restore the body of any old Christian from illness to health, to endeavor to kill and disgrace him as the said race of Marranos do, as much out of enmity and hatred as in order to merve the wives of he old Christians they kill, swallowing up their goods and property and polluting and staining the pure blood. Polluting and staining the pure blood, what more vivid example could there be of a spiritual and social revilement turning into a biological one? At its beginning point, the notion is a metaphor, an image of a blot on the escutcheon, but at the deepest and most terrified levels of the consciousness, metaphor swiftly translates into reality, as reality does into metaphor. One wonders to what extent that image of poison that Jewish doctors had used, or that had been infiltrated into Christian wells, had been a vision of blood all along. The emerging pattern of anti-converso racism in the 15th century was completed by the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition in 1478. By this time, the Papal Inquisition of the Middle Ages had lost considerably energy. It had, in fact, never been strong on Iberian soil. But when the institution was revived by the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile, united through the marriage of their respective sovereigns Ferdinand and Isabella in 1469, it was to take on not only new relentlessness but also a new character of national exclusiveness. For though papal sanction was obtained for it, the Spanish Inquisition, unlike the older one, was placed directly under the authority of the sovereigns and not of the papacy. This was not the only way in which it became quite Spanish, however, for whereas the medieval Inquisitio had been aimed at heresy in general, the Spanish one came into being primarily to ferret out what was called the Judaizing heresy, the kind of dual doctrinal existence that Pedro de la Cavalleria had lived to be flaunted no more. According to tradition, the decision to establish the Inquisition in Spain had come out of an incident involving Marranos in Seville, that old hotbed of Jewish activity and of violent reaction against it, where the pogroms of 1391 had first broken out. A Spanish nobleman, pursuing an intrigue with a Jewish woman, had entered her home uninvited on an evening near Easter time and come upon a Passover Seder, among whose celebrants were some of the city's most prominent New Christians. Word 72 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Of this reached Fray Alonso de Hojda, prior of a chapter of the Dominican order in Seville, who was already a prominent enemy of both Judaizers and Jews. Hojda brought the story to Queen Isabella, whose court was then temporarily residing in nearby Cordova, and appealed for action. The matter was a sensitive one, because a number of high positions in the courts of both the king and the queen were held by new Christians and by Jews. This did not necessarily mean a court that was exclusively riddled with heresy. The queen's zealously Catholic confessor, Fray Tomasz de Torquemada, was also probably of new Christian descent, and he was a strong influence at court. But the time had come for a point to be proven. The newly united and militant Spain was on the brink of a new surge of reconquista that would wipe out the last traces of Moorish political sovereign on the peninsula, and the presence of a pervasive heresy was no more tolerable than that of the Kingdom of Granada. The Inquisition was established on November 1478, and the dreadful tribunal celebrated its first auto de fe on February 6, 1481, when a sermon was preached by Hojda, and 6 men and women were burned publicly at the stake. A few years later, the Inquisition issued the following specifications concerning the Judaizing heresy to all associates, neighbors, and servants of new Christians. If you know or have heard of anyone who keeps the Sabbath according to the law of Moses, putting on clean sheets and other new garments, and putting clean cloths on the table and clean sheets on the bed in feast days in honor of the Sabbath, and using no lights from Friday evening onwards, or if they have purified the meat they are to eat bleeding it in water, or have cut the throats of cattle or birds they are eating, uttering certain words and covering the blood with earth, or have eaten meat in Lent and on other days forbidden by Holy Mother Church, or have fasted the great fast, going barefooted that day, or if they say Jewish prayers, at night begging forgiveness of each other, the parents placing tlier hands on the heads of their children without making the sign of the cross, or saying anything but, "Be blessed by God and by me," or if they bless the table in the Jewish way, or if they recite the Psalms without the Gloria Patri, or if ANV woman keeps 40 days after childbirth without entering a church, or if they circumcise their children or give them Jewish names, or if after baptism they wash the place where the oil and chrism was put, or if anyone on his deathbed turns to the wall to die, and when he is dead they wash him with hot water, shaving the hair off all parts of his body. Jews and New Christians 73. It goes without saying that there was a good deal for an attentive old Christian to be on the lookout for, especially an old Christian servant. Indeed, it was very often servants who turned in names to the Inquisition, in a sensitivity to the smallest suspicious detail that was heightened by the smallest knowable whiff of Judaic blood in the air. For in some ways, the Inquisition turned out to be a servant's revolution, since in the long run absolute unimpeachability could reside only with those who could boast, like Sancho Panza, that not a drop of Jewish blood ran in their veins. By the beginning of the next century, even the best Christian will in the world was not always enough to wipe out a taint that was becoming more and more indelibly racial in character. 6. Enter Columbus. *1 Eura The history of the first, and worst years of the Spanish Inquisition, the story of Christopher Columbus's rise to fame moves like a counterpoint. At various moments, the relationships seem too resonant to be accidental. But few conclusions can be arrived at with finality about Columbus's life, which is shrouded in mystery made more complex by nearly 500 years of controversy. The mystery begins with his birth and origins. The very date of his birth seems to vary in his own and other contemporary writings. 1451 is the likeliest year, but we do not know the month or the day. Genoa is widely accepted to have been his native city, though serious doubts have been expressed about its claims. Why, its detractors ask, if Columbus was born and bred in Italy, do his existing writings show no inclination to use Italian, and possibly of little or no knowledge of it? Why, even though he does not seem to have settled in Spain until he was in his 30s, was he apparent of so much more at home in Spanish? The most astute scholarship even has ascertained that the Latin in which he wrote many of his letters and annotations contains Hispanicisms, but no Italianisms. For these reasons, the theory has been offered that the Genos origin was a fabrication, and that Columbus was, in fact, a Spaniard, perhaps a Catalan, by birth. Enter Columbus 75. Yet the archives of the city of Genoa contain considerable documentation about the 15th-century weaver Domenico Colombo and his sons, Cristoforo, Bartolomeo, and Giacomo, evidently the future discoverer, and his two brothers, Bartolome and Diego, who will also be prominent in the first years of New World colonization. The import of this material is undeniable to all but the most fervent mongers of forgery theories, yet it only further complicates the mystery of Columbus's origins. How did this weaver's son, an apprentice weaver himself, become one of the most astute navigators of his time, and learned in Latin as well as in mathematics? Ferdinand Columbus, the discoverer's adoring son and biographer, endows his father with an education at the University of Pavia, but no other records support this. Bartolomé de las Casas, another of Columbus's earliest biographers, also mentions the city of Pavia as the place where the latter obtained the basic rudiments of letters, mainly grammar, but this hardly seems to describe a university education. Diligent self-study may be the answer, but the bootstraps theory becomes all the more remarkable when we learn that at the age of 28, Columbus, an ambitious navigator newly settled in Lisbon, married Dona Felipa Peristrello e Moniz, daughter of an old Portuguese noble family on her mother's side, and of a prominent landholder on Porto Santo in the Madeiras who was himself of Italian noble descent. How was this humble artisan's son, still only starting out in the world, able to contract such a marriage? Ferdinand and Las Casas both come to the rescue by attributing a noble and ancient lineage, going back to the Roman Republic, to the Colombo family, which had fallen upon hard times owing to the wars and factions of Lombardy. But nothing in the Genos archives supports this claim, and most historians have rejected it. What is especially noteworthy about all this mystery surrounding the origins and early life of Columbus is that he himself was the most ardent contributor to it, making in later years a round of ambiguous and contradictory statements on his youth that bespeaks nothing so consistently as a desire to be confusing and evasive. No doubt this is to some extent the mark of a man who has risen in the world and does not care to offer, or be offered, reminders of his humble birth. But there may be more to it than that. The great Spanish statesman and historian Salvador de Madariaga has offered an audacious theory that, if correct, would not only resolve many of the contradictions in the story of Columbus's origins and early life, but also explain a number of mysteries surrounding his later career. According to Madariaga's hypothesis, Domenico Colombo of Genoa, his wife, and their children were a family of New Christians, most like Elve descended from Catalan Jews converted by the pogroms of 1391 who had subsequently migrated to Italy. This would resolve the apparent contradictions why 6 lost tribes and promised lands between the Italian and the Spanish Columbus, for a family of converso descent could very well have gone on speaking a form of Spanish at home through the generations as some do to this day, and it could thereby have been Columbus's mother tongue. Positing a new Christian milieu for the Columbus family also would make it more comprehensible how an offspring of weavers and tailors could make the necessary early contacts to learn cartography and navigation. It is not unlikely that some mute, inglorious master Hakame could have established himself in Seno, the old capital of Mediterranean map-making and commerce, and sired a line of teachers ever ready to be of service to fellow descendants of conversos. The possibility of new Christian contacts in Spain and Portugal could furthermore help to explain young Columbus's startling ability to rise rapidly, reflected in his career as well as in his marriage. But before we proceed to find other possible ramifications of a new Christian identity in Columbus, it should be pointed out that all arguments in favor of this hypothesis are pure circumstantial. Yet this is not proof against it, since a good deal of the crucial evidence is either missing or ambiguous, and since even less audacious conclusions about Columbus's life still require circumstantial argument. New Christian biography in general is highly speculative during this epoch. // have seen how a man of high expectations like Pedro de la Cavalleria tried to make the evidence of his Jewish descent disappear from the record, and that was in a more tolerant era than the one of Inquisition and Umpija de Sangre, into which we have entered. From now on, when we encounter persons of strangely obscure and ambiguous origins in Spain, we can often legitimately search for possible Jewish ancestry, especially if they show hints of any of several distinct traits of new Christian personality. This personality is often characterized by a special Christian ardor and creativity that, as in the case of Saint Teresa of Avila, will form a vital part of the advance guard of Spanish Catholicism in its greatest epoch. But this ardor is often heterodox, and easily veers over into heresy, as is shown by the new Christian presence in considerable numbers among the various Protestant and quasi-Protestant movements about to arise in Spain. Most significantly characteristic of the new Christian religiosity in the moment we are now considering, however, is a worldly messianism concerned not so much with inner questions as with the promises of redemption being raised by the practical achievements of man, above all in the realm of geographical discovery. Even without positing converse ancestry for them, one could perceive Christopher Columbus and his two hagiographers, Ferdinand Columbus and Bartolomé de las Casas, as new prophets of the quasi-religion adumbrated by the Catalan Atlas. But if they are indeed new Christians, and we shall enter Columbus 77, eventually consider this question in connection with Las Casas as well, then they are in a sense direct descendants of Abraham and Jafuta Crescnes, catapulted along with Master Jacome of Majorca into a century of disasters and, ultimately, into a new and dynamic kind of Christianity. All his life, Columbus's ideas about geography were permeated with a peculiar religious mysticism. He kept a book of prophecies, in which he collected quotations mostly from the Bible, often those dealing with isles far off that seemed to prophesy his own discoveries. Ely's personal copy, still in existence today, of Pierre d'Ailly's Imago Mundi kind of Christian Plinian synthesis of world geography contains numerous notes handwritten in the margins that are of a similar religious import. D'Ailly was one of the writers who convinced the young Columbus that the western route to the Indies must be fairly short, but the strength of his influence on the latter seems, judging from the notes, to be largely due to the pious factor. Although his geography was for the most part scientific, D'Ailly does not hesitate to try to establish the location of the terrestrial paradise, and the marginal notes in Columbus's copy show consistent interest in this quest. At one point, the notes even leap ahead of the text in their enthusiasm for this discovery. D'Ailly, after describing the blissful climate said to exist in Ircane regions of the West, goes on to say cautiously, and most likely terrestrial paradise is like this, and perhaps even the place we authors call the Fortunate Islands is like this. But the marginal note more rashly concludes, terrestrial paradise perhaps is the place which authors call the Fortunate Islands. Later on, the notes are more willing to be skeptical about this location for Eden, but Columbus never ceased searching for it, and went to his grave believing that his discoveries had brought him close to it. A striking element in Columbus's geographical religiosity is his intense and abiding interest in the fourth, or second, book of Esdras. The two apocryphal books of Esdras purport to be additional writings by and about the Old Testament Ezra *, but the second or fourth book is a piece of full-fledged Hellenistic apocalyptic writing that was often regarded with suspicion by the Church and just as often embraced by the heterodox. Augustine had given guarded approval to Esdras' prophetic claims, and much was always to be made of this by the latter's defenders, in eluding Columbus. In the marginal notes to Columbus's copy of D'Ailly is a relatively lengthy discourse on 2 Esdras 6:42, which reads, Esdras is the Greek form of the name, and it is the form used instead of Ezra in the Vulgate, where Nehemiah is the second book of Esdras. This is why Esdras I and 2 of the English Apocrypha are often referred to in Romance countries as the third and fourth books of Esdras. We shall use the English enumeration. /8 Lost tribes and promised lands. Upon the third day thou didst command that the waters should be gathered up in the seventh part of the earth. 6 parts thou hast dried up, and kept them, to the intent that of these some being planted of God and tilled might serve thee. This was often to be cited by Columbus, who argued that since only 1/7 of the world was water, a good deal more dry land than yet was known remained to be discovered overseas. But Columbus seems to have found more in Esdras than just this geographical argument. Here is one of the things he writes about this verse in his marginal notes. But this prophecy is not accepted by the reprobate Jews, yet it has been accepted by the innumerable ones amongst them, who have believed in the Gospels. Israel has thus been split into two branches, a division predicted as inevitable by the prophet Samuel to King Saul. The reprobate Jews themselves hold Esdras, that is, the Old Testament Ezra, as a canonical authority. This sudden display of interest in Jewish matters is startling, and weighs considerably in favor of the argument that Columbus was a new Christian. What it clearly does, at any rate, is establish a racial viewpoint on the Judeo-Christian tradition that is rather unprecedented, though certainly in keeping with the spirit of the times. For the assertion is that there are now two kinds of Jews in the world, those who have seen the light of Christian revelation and those who have not, but that even the former, baptized though they be, still are Jews. Indeed, the reference to Samuel's prophecy establishes a parallel with the divided kingdom of the Old Testament, and thereby gives to the new Christians the role of the southern kingdom of Judah as the keeper of the great tradition. But if that is the case, then what is the role of the rest of the Christian world, non-Jewish in descent? The ethnocentrism here is extreme. Along with this, racial Christianity is an idea of revelation that places the mystical Esdras right at the center. For the note is saying that the acceptance of the apocryphal Esdras as alid prophecy is what distinguishes the new Christians from the reprobate Jews, who reject him, even though they regard the Old Testament Ezra, the same person, in Columbus's eyes, as canonical authority. In other words, to repudiate the vision of the apocryphal Esdras is as if to repudiate the Jehovah of the prophets, and presumably the result will be the same. The rabbinical Jews of Spain, the note seems to imply, are to be the lost tribes of modern times. One wonders whether this note was written before or after the expulsion of the Jews in 1492. Enter Columbus 79. But meanwhile, the apocryphal Esdras, which was, by the way, a book of special importance to many new Christians, has a good deal to say about the original lost tribes, and this could not have passed lightly under Columbus's somewhat mystical gaze. Surely he saw special meanings for his own times, and for himself, in this passage in 2 Esdras 13:2-5. And, lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the waves thereof. And I beheld, and, lo, that man waxed strong with the thousands of heaven, and when he turned his countenance to look, all the things trembled that were seen under him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth faileth when it feeleth the fire. And after this I beheld, and, lo, there was gathered together a multitude of men, out of number, from the four winds of the heaven, to subdue the man that came out of the sea. This warlike multitude is subdued by the man from the sea, and then another multitude, a peaceable one, comes to him, whereof some were glad, some were sorry, some of them were bound, and other some brought of them that were offered, that is, brought him slaves from their midst. How could the exaltedly visionary Columbus not have seen an image of himself in this, certainly after his voyages of American discovery, but perhaps even earlier, after making some voyages to the Guinea coast? During his young years in Portugal? If Columbus did indeed glimpse himself in the role of the man from the sea, then Esdras' identification of the peaceable multitude takes on special significance. 13:40-42. Those are the 10 tribes, which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Osea the king, whom Salmaneser the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, and go forth into a further country, where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. Esdras' interpretation of the peaceable multitude then goes on to say that the lost tribes entered into Euphrates BV, the narrow passages of the river, which they were able to ford because God stopped the how of 80. Lost tribes and promised lands. Waters for them, and then traveled another year and a half to a region called Arsareth, evidently a Greek corruption of the Hebrew Eretz. Ahareth, another country. There they were to remain until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through, therefore sawest thou the multitude with peace. We are already familiar with much of this terrain. As for the man from the sea, Esdras identifies him. 13:26, as he whom God the highest hath kept a great season, which by his own self shall deliver his creature, in other words, the Messiah. Did Columbus have any messianic pretensions? There is a decidedly messianic element in Las Gasas's literary treatment of him years after his death, but that could be more Las Gasas than Columbus. The discoverer himself clearly was a man of enormous ambition, lofty conviction, and unshakable confidence in his own destiny, and though these traits alone hardly make for a messianic pretender, they are given his mystical streak and the messianic ardor of the age a step in that direction. It is well known that he developed in his writings and correspondence certain symbolic flourishes of virtually mystical, one is tempted to say Kabbalistic import, such as his remarkable signature SAS*, XMY, underneath which usually came the formula Ekrophirens, a rendition of his first name which stresses its meaning as Christ-bearer. *. In 1484, after a sojourn of some 10 years in Portugal and in Porto Santo, Columbus, an experienced seaman 3 years of age, presented to King John II of Portugal a plan for the discovery of a western route to the Indies. So far as we know, the king's ships were not to round the southern tip of Africa for another 4 years, nor to reach India that way for 10 more after that, but perhaps the Portuguese were already too committed to this route to entertain any other possibility. John II AP. The meaning of all this, including the careful distribution of the dots, has been anyone's guess for centuries, though it seems likely that the X that begins the bottom line is the Greek initial for Christ, just as it is in the first name signature right below it. A possible reading for that line, then, is Christus Messias Israel, the initial Y for the I in that context being a common form in Spain at that time, and Latin being a language frequently employed by Columbus. This, coupled with the Ekrophirens, certainly would suggest messianic pretensions. The upper triangle of letters with dots is beyond reasonable speculation, although it is highly suggestive to anyone who would want to think of Columbus as something of a Kabbalist and be willing to posit a small knowledge of Hebrew on his part. Could the middle A stand for Adonai, Lord? Might the uppermost S be Shaddai, Almighty? Can we see in the 2 lateral SS the wings of the Shekinah, roughly, the Jewish counterpart to the Holy Ghost? Enter Columbus 8I. Appointed a committee of scientists to hear out Columbus's plan, and they at length decided against acceptance of it. By 1485 Columbus's Portuguese wife was dead, and John II had definitively rejected his proposal. The young widower then moved to Spain and placed his small son Diego in the care of a monastery. In I-486 he again secured a royal audience, this time with the Spanish sovereigns Ferdinand and Isabella, and was again given a hearing by a royal commission, which was composed of some of the learned men of the university city of Salamanca and was presided over by that outstanding clergyman of New Christian descent, Fray Hernando de Talavera. The upshot is not clear. Columbus was not given a go-ahead, but he was not rejected outright and was granted a royal sala. This clearly was not entirely to his satisfaction, for he went on to present his project successively to the kings of England and of France, both of whom rejected it. But he made Spain his home, and settled down with a Spanish woman named Beatriz Enriquez. Madariaga thinks that she, too, may have been a new Christian, who became the mother of Lee's second son and future biographer, Ferdinand, in 1488, but whom he never married. There presumably were other audiences and hearings in Spain, but the decisive confrontation between Columbus and the Spanish sovereigns did not occur until January of 1492, outside the city of Granada, which had been conquered for Christian. Ity at last at the beginning of that month. 7. The other 14 squared. An insane Moor wandered through the streets of the city, calling upon tile people to remain, wrote the Spanish royal chronicler Hernando del Pulgar of the last days of Moorish Granada, and so many joined in with him that the Moorish king did not dare to leave. So the next day he called together his counselors along with the people who had taken part in the demonstration, and said that this was not the moment for resistance, because they had not the wherewithal to sustain it. When he had finished, he returned to the Alhambra, which was already so besieged it could not have held out anv longer, and wrote to King Ferdinand that he could now take the fortress without any fear of public disturbance, and that he should do so as soon as possible. The king and queen responded by setting out for Granada on the 2nd of January, accompanied by all the royal host. The queen and the Prince Philip the Handsome of Burgundy and the Infanta Doña Juana stationed themselves on a hill near Granada, and the king met its people near the Genii River, where the Moorish king came out and handed him the keys of the city. He wanted to dismount and kiss King Ferdinand's hands, but the latter would not consent to this, and gave his hand to be kissed directly from horseback instead. King Ferdinand then gave the keys to the Count of Tendilla, whom he had appointed mayor of Granada. The other 1492-83. And to Don Diego de Cardenas, commander-in-chief of Leon. These men entered the Alhambra and set up the cross and the royal banner atop the Tower of Comares. And then the cry was raised, Granada, Granada, for their majesties Don Ferdinand and Doña Isabella. When the queen and her party saw the cross, the strains of the Te Deum rose up from among them. The joy was so great that everyone wept. Then all the grandees went up to the queen and kissed her hand as Queen of Granada. And the pennant of Santiago de Compostela was raised alongside the royal banner atop the Alhambra. Don Diego Hurtado de Mendoza, a knight who took part in the conquest, adds to this in his own history of the event. Of the Moors who remained alive, some became peaceable and others went to North Africa. As for the remaining rebels, they were finished off by patrols, by the cold of the mountains, and by misfortune, and thus ended the war and the uprising. Of the houses and lands that had been vacated by Moors who fled, the great ones were granted, in recognition of their services, to Spanish noblemen who had taken part in the conquest, and the small ones were allotted at modest annual rents to any Christian subjects who wanted to resettle in them. The Moors who remained in Granada, like those in Valencia, were reduced under the Spanish system of encomienda to a kind of serfdom, and were allowed to continue practicing their ancestral religion, for the time being. At least. Not so the Jews of the realm, however. For one of the first acts performed by the Catholic sovereigns after the conquest of Granada was to sign a decree expelling all the professing Jews in their domains. The last of the large states of Western Europe to come into being, Spain was now also the last of them, with the exception of Portugal, to have an organized Judaism openly existing on its soil. This obviously had seemed problem enough to other kings, but to the rulers of a Spain militant with the resurgence of Catholic Reconquista, the problem was made especially grievous by the fact that their professing Jewish community was an unusually large one, and that its presence was having a particularly complicating effect upon the vast new Christian population of the realm. This aspect of the matter was made quite clear by the expulsion order signed on March 31, which said that there were some bad Christians who Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, the chief cause of which was the communication of Jews with Christians. The Jews of Castile, Aragon, and their overseas possessions were given exactly 4 months, until July 31, either to convert or to leave. The conquest of Granada and the expulsion of the Jews, both occurring in the same year, be seen, as simply two arms of the same resurgence of Reconquista. This certainly was the view of one man who should have known, the Jewish scientist and historian Abraham Zacuto, 8. 4 lost tribes in promised lands, who lived through the expulsion, as well as through many of the other disasters and triumphs of the era. Bomb at around the same time as Columbus, Zacuto grew up in Salamanca, a city great not only for its learning but for the tolerance prevailing in the relations between its Jews and Christians. Some historians even have thought, though without adequate evidence, that Zacuto held a chair at the university there, but what is true, and not much less remarkable, is that he enjoyed the patronage of the Bishop of Salamanca for a time, and then of a devoutly Christian nobleman whom he instructed in astrology. It is also likely that he sat as a member of the Talavera commission that heard Columbus defend his project in Salamanca in I-486. Columbus certainly knew Zacuto's work in astronomy and made use of it. Indeed, it was to save the discoverer's life. One night in 1504, when he pacified a group of hostile Indians in Jamaica by using Zacuto's almanac perpetuum to predict successful of an eclipse of the moon. An ironic aspect of this story is the fact that the almanac perpetuum, finished by Zacuto in 1478, the year the Inquisition began, was originally written in Hebrew, and intended mainly for such pious purposes as the calculation of the new moon for the Jewish calendar, which is lunar. As a matter of fact, it was a Jew who translated the book into Latin only about 10 years before Columbus's exploit with it. Joseph Vizinho of Lisbon, who had sat on the Portuguese Royal Commission that rejected Columbus's project in 1484. The spiritual descendants of Abraham Cresques, converted and unconverted alike, were still engaged hand in hand in the ancestral pursuit of geographical and astronomical knowledge. Zacuto's historical work, the Sefer Yucasin, Book of Genealogies, begun immediately after the completion of the Almanac Perpetuum, was also meant at first to be an astronomical treatise of sorts. Israel is exemplified by stars. He wrote of the great men of the Jewish past in his preface, who shine like the splendor of the firmament. And what follows at first is a veritable description of the heavens, a series of brief biographies, from Adam, Noah, and the patriarchs all the way through to Judah ha-Levi, Moses Maimonides, and the great rabbis of medieval Northern Europe. But this book was written through a period of some 20-5 years, during which its author experienced disasters that were bound to shake up the serene vault of his spirit and transform his sense of history. An abrupt change in its character occurs in a passage dealing with the expulsion of the Jews from France in 1306, which breaks into the following digression. See Daniel 12:3. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. The other 14q285. And so, too, because of all your sins, we saw with our own eyes the expulsions from Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia in 1492, and in 1497 from Portugal. For, from France we had come to Spain, where we had our enemies on one side and the sea on the other, but flight was possible from France, from which my great-grandfather came, so that the descendants of my grandfather Abraham Zacuto were in Spain and I was born there, into that good name. And all of them withstood the Castilian persecutions of 1391 and remained steadfast in the faith of the Holy One, blessed be he, and his Torah. I too was given the privilege of sanctifying the holy name along with my son Samuel, and we came to Africa after having been prisoners twice. The rest of the book is often angry and passionate, even poetic, but the scientist remains as well. Now, however, he is more the astrologer than the astronomer, less interested in the stars themselves than in meaningful configurations. In a passage on the persecutions of 1412, instigated B.V. the priest Fray Vicente Ferrer, supported by Don Ferdinand, King of Aragon, grandfather of the King Ferdinand who ordered the expulsion of the Jews of Spain in our time, Zacuto fills out the picture with this cosmic digression. And in the same year, a great storm broke out on the sea, during which many Shijis were wrecked, and there were epidemics and plagues although not like those of around 1348, when 2/3 of the world's inhabitants died, and when people killed all the lepers for fear that they had poisoned the atmosphere. At the same time, people in many countries rose up against the Jews and killed them as never before. They've burned the Jews in German, /eno, the /head, polluted the waters with deadly poison. But the learned men of the day attributed these fateful events to the configurations of the planets, caused by celestial forces. Similarly, when he comes to the capture of Malaga, until then part of the kingdom of Granada / the Christians in I-486, he begins with descriptions of a rainfall that inundated the city for 60 days, and of a 6-month-long famine that followed it. The atmosphere is / actually biblical. And the inevitable doom is appropriately related with pregnant simplicity. The city fell on the Sabbath, the 29th of Ab, which was August 18. 12,000 were taken captive, among them 400 Jews, who were ransomed by the Jewish communities of Castile. 86 lost tribes and promised lands. And here we come upon what is for Zacuto the most significant configuration of all, the intertwining destinies of Jew and Moor. This theme is first sounded dimly, in tones that are richly resonant but scattered. Dealing with the middle years of the 15th century, he refers to the Portuguese capture of a North African town called Sabata, which, he says, was founded by Noah's son Shem, and which the Portuguese attacked because it had been overly hospitable toward Jewish refugees from the Iberian Peninsula. He describes the Turkish conquest of Constantinople in 1453 in terms that hint at the angry Christian reaction which is to come against all infidels and heretics. Other such soundings of the Tliam move on with increasing swiftness to this culmination. And in 1482, Alhama was conquered by the Marquis of Cadiz because the Ishmaelites had taken the Spanish cit / called Zara. This was loathsome for Ishmael and, in our sinfulness, for the children of Israel as well, because with the conquest of Alhama the war against the Ishmaelites began. And in another 10 years the whole kingdom of Granada was to be taken. This passage contains 2 word plays, a literar / device more meaningful in Hebrew than in English. The emphatic one is in loathsome, which is Zara in Hebrew, and thus a play on the name of the city taken Bvtli, Moors. A subtler one is in Alhama, for this is the Arabic word that was used in both Moorish and Christian Spain for the Jewish community of a city. Zacuto thus uses this literary device to reinforce his point that the war begun against the Moors was also one against the Jews, a point made more explicit in the next sentence, in which Zacuto dates the Inquisition from 1482. And in that same year an inquisition was begun among the conversos over their religion, and they were sentenced to death at the stake, and their property was confiscated by the king. And in that year they separated Jewish homes and neighborhoods from Christian ones. All of this leads corribly, through the conquest of Malaga described above, to Spain's final solution. In 1492, right after the Christian New Year, Granada was taken, and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain was then decreed. The configuration is so emphatic here that one could almost think Zacuto is dating the expulsion decree immediately after the taking of the other 1492-87 Granada rather than 3 months later. But, curiously enough, we get the same impression in an important text by Columbus, the preamble, addressed to Ferdinand and Isabella, of the journal of his first voyage to America. Indeed, Columbus goes a step beyond Zacuto in presenting the fateful configurations of the year 1492, for he places his own historic enterprise in significant juxtaposition with the closing of Moorish and Jewish history in Spain. The preamble goes like this: Most Christian, most high, excellent and mighty princes, King and Queen of the Spains and of the islands of the sea, our lords, in this present year of 1492, after your highnesses had brought to an end the war with those Moors who had been reigning in Europe, finishing that war in the great city of Granada, where, in this present year, on the 2nd day of January I saw the royal banners of your highnesses placed by force of arms on the towers of the Alhambra, which is the fortress of the said city, and saw the Moorish king come out of the gates of the city and kiss the royal hands of your highnesses and of my lord the prince later in that same month, on the basis of the information I had given your highnesses concerning the lands of India and a prince called the Great Khan, which means king of kings in our language, and how he and his predecessors had often sent to Rome for doctors who could instruct them in our holy faith, and how the Holy Father had never provided any, so that so many peoples, believing in idolatries and proliferating perditions sects among themselves, have been lost. Your Highnesses, like true Catholic Christians and princes who love and seek the increase of the holy Christian faith, and enemies of the sect of Mahomet and of all idolatries and heresies, thought to send me, Christopher Columbus, to the said parts, the Indies, to see the said princes, peoples and countries, and everything concerning them and their disposition, and the way in which their conversion to our holy faith might be brought about, and ordered that I not go eastward by land, which was the customary route, but by the westward route, which we do not know with certain to this day whether anyone has ever taken. Therefore, after having expelled all the Jews from all your realms and possessions, in the same month of January, your Highnesses commanded me to go with a sufficient fleet to the said Indian parts. Here we see with great emphasis Columbus the Holy Crusader, possibly the would-be Messiah, though, to be sure, there also are good practical reasons for depicting his enterprise to the king and queen as an extension 88 lost tribes and promised lands of their most Christian victory at Granada. But is the mention of the expulsion of the Jews in this context simply an overflow of reconquista exuberance, or does it have particular significance for the author? In any event, it is curious that he places the expulsion or the expulsion decree, in either case, erroneously in the same month of January as that in which the conquest of Granada and the sovereign's consent to his plan took place. What a penchant for fateful configurations this bespeaks! But the story is in several respects more complicated than Columbus makes it sound here, and one element he has left out in his depiction of the sudden royal consent to his project is a new Christian one. For, as both Ferdinand Columbus and Bartolomé de las Casas relate, when Columbus once again obtained an audience from the king and the queen, this time in the royal camp at Santa Fe just after the victory over Granada, his plan was at first rejected by them, apparently for once and for all. Columbus thereupon set out for his home in Cordova, intending to go from there to France, where he would begin trying out his luck all over again. But then the story takes a remarkable turn, for on the very day of Columbus's departure from Santa Fe, King Ferdinand's Secretary of the Exchequer, Luis de Santangel, appeared before the Queen and argued eloquently in favor of Columbus's proposal. The Queen wavered, and Santangel then clinched the matter by offering to lend whatever money the project would require. A messenger was sent after Columbus, who was on the road back to Cordova when he thus received news that his plan had been accepted after all. Another mystery enters the Columbus store /% then, in the form of Luis de Santangel. How many discussions went on, how many understandings were exchanged between him and Columbus of which we can have no inkling. What was the relationship between these two men? For one fact about Santangel stands out with perhaps special significance: he was a new Christian, scion of an Aragonese family that had been wealthy and prominent as Jews before 1391 and still were so as Christians. But it was also a family whose name was scattered all over the records of the Inquisition. One of Luis's cousins, bearing the exact same name as his, had been burned at the stake in 1487, and only 6 months before his intercession with the Queen on Columbus's behalf, Luis himself had been made to do penance. Nor was he an unusual phenomenon at court, especially Ferdinand's, which was filled with new Christians. Gabriel Sanchez, Ferdinand's treasurer general, belonged to a new Christian family, closely related to the Santangels through frequent intermarriages, that had also suffered greatly at the hands of the Inquisition. Sanchez and 2 other Aragonese new Christians at court with similar family histories also were ardent supporters of the Columbus project. The other 14 Q289. There also were a number of unconverted Jews at court, mainly in Isabella's entourage, but they do not seem to have been interested in Columbus's enterprise of the Indies. Abraham Sr., the foremost among them, had been influential in arranging the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella back in 1469, and Isaac Abravanel, a Portuguese Jew who had fled to Castile from political embarrassments back home, had provided considerable funds for the campaign against Granada. Yet despite this propensity to be at the center of things, neither of them gave any support we know of to Columbus. We catch glimmers, then, of a divergence of opinion about Columbus between Isabella's Jews and Ferdinand's New Christians. Was this simply a matter of conflicting regional interests? If so, then both groups of advisors were short-sighted, for Castile, in particular, was bound to profit from the possible westward crossing to which its Jewish counselors were indifferent, just as Aragon, a Mediterranean power, was bound to lose preponderance if this project endorsed by its new Christian courtiers were to be successful. The possibility does present itself, then, that the divergence was ideological, and that the enterprise of the Indies was dear to the hearts of New Christians, especially those whose religion or religious status was in some way marginal for reasons other than statesmanlike. Did Columbus's powerful and mystical personality inspire them with messianic hopes? On a more prosaic level, he also could have talked to them about finding, on some hitherto unknown island, a place of refuge for them. If there is any validity to these conjectures, then it is ironic and significant that unconverted Jews did not seem interested in the project. On the practical level of search for a refuge, Jewish needs in 1492 were even more urgent than new Christian ones. But it is not characteristic of Orthodox Jews in any era to look for homes in wildernesses, at least if any alternatives are available. And there still were alternatives, countries in North Africa, the Middle East, and even Europe, where the Jewish community structures absolutely essential for a daily life and conformity to Mosaic law were in existence. As for the possible spiritual, even messianic, aspects of the Columbus enterprise, these in particular would have been highly suspect to rabbinical Jews, who were no less sensitive to intimations of heresy in this era than Orthodox Christians were, and who were certainly not going to be let anywhere pointed out as a place of their redemption by someone bomb and baptized a Christian. The last of the fateful configurations of the year 1492 occurred at the end of July and the beginning of August, when the final departure of the Jews from Spain and Columbus's departure for what turned out to be a new world took place within 3 days of each other. The Jews had 90 lost tribes and promised lands begun leaving Castile in the first week of the month of July, in the 1492nd year of the Nativity of our Redeemer Jesus Christ, wrote the pious chronicler Andrés Bernaldez, curate of the village of Los Palacios. And blindly giving themselves over to their vain hopes, they submitted to the hardships of the road and left their native regions, great and small, old and young, on foot and mounted on donkeys and other beasts, and in carriages, and made their way to the various points of departure to which each of them had to go. And on the roads and terrains over which they passed they encountered much hardship and misfortune, some of them falling down, to be picked up by their companions, others dying, others being born, others getting sick, so that no Christian could look upon them without anguish, and many along the way tried to persuade them to accept baptism. And some in their grief converted and remained, but very few, for their rabbis were ever by their side giving them courage, getting the women and children to sing, and playing tambourines to cheer everyone up. And thus they left Castile, some going to the ports, from which they then embarked, others going to Portugal. Some of the Jews emigrated to Turkey, Abraham Zacuto wrote in the Sefer Yehassan, others to Africa, to the cities of Fez and Oran whither they were pursued by hunger and pestilence, so that almost all perished. But the bulk of Castilian Jewry, unable to reach the sea quickly, emigrated to Portugal after giving up a tithe of all their possessions. In addition, every person paid 1 ducat besides a fee of 1 ducat for a transit permit. They also surrendered 1/4 to 1/3 of all the possessions they brought into Portugal with them. 8 ducats at the very least had to be paid even by those who had no money, or else they were taken as slaves. Portugal was to be the scene of still more misfortune. And the Jews who escaped from there a few years later with their religion still intact, like Zacuto himself, were mainly to follow the established refugee route to the south and to the east. This flight back to the ancient and traditional lands was to be repeated by the Moors of Spain when their turn came to suffer full-fledged religious and racial persecution, beginning in the ensuing decade with the forcible conversions of the Muslims of Granada and of Castile. The grip maintained by both these groups on their ancestral religions implied a steadfastness in the old geographical ideals as well. At Isabella's court, Abraham Sr. finally accepted baptism, perhaps hoping that a day for Judaism could yet come again in Spain. Isaac Abravanel made no such bet, and departed for Italy on July 31st, the last day allotted by the expulsion decree * by nightfall. Not a single out there has been a persistent Jewish tradition that the expulsion deadline was extended 2 days at the last minute, causing the final departure to occur on August 2nd. Tradition has favored this date because in 1492 it corresponded to the Jewish 9th, the other I-492 QL. Wardley professing Jew was left in Aragon or Castile. Only new Christians remained, bearing a faith ever heretical in terms of their Jewish past and often so in terms of their Catholic present as well, and marked by a racial taint that was to grow more virulent in the years to come. The final scene of the drama of 1492 takes place just before dawn on August 3rd, as the sails are unfurled on Columbus's 3 ships at the port of Palos in the mouth of the Guadalquivir, from which some of the last shiploads of Jewish refugees had departed 3 days before. There are other new Christians aboard besides the possibly new Christian Columbus himself. Among the troubled races who flee the crumbling edifice of medieval Spain, then, it is the new Christians alone, at least those among them who are the true spiritual descendants of Master Jacome of Majorca, who can be seen turning away from the ancient promised lands and looking for a new one westward across the ocean. How much this enterprise of discovery owes to new Christian initiative we can only guess, but it may well be that America began its history as a promised land of Spanish heresy, of Abtisha Bav, in Hebrew, on which the destruction of both the first and the second temples of Jerusalem is said to have taken place, more than 6.5 centuries apart. Modern scholarship has denied this remarkable configuration to August 2nd, 1492, but it has given us another that is perhaps more interesting. Columbus had apparently been quite ready to sail on August 2nd, but he waited another day. Pondering the question of Columbus's possible new Christian identity, the eminent Jewish historian Cecil Roth has wondered whether there is any significance to the fact that the discoverer deferred his departure to the next day after this one on which no Jew would begin an enterprise. Perhaps some racial instinct still alive in Columbus had impelled him to commemorate in his own way the destruction of yet another Jerusalem. In this way, through him at least, Jewish history in Spain would have reached its 9th of about Columbus's Golden War ID. T.I.C. was most necessary for me, Columbus wrote in his Journal for September 23, 1492, 17 days out at sea after a month-long stopover in the Canaries. By now the crew were becoming restless, and there was loud grumbling among them that they would never get back to Spain. They had encountered few winds blowing back eastward, and on this dave the waters were so becalmed that the sailors claimed the sea simply was not high enough to bring them home again. But then the waves rose dramatically without even a wind, so that ever /on was astonished and silenced for the time being. This is when Columbus made the enta just quoted, adding that nothing like this had ever been seen, save in the time when the Jews went out of Egypt and complained against Moses, who had brought them out of captivity. We do not know much concerning Columbus's crew of about 9 men aboard the 3 ships, but at least one of them was an Israelite, whose presence as such was not merely accidental. This was Luista Torres, a convert of possibly only that year, who had once held a position with the governor of Murcia. He was said to have known Hebrew, Aramaic, and some Arabic, and had been brought along by Columbus specifically as an interpreter. One of the purposes of the voyage, as we have seen, was to find the Crete Con, and Torres was to be the mouth. Columbus's Golden World 93 piece for this encounter, presumably on the basis of his Hebrew. Perhaps Columbus and his supporters had decided that the Great Khan reported on by Marco Polo and others might be the Israelite king who dwelt across the river from Prester John. Laud was sighted at last on the night of October 2, and on the next morning, which was a Friday, the Spaniards reached the island that they subsequently called San Salvador, in the Bahamas. There they saw nude men, and some of them set out for shore in armed boats. The boat bearing Columbus and 2 of his captains, holding the banners of Spain, preceded the rest. When they landed, they stepped ashore and, staying close to the boats, solemnly proclaimed possession of the island in the name of the king and the queen. The no doubt astonished islanders gathered round, and, as Columbus writes of this historic encounter, in order that they might regard us with great friendship because I perceived that ye were a people who would be better delivered and convert to our holy faith by love than by force, gave some of them a few red caps and glass beads which they hung around their necks, and many other things of little value, which gave them a great deal of pleasure and so won them over to us that it was a marvel. The act here may hardly seem a worthy offspring to the thought, but Columbus had shipped to Guinea a few times and knew the value that small trinkets could have. Against the background of the usual treatment of primitive peoples by Europeans in this epoch, Columbus's trifles shine forth like jewels. Columbus was in the latitude of the Canaries, and it was clear of the aboriginal peoples of those islands who were now providing his mind with a worldly model by which to perceive the islanders in front of him. There is a touch of Boccaccio's Canarians in his ensuing description. Then they came swimming to the ship's boats, where we now were, bringing us parrots and cloths of cotton thread, as well as spears and many outlier things, and we took them in exchange for other things we gave them, like small glass beads and hawk bells. In short, they gave as they received, all with the utmost pleasure. But they seemed to me a people very poor in every respect. They all go about naked as when their mothers bore them. The women, too, apparently, although all I saw of them was one very young girl. I only saw young men, none of whom seemed more than 30 years old. They were very well formed, with very handsome bodies and very fine faces. Their hair was slick and rough, almost like that of a horse's tail, and they wore it down to the tops of the eyebrows, except for a little in back which ye let grow long and never cut. Some of them paint themselves a sooty color, though they are in fact 94 lost tribes and promised lands. The color of the Canarians, neither black nor white. Some paint themselves white, some red, some whatever color they can find, some paint their faces, some the whole body, some only the eyes, and some only the nose. They do not carry arms or even know what they are. We showed them swords and they grabbed them by the blades and cut themselves in their ignorance. They do not have any iron. Their spears are wooden sticks without iron, some of them having a fish's tooth at the tip, or other things of that sort. As he contemplated these people, was Columbus perhaps recalling the peaceable multitude who greeted Esdras man from the sea? His idyllic view of life on this and other islands he was to encounter during the fall and winter of 1492 to 1493 is even more strongly emphasized in the letter he dispatched on returning home to his patrons, Luista, Sant Angel and Gabriel Sanchez. They manifest great love towards all others in preference to themselves, he writes. They also give objects of great value for trifles, and content themselves with very little or nothing in return. In fact, he claims, he had to intervene when his sailors went in for unfair bartering. At all times, he strove to set a good example to the natives, he says, because he regarded them as excellent candidates to become Christians by persuasion. They practice no kind of idolatry, but have a firm belief that all strength and power, and indeed all good things, are in heaven, and that I had descended from there with these ships and sailors, and it was under this impression that I was received after they had cast aside their fears. There had been rumors and indications among the peoples encountered of other natives of the islands who were fierce and warlike and who ate human flesh, but none of them appeared in person on this first voyage. I did not find, Columbus writes, any bestial men among them, as some of us had expected, but on the contrary men of great deference and kindness. The onset of the warlike multitudes was for another day. Neither are they black, like the Ethiopians, he goes on, their hair is smooth and straight, for they do not dwell where the rays of the sun strike most vividly. This clearly was meant as reassurance to anyone who felt, as he did, that black men tended to be more barbarous than whites of any condition. Columbus returned home in 1493. Thinking that Cuba was part of the Asian mainland while there, he had even sent Luis de Torres on an expedition to find the Great Khan, but he nevertheless clearly felt himself to be closer to the region that Ailey and some others had gone on referring to as the Fortunate Islands, in spite of the Canaries, than to Ethiopia in any sense of the ten. He had come to the part of the world where East meets West, but his approach to it was westward, and so was his vision of it. We can see in Columbus's outlook the first glimmers of an unfavorable comparison, to be made off in Columbus's Golden World 95. By him and by his successors, between the black men of the Old World, and most of the Tawny Me, and of the New. This attitude was taken up by the first chronicler of Columbus's expeditions, Peter Martyr of Anghira, who wrote only a few years later concerning the natives of what he was the first to call the New World, that the inhabitants of these islands have been ever so used to live at liberty, in play and pastime, that they can hardly away with the yoke of servitude, which they attempt to shake off by all means they may. This surely is an implied comparison with the peoples of Guinea, who did submit to the yoke of servitude from Peter's point of view, and of whom he occasionally manifests a firm dislike. Indeed, Peter, a Renaissance humanist at heart, was palpably a man who looked westward rather than eastward for images of the ideal life, liking neither Ethiopians nor Orthodox Jews. Though he was always a good friend to new Christians, he was on the other hand so inspired by what he learned of the New World natives that he, even more than Boccaccio, was able to find in the West for Ovid's airy nothings a local habitation and a name. And surely if they had received our religion, he writes, I would think their life most happy of all men, if they might therewith enjoy their ancient liberty. A few things content them, having no delight in such superfluities, for the which in other places men take infinite pains and commit many unlawful acts, and yet are never satisfied, whereas many have too much, and none enough. But among these simple ls, a few clothes serve the naked, weights and measures are not needful to such as can not skill of craft and deceit and have not the use of pestiferous money, the seed of innumerable mischiefs. So that if we shall not be ashamed to confess the truth, they seem to live in that golden world of the which old writers speak so much, wherein men lived simply and innocently without enforcement of laws, without quarreling judges and libels, content only to satisfy nature, without further vexation for knowledge of things to come. Here, then, is another milestone in the early history of the noble savage Columbus, who gave to the peaceable multitude of the islands the name Indios because he considered their habitat to be the Indies, of course, but perhaps also because he thought of them as living in God. Maintained a vision like Peter's, but it was also more alive with religious and mystical implications than that of the rationalist Clerg/Meehan. For the next few dramatic and ultimately disastrous years of Columbus's life, there was a constant pull between the visionary and perhaps messianic streak in him on the one hand, and the man of affairs he had now become Q6 lost tribes and promised lands on the other. Only 7 months after his triumphal return home in March 1493, he was at sea again, this time leading to the newly discovered Indies a fleet of 17 ships, filled with seedlings and livestock, as well as with some 12 to 1500 colonists for the island of Hispaniola. It naturally fell upon the admiral to be in charge of the establishment of this colony, and though subsequently its administration was placed in the hands of a governor, the charge remained close to Columbus himself. The first governor was his brother Bartolome. The affairs of a colony, however, with a largely roughneck population from home seeking to grab advantages wherever they could be found, and pitted against a stunned, fearful, and increasingly hostile native population, proved to be more than the relatively unworldly Columbus brothers could handle. Other domineering interests arrived in the colony during the 3 years following its establishment, rivaling the Columbus hegemony and inciting new waves of discontent. By the time the admiral returned home in June of 1496, his reputation had fallen under a cloud. As if doing penance, he wore the brown habit of a Franciscan friar almost from the moment of his return. His third voyage to the New World, on which he finally embarked in May 1498, was permeated with the old visionary spirit once again. The letter he wrote to Ferdinand and Isabella reporting on this voyage is largely taken up with his search for the terrestrial paradise. A sense of awesome expectation fills his description of stage of the journey. When I sailed from Spain to the Indies, he wrote, I found that as soon as I had passed 100 leagues westward of the Azores, there was a very at change in the sky and the stars, in the temperature of the air, and in the water of the sea, and I have been very diligent in observing these things. This striking, and to him portentous, climatic change is mentioned not once but 3 times in the course of the letter. I reached the parallel of Sierra Leone, in Guinea, he says in a more graphic repetition of the point, beginning with the unusually long southward course he followed this time before heading out into the ocean. I found the heat so intense, and the rays of the sun so fierce, that I thought we should have been burned. This is of course the sun that, in Columbus's view as in that of most of his contemporaries, has burned the Guinea Negro black. And although it rained and the sky was heavy with clouds, I still suffered the same oppression, until our Lord was pleased to grant me a favorable wind, giving me an opportunity of sailing to the west, so that I reached a line where I experienced, as I have already said, a change of temperature. Immediately upon my reaching this line, the temperature of the sky became very mild, and the more I advanced, the more this mildness increased, but I did not find the positions of the stars Columbus's Golden World 97 to correspond with these effects. According to the positions of the stars, this was the latitude of Guinea, the farthest south Columbus ever was to travel in the New World. We now know that what he came to was the island of Trinidad and the adjacent Venezuelan coast, and the climate simply was not hot enough to satisfy any of the established notions of world geography. I look upon this as something new, he goes on, and I think my opinion will be supported by that of others, that it is a short distance for so great a change to take place in the temperature. Columbus has come upon a mystery for which he is determined to propose a dramatic solution, and he does so with disregard for all those myth-makers of future generations who would make him the most ardent advocate of his time for the view that the earth is a sphere. I have always read, he proceeds, that the world comprising the land and the water was spherical, as is testified by the investigations of Ptolemy and others. But I have now seen so much irregularity, as I have already described, that I have come to another conclusion respecting the earth. Namely, that it is not round as they describe, but of the form of a pear, which is very round except where the stalk grows, at which part it protrudes much higher, or like a round ball, in one part of which is a prominence like a woman's nipple, this being the part that is highest and nearest to the sky. This part is situated under the equator, in this ocean. See at the end of the east, I call the end of the east that place where all the lands and islands terminate. In other words, this wondrous region is so cool because of its height. On the same principle there are snow-capped mountains in tropical Africa. This, in turn, affects the color of the inhabitants. When I was off the island of Argam, on the west coast of Africa, he explains, which is 20 degrees north of the equator, I found the people black and the land very much burnt, and when after that I went to the Cape Verde Islands, I found the people there blacker still, and the further south we went the more they approached the extreme of blackness, so that when I reached the parallel of Sierra Leone, where, as night came on, the north star rose 5 degrees, the people were the blackest of all, and as I sailed westward, the heat became extreme. But then, across the ocean beyond the miraculous climate line, at a point where the North Star also rose 5 degrees, where the temperature was exceedingly mild, and the fields and foliage remarkably fresh and green, and as beautiful as the gardens of Valencia in April, the people were very graceful in fawn, whiter than any others I had seen in the Indies, with long, smooth hair. Clearly, Columbus thinks it fitting that the complexion of the Negro is not to be found in a part of the world to which he is about to accord a very lofty status. The Holy Scriptures record, he goes on, now approaching to like crucial Gs lost twabs and promised lands. Point, that our Lord made the earthly paradise, and planted in it the tree of life, and from it springs a fountain which flows and divides into the four principal rivers of the world, the Ganges in India, the Tigris, and Euphrates, and here there is a gap in the manuscript, which divide a chain of mountains and form Mesopotamia, flowing from there into Persia, and the Nile, which rises in Ethiopia and goes down to the sea at Alexandria. I do not find, nor have ever found, any account by the Romans or Greeks which definitively fixes the site of the terrestrial paradise, nor have I seen it laid down from authentic sources in any Urnapamundi. Some placed it in Ethiopia, at the sources of the Nile, but others, traversing all these countries, found neither the temperature nor the altitude of the sun to correspond to their ideas respecting it, nor did it appear that the overwhelming waters of the deluge had been there. Some pagans pretended to adduce arguments to the effect that it was in the Fortunate Islands, which are the Gonarais. Columbus evidently has rejected this latter view, which he had entertained in days when it had still been possible for him to think of the Fortunate Islands as something far more wonderful and remote than the Gonarais. I have already described my ideas concerning this hemisphere and its form, he reminds his readers as he approaches his dramatic conclusion. And I have no doubt that if I could pass below the equator, after reaching the highest point of which I have spoken, I would find a much milder temperature, and a variation in the stars and in the water. Not that I suppose that place of utmost altitude to be navigable, or even to have water, or that one can even get up there, for that matter, since I am convinced that it is the terrestrial paradise, to which no one may attain without the will of God. Since this startling opinion was to win criticism for Columbus even from so stout a supporter as Peter Martyr, he was ever eager to bolster his visionary conclusions, and with them, his credibility, with a display of sound geographical argumentation. Having discovered on this voyage the mouth of what we now know to be the Orinoco, for example, he argues for this river as proof that the terrestrial paradise must be nearby, because I have never read or heard of such quantities of fresh water coming out and mingling with the salty waters of the sea. His idea is that the river must be a branch of one of the four that flow out of paradise, for it must descend from an abnormally high place to achieve such a volume. The true explanation that these abundant fresh waters are the discharge of a vast continent even occurred to him in passing. But this overwhelming reality, to be proclaimed only a year later by Amerigo Vespucci, clearly was less attractive to him than his own grandiose spiritual theory. The more I reason on it, however, the more Columbus's golden world 99 convinced I become that the place of which I have spoken is the terrestrial paradise. Going on to proclaim how he has raised the cross and announced the glories of the king and queen in every land that he has discovered in this precious part of the world, Columbus concludes the letter with its most important immediate aim, a paean of self-justification. For his record was still tainted by the disasters of his regime in Hispaniola, and his troubles were by no means at an end. Indeed, the next 2 years were to be all downhill from the terrestrial paradise. At the end of this third voyage of discovery, Columbus had put in at Hispaniola and found the affairs of the island under his brothers Bartolome, still governor, and Diego, mayor of the newly founded city of Santo Domingo, in utter disarray. Factional strife had reached the point of open armed rebellion. Finally, in the summer of 1500, the Spanish sovereigns had sent as their plenipotentiary to the colony one Francisco de Bobadilla to settle all disputes. Bobadilla ended by sending all 3 Columbus brothers back to Spain as prisoners. The man from the sea, the discoverer who had begun a transformation of the world while harboring visions of terrestrial paradise and possible messianic pretensions, returned home 8 years to the month after his initial historic landing in the New World, wearing not a crown of thorns but monocles and chains. 9. Black devils. Columbus must have been especially relieved to have found gentle, well-formed Indios living near the equator, because his first encounter to the southward of the islands explored in his first voyage had been with men of a very different sort. This had occurred in the very first landfalls of his second voyage to the New World, in the autumn of 1493. By this time, of course, he had been thoroughly prepared for meeting a warlike multitude in the Indies, not only by Esdras and by the Indians he met on IH's first voyage, but also by D'Ailly, who wrote that in the frigid north and the tropical south of the westernmost parts of the northern hemisphere are savage men who eat human flesh and have depraved and frightening faces, and the cause of this is the heat and the cold, on account of which their bodies are of abnormal complexion and poor and repulsive of physique. Therefore, they are base in manner and savage in speech, and there are men or beasts in these places who present such a dreadful aspect, that one can tell only with difficulty whether they are men or beasts, according to what the blessed Augustine says. And, in at least two extremities live evil spirits, devils, and malignant beasts harmful to man. Black Devils 101. It was no surprise for Columbus, then, that 4 or 5 bones of human arms and legs were found when a reconnaissance boat landed at what is now believed to have been the island of Guadeloupe, on November 4, 1493. On seeing these, wrote Dr. Alvarez Chanca of Seville, who had come along as one of the physicians of the expedition, we suspected that these were the islands of Carib, which, as was known from the first voyage, re-inhabited by people who eat human flesh. On other islands, the evidence became yet more vivid. In one place, a group of women who had been held captive by the Caribs and used as concubines said that the Caribs used them with a cruelty that seems incredible, that they eat the children they have by them, bringing up only those they have had by their regular wives. They bring the men taken alive by them to their houses to eat, and those who are dead they eat on the spot. They say that human flesh is so good there is nothing like it in the world, and this seems so because the bones we found in their houses had been so gnawed that nothing remained of them but the parts that were too tough to be eaten. In one house we found a man's neck being cooked. When they capture boys they emasculate them, and make use of them until they are fully grown, and then kill them and eat them when they want to have a feast. For they say that the flesh of boys and of women is not good to eat. 3 such boys came fleeing to us, all of them emasculated. As far as Columbus was concerned, these people, along with any other natives who made war against the Spaniards and were taken captive, were eligible to be sold into slavery, a treatment he did not consider proper for peaceable islanders, even though many of his shipmates and fellow countrymen saw the matter differently. This is what he wrote in January, 1494, to a representative of the king and queen on the subject of he man-eating Caribs, whom he was now beginning to call cannibals, in a significant dialectal variant of their name. To their highnesses, that because we do not have an interpreter through whom these people can be made to understand our holy faith, as their highnesses wish and as we do, too. Intending to bring this about whenever possible, we are sending with these ships some of these cannibals Campbells, in Spanish, men, women, boys and girls. Their highnesses can command that they be placed under the power of persons with whom they can best learn our language, as well as the tasks of service, little by little getting more attention than other slaves do, so that they will become better in predators. And because among all the islands those of the cannibals are the 102 lost tribes and promised lands, largest and most populous, it seemed that taking some of them and sending them to Spain would be of some benefit, for they might then be made one day to give up their inhuman practice of eating men. Furthermore, there in Spain they will learn the language and thereby more quickly receive baptism, to the benefit of their souls. And among those peoples who do not engage in such practices, it will be much to our side when they see taken captive those who inflict so much injury upon them and whom they fear so much that even a single one terrifies them. The peoples who do not engage in such practices are Indios, of course, and Columbus himself. LF never was to use this word for the Canajoles, who were a separate breed. A new word was thus beginning to make its way into the European vocabulary. Some of Columbus's men had heard the Indians use the term Carib for the main island of the man-eaters, evidently Puerto Rico, and from this was obtained not only Dr. Chanca's Curahis but also our word Caribbean. The variant name of the island, presumably heard from other Indians, which Columbus came to prefer, was Canaba, hence, in Spanish, Chinel, Siles for its natives **. One apparent reason for Columbus's partiality to this form of the island's name was its suggestion of the presence of the Great Khan, Gran Khan, as Columbus always wrote it in Spanish. But perhaps there were other reasons, grounded in the discoverer's mystical nature. Is there something special to be noted in the opposition between the word cannibal and his own name in Spanish, Cristobal? If he is the Christ-bearer, then these people who form the warlike multitude against him surely are the bearers of the mark, and in terms of the confusion expressed by Zerera and others, the curse of Cain, who, incidentally, had been the object of worship of a heretical cult in the Middle Ages. It is noteworthy in this context that, in subsequent Latin writings on the New World, cannibals often was written cambali. Here, the component chem is close in spelling and identical in pronunciation to cham, the Vulgate form of the name of Noah's occur. Said son, Ham. The great popularity that the word achieved in general, so that in some languages it all but replaced the traditional anthropophagi, can perhaps be explained on less mysterious grounds. The Oxford English Dictionary points out that the first two syllables of Campbell's suggests dogs to romanciers, a highly suggestive point, since the Spanish colonists often used the word perro, dog, as a term of opprobrium for Indians, since the notion of dog-faced men was a traditional part of the imagery of exotic climes, and since few things seem more truly cannibal than the sight of dogs tearing at flesh. Furthermore, the notion of flesh came in Spanish also echoes in those first two syllables of this word that describes supremely carnal men. There is yet one more point at which the word cannibal resonates richly. In the culture of that day, its resemblance to the name Hannibal, the bearer of wild beasts, and the culture of human sacrifice from the south. At this time, North Africa was being fought oft again by Christian Europe, in grim bombastic reality by the Spaniards, and in literature by the Italians from Petrarch's Africa, which revived a learned debate as to whether Hannibal or Scipio Africanus had been the greater general, to Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, which transforms Charlemagne's war against the Saracens into an elegant Renaissance tapestry. Black Devils 103. It is in the writings of yet another Italian adventurer sailing in Spanish ships, Amerigo Vespucci, that we find some of the most vivid prose of the day about the European encounters with this fierce and cruel people, eaters of human flesh, called cannibals. By 1499, when Vespucci was making his observations in a voyage along the coast of Brazil under the captaincy of Alonso de Ojeda, cannibals had already become a generic term referring to man-eaters wherever they were found, and not just those of a particular area. In TTNS echoing Columbus's very different spirit, Vespucci even says of them, "We have found such a multitude in these countries that no one could enumerate them," as we read in the Apocalypse. But Vespucci had literary talent enough, and presumably experience enough, not to have to resort to sacred texts for doomsday imagery, as we can see in the following passage from his pen, which begins by describing what seems to be only a group of particularly shy natives at one place along the Brazilian coast. Nearly every day the people of the locality came down to the beach, but they would not speak with us. On the seventh day, we headed ashore, and as we did so we noticed that the men had all brought their women with them. When we landed, many of them sent women to speak with us. But, seeing that they remained unsure of us, we agreed to send them one of our young men, who was very brave and agile. And we went back to our boa ts so that the women would be less fearful. This young man went among the women, and they all began to touch and feel him, marveling at him extraordinarily. But meanwhile a woman with a great stick in her hand was coming down the hill, and when she arrived where the boy was standing, she gave him such a blow on the back with her stick that he fell dead immediately. In an instant, the other women grabbed him and brought him up the hill, dragging him by the feet, and the men who had been on the hill came down to the water's edge armed with bows and arrows and, shooting at us, so terrorized our men that none of them even thought of taking up his arms, because the boats had run aground and it was hard to get away quickly. They were thus able to discharge a great many arrows at us, until finally the ship got off 4 cannon shots against them. And, though none of them was hit, they had scarcely heard The report when they all fled precipitously to the hill. There the women still were, tearing the murdered young man to pieces. Before our eyes. And, holding up the pieces one by one for us to see, they roasted them in a great fire they had made, and ate them. 104 Lost Tribes in Promised Lands. In this remarkable account, a new dimension is added to the emerging myth of the cannibal, that of carnal women, descendants of the girl loss of Hanno's narrative. These creatures of an all-consuming sexuality are the dark, southern opposites to the unblushing nude maid. N.S. of Golden Age visions of the West, such as those of Boccaccio's narrative, who, when quite naked, without consciousness of shame. Asterisk they are also, in this region of the earth where East meets West, probable offspring of the Amazons of Greek mythology, as is suggested by Columbus in one passage of his journals. Writing about the cannibals, he says he has heard that they form unions with certain women, who dwell alone on the island of Maitnino Martinique, which lies next to Hispaniola on the side towards India. These women employ themselves in ways wholly inappropriate to their sex. They use bows and javelins just as I have described their paramours doing, and whereas armor plates of brass, having this metal in great abundance. Here we can see the elements of manly bellicosity and ferociously immured sexuality that seem only to have added a perverse attractiveness to the Amazon legend, which is by this time fully established in medieval folklore and located often enough in the vicinities of remote promised lands. It is now a regular component, for example, of the Prester John letter, which in the 1507 English version already quoted says of the women living in a part of the realm called the Grand Femini, that they be very manly in fighting and hardy. And in this same land may come no men but 9 days in the year and no longer, and then they have conversation and fellowship with the men and no more of the whole year. For if the men there would be to the women should flee them all. This vision of overpowering, carnal women located in dark and remote corners of the world cannot but have been related in the minds of Europeans with a significant phenomenon of that day, witchcraft. It was registered a more complex image of the savage women of the West, blending the qualities of the Golden Age North and the bestial South, is to be found in a narrative of the Portuguese discovery of Brazil in 1500, written by Pedro Vaz de Caminha. Describing the natives of a certain locality, Caminha writes, there were also among them 4 or 5 young women just as naked, who were not displeasing to the eye, among whom was one with her thigh from the knee to the hip and buttock all painted with black paint and all the rest in her own color, another had both knees and calves and ankles so painted, and her privy parts so nude and exposed with such innocence that there was not there any shame. The black makeup on the thighs seems nevertheless to bespeak a deep sensuality underlying her otherwise innocent aspect. Black Devils 105. Precisely in this era that Europe saw a revival of the phenomenon, or at any rate a revival of witch hunting, signaled by Pope Innocent VI IPS bull against witchcraft in 1484 and the appearance, about a year later, of the most exhaustive diatribe ever written on the subject, the Malleus Maleficarum 7n, Hammer of Witches. A cannibalism said to have been practiced as often in a final gesture of Zion for a dead lover as out of ferocity was part of the tradition and mythology of witchcraft, as attested to by its most sympathetic historian, Jules Michelet, who speaks of the tragedy of ces monstruous sacraments de amour anthropophage. Witches were said to have been especially fond of children, a trait that gives significance to the youth of the sailor who was eaten by the Brazilian women in Vespucci's account. A mysterious sexuality is ever present in the legends surrounding witches, above all in one of the essential functions attributed to them through the ages, that of providing or restoring sexual potency. The fact that their detractors often accused them of causing sexual impotence in their victims is simply the other side of the vision of a carnality that was capable of eating men whole. It is not hard to discern connections between the emerging racism of the epoch and the new outburst of antagonism against these shadowed creatures of the night. The enchanting uncleanness of witches seems often to have had affinities in the Cleiristian mind with that of the Jews, another group considered to have entered into league with the devil. The parallels between the two reach into the very vocabulary of witchcraft. Another word for a witch's coven was synagogue, no doubt partly inspired by the synagogue of Satan in the Revelation of John, and, as is well known, the night when witches flew from all directions on broomsticks. Further gloomy congregation under the devil's pastorate was the Sav Bath. In general, there were always occult associations suggested by the presence of Jews to the Christian mind, owing, among other things, to their Oriental origin, to the impact of the Kabbalah, and to the fact that the Jews were Europe's most astute practitioners of astrology. Such associations had occasionally seemed attractive in the past, but now they were coming to represent more ominously than ever an unknown that terrified the newly zealous Christianity as much when appearing in its own midst as when encountered in remote parts of the world. Even though there probably were indigenous roots to the phenomenon of witchcraft reaching back to pagan Europe, for Western Europeans it seemed to be something primarily southern and eastern in origin, like the Jews and the Moors. The Old Testament itself tends to confirm this orientation. Egypt in particular was seen as a homeland of unholy magic, a viewpoint given sanction by such a biblical passage as this one, Exodus 7:11-12, showing that magic being undone by a priest of the true religious tradition, 106 lost tribes and promised lands. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers. Now the magicians of Egypt, they also did in like manner with their enchantments. For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. A midrashic tradition supplied two of the Egyptian sorcerers in this passage w. Ith names, James, and Jammers, and medieval Christian tradition then gave them a prominent role in the establishment of witchcraft. Egyptian magic and an implied component of sensuality figure in one of the medieval legends of Alexander the Great, which holds that he was the illegitimate son of a sorcerer from the land of the Nile named Enisitanbos, who used his sorcery to seduce the conqueror's mother Olympias. An element yet more eastern, and, to the mind of medieval Europeans, no less southern, enters the picture here as well, in that Nectanebos was said to have carried a magical tablet that bore on it a representation of Ahura Mazda, the Persian god of gods. Persia is, of course, the very homeland of magic in the literal sense, and the story of the three magi paying homage to the infant Jesus is a recapitulation of that of Aaron's rod, showing how the true religion conquers the magical arts of the ancient East. Now, there is a hint of darkness of complexion in all this. To medieval Europeans, Egyptians, living just north of Ethiopia, seemed dark-skinned enough, but Persians coming as they did from a country virtually identified with India and Ethiopia probably seemed more so. In this connection, the Malleus Maleficorum offers a startling /caret about the origins of witchcraft. The magic arts in general, it tells us, originated in Persia, and were introduced there by Zoroaster, and Zoroaster, it goes on to say, may have been Noah's son Ham. This is certainly a fateful remark to be made at the very moment when the children of Ham were becoming, in their divinely ordained role as slaves, a noticeable presence in some parts of Europe. Is it perhaps their presence that has provoked it? We can only perceive the fateful conjunctions here, and must remain helpless before a chicken or the egg question of causality. A dark notion in the minds of men for centuries is now, like an aforementioned golden one, finding a local habitation in a name, an unfortunate flesh with which to invest it. Even more to the point than the dim image of witchcraft is the vivid one of the devil, who for centuries now had been black. This may seem a truism, until we realize that Satan has no color in any of his appearances in the Old and New Testaments, except for chapter 12 of the Revelation of John, where he appears as a serpent that is quite red. On the other hand, his blackness emerges distinctly in a most significant text of the Black Devil's 107. 6th century CE, the Apocryphal Acts of Thomas. For example, a woman who has been resurrected from the dead by Thomas describes her descent into hell this way. A man took me who was hateful to look upon, altogether black, and his raiment exceedingly foul, and took me away to a place wherein were many pits, and a great stench and hateful odor issued thence. In another place, the wife of one of Thomas's disciples, is raped by devils, whom she describes thus. I saw a black man stand ding over against me, nodding at me with his head, and a boy like unto him standing by him, and I said to my daughter, look at those two hideous men, whose teeth are like milk and their lips like soot. It is noteworthy that this last scene has taken place in Persia. One wonders whether this country, the true homeland of early myths about warfare between light and darkness, was not the soil on which not only Thomas's pronounced Manichaean tendencies but also their peculiar coloration were engendered. And if so, then were any of the attitudes toward black devils that arose in Persia a response in some way to the presence of black men, whom we know to have been there as slaves since ancient times? Some of the images of black men in the Acts of Thomas do suggest the possibility of concrete experience, although a description of a devil in a roughly contemporary account of the Acts of Saint Bartholomew, another of the apostles to the three Indias, seems to come exclusively out of the imaginative chiaroscuro of the Manichaean mind. Bartholomew exorcises a devil from a temple of Ashtaroth, who is described as black, sharp-faced, with a long beard, hair to the feet, fiery eyes, breathing flame, spiky wings like a hedgehog, bound with fiery chains. This hardly resembles anything human, and yet by the 13th century, in Jacobus Dvoragin's retelling of the story in his enormously popular Compendium of the Lives of the Saints, the Golden Legend, this why devil is described as an Ethiope. Whatever the intentions of the 6th century authors, by the late Middle Ages the trend towards some kind of concrete anthropological identification of these black men seems inexorable. In the witchcraft proceedings of 1324 against Dame Alice Cutler in Ireland, the devil is described as one who appeared to her sometimes in the form of a cat, sometimes in that of a shaggy black dog, and sometimes in that of a kind of Ethiope. Was there even another unconscious sign 108 lost types and promised lands of the trend in the inclination of English and other European languages, prevailing until well into the modern era, to render necromancy as nigromancy? But the fact remains that, until well into the generation that gathered the first European impressions of the New World, images of devilish black men of the South were not necessarily based only on Africans. The terrifying black giants of Taprobana on the Catalan Atlas, who eat white strangers and are without rational faculties, were a pointed contrast with the noble black king of Guinea. And one can perhaps find no better account of these Taprobanans in the flesh than in the description of the Patagonians written by Antonio Pigafetta, another Italian freelance adventurer on the tides of Iberian discovery, as part of his narrative of the celebrated voyage of circumnavigation of the world, in which he participated, made by Ferdinand Magellan's fleet from 1519. Oh. And the first leg of the journey after their Atlantic crossing, Magellan's ships sailed down the eastern coast of present-day Argentina, which the commander named Patagonia, land of the clodhoppers, in honor of the gigantic black-skinned savages they encountered there. Pigafetta, a true Renaissance spirit, clearly enjoyed the opportunity these natives presented for vivid description, including the women. One naked savage girl, he says, sneaked aboard the merged ship one day looking for something to steal, and found a nail in the captain's cabin. She grabbed it immediately, stuck it deftly into her snatch la lourde de sa nature, in the French version of 1525, then jumped overboard and got away. He also speaks of women with breasts half an anu's length long. These are the Amazons and carnal women of the distant east and south, rather than the demure naked maidens of the Est. Pigafetta has a good deal more to say about the gigantic, cannibalistic men of the country. One of them was so tall, he says, that an average-sized European did not even reach his waist. Naked and black, they looked to Pigafetta like those who sail upon the infernal marshes. As for their hellish appetites, they eat the human flesh of their enemies, not because this seems good to them, but on account of custom. He describes one of them thus. He was of good corporature and well made in all parts of his body, with a large visage painted of divers colors, but for the most art velo. On his cheeks were painted two hearts. and red circles about his eyes. The hair of his head was colored white, and his apparel was the skin of a beast sewed together. This beast had a large head and great ears like unto a mule, with the body of a camel and tail of a horse. The feet of the giant were folded in the skin after the manner of shoes. He black devils 109. Had in his hand a big and short bow, the string whereof was made of a sinew of that beast. He had also a bundle of long arrows made of reeds feathered after the manner of ours, tipped with sharp stones in the stead of iron heads. The captain caused him to eat and drink, and gave him many things, and among other a great looking glass, in the which as soon as he saw his own likeness, was suddenly afraid and started back with such violence that he overthrew two that stood nearest about him. Captain Magellan gave him some hawk bells and sent him off. This game of taming the wild man of Patagonia with trivializing ridicule became a favorite one for Magellan and his men during their stay there, for like enslaving them, turning devils into minstrels was a way of neutralizing the terror they aroused. Another Patagonian, a giant of somewhat greater stature, was induced by them to ring and dance and taught to say Jesus, Ave Maria, Johannes, even as we do, but with a bigger voice. The captain gave him a shirt of linen cloth, and a coat of white woolen cloth, also a cap, a comb, a looking glass, with divers such other things, and so sent him to his company. Relations were not always so jolly as this, and indeed grew gravely hostile when Magellan at last decided to make the traditional roundup of some specimens to bring home. Picking out two of the youngest and best made, he filled their hands with trinkets until they were, in effect, defenseless. Then he caused 2 pair of shackles of iron to be put on their legs, making signs that he would also give them those chains, which they liked very well because they were made of bright shining metal. When they began growing suspicious, Magellan tried to convince them that nothing was wrong, but finally, when they saw how they were deceived, they roared like bulls and cried upon their great devil seed hoss to help them. One result, as it happens, of this ominous scene was literar/immortalary. For the devil called upon by the victims, for Shakespeare read this translation by Richard Eden, and no doubt had this very scene in mind when he caused Caliban another play on Carib Cannibal to say of Prospero. JJIS art is of such power. It vold control me/Danis God, Setebos, and make a vassal of him. Setebos reappears in the Pigafetta narrative, as an adversary to efforts to make a Christian of one of the captive giants, 110 lost tribes and promised lands. On a time, as one of our men made a cross before him and kissed it, showing it unto him, he suddenly cried Setebos, and declared by signs that if they made any more crosses, Setebos would enter into his body and make him bruised. But when, in fine, he saw no hurt come thereof, he took the cross and embraced it and kissed it oftentimes, desiring that he might be a Christian before his death. He was therefore baptized and named Paul, an appropriate name for a convert from the devil's faith. Elsewhere we learn more about Setebos and some of the beliefs surrounding him. They say that when any of them die, there appear 10 or 12 devils leaping and dancing about the body of the dead, and seem to have their bodies painted with divers colors. And that among other, there is one seen bigger than the residue, who maketh great mirth and rejoicing. This great devil they call Setebos, and call the Leschalite. One of these giants, which they took, declared by signs that he had seen devils with 2 horns above their heads, with long hair down to their feet, and that they cast forth fire at their throats both before and behind. This becomes rather communication for sign language, and one begins to wonder how much of the imagery is really being supplied by the imagination of the Christians, particularly in the more Hebraic-looking version set both used by Sir Francis Drake during the Patagonian part of his voyage of circumnavigation in 1578. This devil's name suggests another piece of demonology that is at least partially inspired by Jewish sources *. For one ambiguous moment and histerv, then, we can see all of the mythic imager / of East, West, and South, of noble non-Europeans and of black devils, converging on the geography of the newly discovered parts of the world, still only dimly organized on the map of the European imagination. with Columbus still believing until his death in 1506 that Cuba was part of the Asian mainland, and with North America to remain an unknown entity until well into the 1520s, South America and Africa, along with all the islands of the Indies east and west, seemed to comprise in that moment a vast undifferentiated region, or at least one of more or less exact counterparts. South America and Africa, on their east. The hint of Sabbath, the seventh day, seven is set in Italian, set in Portuguese, and siete in Spanish. In this word becomes particularly strong when we recall that a standard dialectal variation in Hebrew of the pronunciation of Sabbath is Shabbos. No doubt the echoes of Satan in Sedabos are another source of its appeal to Christian ears. Black Devils 111. M-sides, loomed up in the darkness as either identical or, at any rate, fraternal twins, through which the various exotic races were scattered from north to south in the same way. If westward-leaning spirits were inclined to place their visions of paradise in or near northeastern South America, eastward-leaning ones could still bestow such qualities on the land of Prester-John somewhere in northeastern Africa, and the two ideals could virtually converge. The noble Ethiopian was still a worthy alongside the noble savage. The crucial distinctions still lay, in that moment, between north and south, not east and west. Men like Columbus, admirers of the Indians, tended to want to enslave cannibals, just as they accepted the enslavement of black Africans. And if some of the Negro slaves could look to Zurero-like, the images of a lower hemisphere, this hardly seems different from what men way down in Patagonia looked like to Magellan's sailors. But this moment was already passing in the brightening sunlight of geographical knowledge. And once again, we find the initiative to move on taken by those hardy pioneers of overseas discovery, the Portuguese. 10. The end of Prester-John. T.I. without limit, Rossi Abraham Zacuto, would not suffice to relate the happenings in Portugal, into we over 120,000 Jews entered from Spain and only a small remnant survived the ravages of the plague. Of these some were taken captive, their children seized and carried offloaf to distant islands, others, overwhelmed by suffering, changed their religion. The long Portuguese tradition of tolerance toward Jews had come to an end even before 1492. In 1481, the Cortes of Evora had given King John II official notice of a groundswell of popular anti-Semitism that he could no longer ignore. Members' complaints about Jews ranged from ostentation in dress, to tax farming, and to Jewish artisans, tailors, shoemakers, and the like who, they said, entered rural Christian homes under the pretext of doing their work but then tried to seduce the women while the men were out in the fields. The king agreed to legislation curbing Jewish sumptuary habits and reviving the ancient and hitherto long-forgotten requirement that Jews wear an identifying badge on their clothing. The arrival of a huge Jewish refugee population in 1492 was therefore more than the king Eold put up with, although he could not resist the opportunity to fill his offers by charging the new arrivals a large entrance. The end of Prester-John 113. Fee. But he would not allow them to stay, and made March 31, 1493, the deadline for their departure. When the time came, many of the Jewish refugees pushed on to North Africa and elsewhere, but others stayed to put this unwanted Portuguese severity to the test. The threatened penalty was enslavement to the Portuguese crown, an ambiguous status that may even have seemed to promise advantages in the eyes of some Jews. But the king dashed any such sanguine expectations, commanding, according to the royal chronicler by Dapina, that all who were minors, youths and girls alike, were to be taken captive from among those Castilian Jews in his kingdom who did not betake themselves away within the appointed time according to the conditions of their entrance. All these children were forcibly converted to Christianity and sent to the island of South St. Thomas, in the Gulf of Guinea, which had been discovered by Portuguese ships a little over 20 years earlier. Insomuch that, being separated, they would reasonably be better Christians, and it was as a result of this that the island came to be more densely populated, and on account of this it began to thrive exceedingly. Indeed, it was to thrive so well that, by the middle of the next century, it would be the most important entrepot between the African mainland and the New World for the transatlantic slave trade. This is not the only instance of the persecuted being turned into persecutors during the course of that cruel age. John II died toward the end of 1495, and the accession of his cousin Manuel I seemed at first to promise a better fate for the Jewish refugees who had remained in Portugal. He granted them free status shortly after his accession, and no doubt it was hoped that he would soon bring the converted children back from their South home exile. But then the situation was completely changed once again the following year BV his betrothal to one of the daughters of Ferdinand and Isabella. Manuel attached great importance to this alliance, hoping that a descendant of his might one day sit on the throne of Spain as well as that of Portugal, and he therefore was willing to make significant concessions to his prospective royal in-laws. One of their demands was that their work of expulsion be completed and the entire Iberian Peninsula be made, to use a most appropriate word from another time and culture, Juden reign. Manuel agreed not only to expel the refugees, but to eliminate Judaism from Portugal altogether. The decree that he accordingly published in December 1496, commanded that all the Jews of his realm either convert to Christianity or go into exile by the following March 31st. Manuel was still a tie Portuguese king at heart, however, and was not so ready as the Spanish sovereigns had been to renounce an economically valuable segment of the population merely for the sake of principle. It caused Manuel great uneasiness, wrote a chronicler, to think of so 114 lost tribes and promised lands. Many thousands of men leaving his kingdom, and being driven into banishment, and he was desirous of at least converting their sons. The cruel precedent of stealing away Jewish children had already been established by his cousin, so Manuel decided to try it. He ordered all the sons of Jews under 14 years of age to be forcibly taken from their parents, that they might be instructed and initiated in the Christian faith. This could not be executed without causing the most affecting and heart-rending scenes. Then, in the last moment before the deadline went into effect, Manuel turned away from such head-on confrontations and resorted to quiet bargaining with Jewish community leaders. He agreed that, in exchange for a token conversion on their part, he would allow them to go on practicing Judaism in private, and would keep the Inquisition away from their doorsteps. The result was that, for generations to come, Portugal was to be the homeland of a secret Judaism more rampant than any that Spain had ever known. But even this arrangement was of course unacceptable to Jews uncompromising in their faith, and a significant portion of Portuguese Jewry went into exile on March 31, 1497. In that year, Abraham Zacuto adds, there was an expulsion of Jews from the Kingdom of Navarre, so that no Jew as such was left in the whole Iberian Peninsula. The fact that Vasco da Gama was to leave on his historic first voyage to India later that year calls to mind the striking confluence of similar destinies, involving Jews, and the Columbus voyage, in Spain 5 years earlier. Indeed, from the days of Master Hakame right down to the expulsion, men of Jewish descent had been playing as important a role in the Portuguese enterprise of discover, as in the Spanish one. We have already noted the presence of Joseph Vizinho of Lisbon, Abraham Zacuto's disciple and translator, in the Portuguese Royal Commission that reviewed and rejected Columbus's plan in 1484. Later that year, Vizinho and one Master Rodrigo, another Jewish savant who had sat on that commission, were sent on a voyage down the African coast to gather astronomical and geographical information. Having rejected the western route, they clearly were part of the project that was then underway to open an eastern one to the Indies. Indeed, 3 years later, at around the time of Bartolomeu Dias's departure on the voyage that would take him around the Cape of Good Hope at last, Vizinho and Master Rodrigo were among those called upon to give instruction to 2 men who were about to leave on an important geographical mission in the Middle East. Its purpose was twofold, to ascertain from that side whether Africa was indeed circumnavigable, and to obtain information about Prester John. The 2 men, Perota Co-Ilhan and Alfonso DC Paiva, traveled together in the Mediterranean to Egypt, and thence to Aden, where they separated. Pava headed for the end of Priester John 115. Ethiopia in the company of a Jewish merchant of Cairo who knew the way. Kubal Khan went to India, where he spent a few years making voyages with Arab merchants down the East African coast. Returning to Cairo, he learned that Pava was dead and had left no account of his discoveries. Tlia's information was brought to him by two Jews from Portugal, one a Rabbi Abraham of Riga, the other a shoemaker named Joseph of Lamgo, according to existing accounts surely none other than Abraham Zacuto, who lived in Beja after the expulsion from Spain, and Joseph Vizinho, assuming the guise of a humble occupation to protect the secrecy of his mission. Kubal Khan sent Vizinho back to Portugal with a report on his travels and observations, and set out with Zacuto to Ormuz, apparently in an effort to determine for once and for all whether Prester John's realm was in Persia or not. At last satisfied that it was not, Zacuto headed home, while Kubal Khan resumed his travels, going on the Hajj to Mecca disguised as a Muslim, and finally reaching Ethiopia. There he ceased to be heard from, at least for the time being. Possibly some of the information relayed to Portugal by Vizinho and Zacuto, from Kubal Khan, and from a wide network of largely Jewish sources, had been discouraging, for although Dias had brought back his good news in 1488, it was not for another 9 years that a voyage to India by the route around Africa would be attempted. Apparently the prolonged illness from which John II finally died in 1495 also had something to do with the delay. In any case, Manuel wasted no time about resuming the project after he succeeded to the throne, but, like his predecessor, he decided that a little Jewish advice might be useful before going on. Because it was fitting in this matter, writes the chronicler Caspar Correa, and also because he was some little inclined to astronomical matters, the king sent to Beja to summon a Jew with whom he was very well acquainted, who was a great astrologer named Zacuto. Speaking to him in great secrecy, the king asked Zacuto to use his good science to ascertain whether it was advisable for him to engage himself in the discovery of India. The Jewish savant thereupon returned to Beja, presumably to consult both his astrological and his geographical charts, and after a while came back to the king with his reply. Sire, he said, with the great care which I have taken in the matter, which your highness so much enjoined upon me, and with the great pleasure of our Lord, that which I have found out and learned is that Tli province of India is very far off from this our region, far removed by wide seas and lands, all inhabited by dark people, in which there are great riches and merchandise, which go forth to many parts of the world. And there is much risk before they can come to this our region. That which I have looked at, and by the will of our Lord have attained to is that your highness will discover it, and will subjugate a large part of 26 lost tribes and promised lands, India in a very short time, because, sire, your planet is great, under the sphere, the device of your royal person, in which are contained the heavens and the earth. For God will be pleased to bring all this into your power, which power will never end for the king who fears God, even though he spend his whole kingdom in this, because God kept this enterprise reserved for your highness. According to Correa, these words were all the king needed to make him go ahead and call for the outfitting of the expedition that was to be led by Vasco da Gama. But Zacuto's services were not to be confined to such astrological pep talk, for he had a good deal of practical knowledge as well. Correa tells us that da Gama, just before his final departure from Lisbon, held a private and apparently very secret meeting with Zacuto in a monastery, in which he received from him much information as to what he should do during his voyage, and especially recommendations of great watchfulness never to let the ships part company, because if they separated it would be the certain destruction of all of them. Elsewhere, Correa suggests that one of the things Zacuto gave da Gama was exact information about the southern conformations of the African coast. No doubt he also gave him some pointers on the use of the astral abe, an instrument that had become a trademark of the Jewish cosmographers in Portugal. It is no surprise that da Gama's meeting with Zacuto was so secretive, since the latter should have been out of the country /BV then. This was already some 3 months after the deadline for Tli Jewish departure from Portugal. For a man so useful as Zacuto, an exception evidently had to be made. Indeed, Coria suggests that he did not leave Portugal for good until 1502. How had he managed to stay on all that time? Perhaps he had even undergone a token conversion to Christianity, as we know Joseph Vizinho to have done. But whatever temporal course he may have taken in religious matters, he at any rate, according to Coria, died in the error in which the NM had blinded him, having acquired such knowledge of the stars, and remaining blind in such a bright day, as is our holy Catholic faith. We last hear of him andering in the Middle East, perhaps hoping for a final resting place in the whole land. Perhaps lifting his cosmographer's eyes to some yet more distant oriental horizon. The great interest shown B.V. Coria and other Portuguese chroniclers of that time in Jewish participation in the discovery of India does not quite stop with da Gama's departure. A significant bit of Jewish history makes its way, often confusing but without fail, into all the narratives of his return trip. After leaving Calicut, da Gama's fleet put in for a refit at the island of Anjadai, va below Goa, where, according to the anonymous The End of Priester John 117, diarist of the VO/age, there arrived a man, about 40 years of age, who spoke Venetian well. He was dressed in linen, wore a fine tuca on his head, and a sword in his belt. He had no sooner landed than he embraced the captain major and the captains, and said that he was a Christian from the West, who had come to this country in early youth, that he was now in the service of a Moorish lord, who could muster 40,000 horsemen. That he, too, had become a Moor, although at heart still a Christian. Coria corrects the anonymous diarist on this point, telling us that this interesting stranger was a Jew from Granada who, upon the taking of his cit by the Spanish Christians, had wandered to the east. Other writers of the period, agreeing that he was a Jew, alternately give his place of origin as e.g. pt in Poland. At any rate, all agree that his strongest desire was to return with da Gama's fleet to Portugal and to become a Christian. Da Gama, finding him to be in the possession of extensive knowledge about the Indian Ocean and its trade routes, complied with his wishes on both counts, baptizing him on the voyage home and giving him with no excess modest the Christian name of Caspar da Gama. Caspar shipped out as a pilot on the next Portuguese voyage to India, under Pedro Alvarez Cabral, and continued playing a prominent role in this enterprise during the succeeding years. The enthusiasm shown by chroniclers over Caspar's arrival on the scene seems to go beyond his mere practical value. Rather, one can perceive beneath the surface of their accounts a sense of the symbolic importance of this episode, which tends to read like a ritual summing up the Portuguese conquest of the Orient. It represents a final settling of Reconquista scores for the Portuguese, who have reached, both physically and spiritually, the outermost goal in that drive to exorcise and then take under control the southern and eastern components of the Iberian civilization. Our view of this history has been primarily from the Castilian perspective, whereby we have seen the final expulsion and conversion of the Jews of the realm take place within the framework of the final act of Reconquista on Iberian soil. To a certain extent, the Spanish history of the ensuing century would continue in just this way, in the new world as well as the old, as a series of quixotic, head-on efforts to stampede and then swallow up the enemy. The Spanish Inquisition would have this character, too. But this was not the way of the small people who, in the generation that saw the author of Don Quixote grow to maturity, was to produce as its own great national literary / work an elegant pastiche of Latin and Italian epic SHIES telling the story of Vasco da Gama's historic voyage Luis de Camoensas os Luciadas. The deft Portuguese did not charge into problems and continents, but flanked them. By the time of da Gama's voyage, Portuguese Africa was simply a chain of coastal trading posts on the way to India, and the technic pie of control BVN 28 lost tribes and promised lands. Clave would now be extended in the next few years to the entire northeastern circumference of the Indian Ocean. In a sense, this approach was transforming vast areas of the world into networks of Portugals, of islands. and coastal enclaves with one foot in the sea, ever ready to maneuver. The approach taken by the Portuguese to the Jewish question was another version of this. They outflanked it, instead of attempting to stampede it and swallow it up in the Castilian manner. They imposed a mass conversion upon their Jews, but allowed them to go on practicing Judaism in open secret. They expelled those who refused to convert, but seemed to have held on to a few among them who were useful, like Abraham's Iacuto, at least for a while. The Jews were, after all, preeminent instructors in the kind of knowledge the Portuguese most needed for their own particular brand of reconquista. In a sense they were the Vedi model for it, the most Portuguese of all peoples, scattering their enclaves into the farthermost Orient, gathering knowledge from all the corners of the earth, but bringing it back to where? In every age, there are always some one or two countries whose Jewish communities are the central repositories for Jewish learning and aspirations throughout the world. And Portugal evidently went on thinking of herself as one of these even after the mass conversion and expulsion, quite typically wanting to have it both ways. She saw herself above all as the homeland of the great tradition of Jewish cosmography brought to her by Master Hakame of Majorca, and if a man like Abraham Zacuto finally left her bosom, even this was no disses. Ter, because the success of his own services had in the end rendered his services obsolete. The ideal Jewish geographer of Portugal's new era was one who knew the Orient at first hand, and who was furthermore happy to accept the new religious dispensation. Caspar da Gama was the ideal. And this is one reason he looms so large in the chronicles as a svmbal and not just as a man. Caspar's advent and conversion did not stand merely for the conquest of the Orient, however, he also represented its demystification. When Vasco da Gama's ships at last led the way through the southeastern Arna of the Oicumene, penetrating through the ancient imaginative haze into the clear light of scientific geography, they found on the other side not the lost tribes of Israel but a wandering Jew, apparently of European and perhaps Iberian origin at that. Caspar's return on board was like the black captives coming back from the Guinea voyages, a symbol of the reducing and taking in hand of the awesome South and East. The most dramatic of such demystifications, however, took place a few years later, in 1520, when a Portuguese diplomatic mission arrived in Ethiopia, and the blurred and dreamlike vision of centuries hardened into focus at last. What the guests found was not the jewel-studded realm of the Prester John of legend, but the thatched roofs and hewn rock of the end of Priester John 119. Kingdom of Lebna Dengel. Tli mission's priest and chronicler, Francisco Alvarez, was no doubt thinking of the fabulous processions of the former, when he described the character of those made BV the real-life monarch, J. whom he and the Portuguese continued to refer to as Prester John in spite of everything. It is unbelievable how many people always travel with the court, for certainly for a distance of 3 or 4 leagues. From each place at which they break camp the people are so numerous and so close together that they look like a procession of Corpus Domini in a great city. The 10th part of them may be well-dressed people, and 9 parts common people, both men and women, young people, and poor, some of them in skins, others in poor cloths, and all at least common people carry with them their property, which all consists of pots for making wine, and pouring earth for drinking. If they move short distances, these poor people carry with them their poor dwellings, made and thatched as they had them, and if they go further they carry the wood, that is, some poles. Rich men bring very fine tents. I do not speak of the great lords and great gentlemen, because each of these moves a city or a good town of tents, and loads, and people on mules, a matter without number or reckoning. I do not know what to say of those on foot. We Portuguese often talked of these mules, because in the winter the court does not move with less than 50,000 mules, and from that upwards, they might reach 100,000. 100,000 mules are most impressive, but not in the way of the same number of cavalrymen, such as the legendary Prester John brought in his train. It was this mission that finally learned the whereabouts of Peroda Kubilhan, who had not been heard from since his parting with Rabbi Abraham at Ormuz nearly 30 years before. He was living in Ethiopia as a courtier to the king, a kind of Marco Polo of the south, but with one important difference: he was not permitted to leave. He told his whole story to Alvarez, how in 1493 he traveled by land until he reached the Prester-John, and he came to the court, and gave his letters to the King Alexander, who was then reigning, and he said that he received them with much pleasure and joy, and said that he would send him to his country with much honor. About Tlia's time he died, and his brother Nahum reigned, who also received him with much favor, and when he asked leave to go he would not give it. And Nahum died, and his son David Lebnadengel reigned, who now reigns, and he says he also asked him for leave and he would not give it, saying that he had not 20 lost tribes and promised lands come in his time, and his predecessors had given him lands and lordships to rule and enjoy, and that leave he would not give him, and so he remained. Alvarez adds his own observations, saying that Kublai Khan was given a wife with very great riches and possessions. He had sons by her, and we saw them. In our time, when he saw that we wanted to leave, a passionate desire to return to his country came upon him. He went to ask leave of the Prester, and we went with him, and we urged it with great insistence and begged it of him. Yet no order for it was ever given. So far as is known, Kublai Khan ended his days in Ethiopia. He, too, was a living symbol of the demystification of the East, ending like the legend of Prester-John in the Abyssinian dust. With that legend went, for the time being, all hope of a noble image of the Negro to counter the one that was coming with growing force out of West Africa. One of the most vivid depictions of the West African image now taking shape in the minds of many Portuguese can be found in the Esmeralda de Situ Orbis, a geographical and historical handbook of the African coast written in about 1508 by Duarte Pacheco Pereira, from which we have already quoted with reference to Master Jacome of Majorca. Pacheco had worked for years as a civil servant in various parts of the growing Portuguese Empire, and had had intimate experience of the African slave trade in all its ugliness. The result in this apparently somewhat sensitive man is a bitterness turned, not against the exploiters from among his own people as might have been the case in a later era, but against the abject African participants in the trade. For a poor horse, you can receive here 6 or 7 slaves, he writes, typically of one place on the coast, and with equal contempt for those who hand in human beings for horses and those who are thus handed in, goes on to warn that the captain who is engaged in this barter should guard against these Negroes, for they are bad people. The loathing that penetrates his descriptions begins gradually to extend to physical characteristics, some of which are wholly imaginary as he describes them. For example, the inhabitants of this region have the faces and teeth of dogs and tails like dogs, they are black and shun conversation, not liking to see other men. But Pacheco only rarely indulges in such departures into medievalism from sound if contemptuous observation, and when he refers elsewhere to a great multitude of new peoples and black men in Africa, whose color and shape and way of life none who had not seen them could believe, calling them in yet another place almost beasts in human form, he makes it clear to his readers that he is speaking of men and women any one of them may have seen coming off the slave ships. It is a doomsday vision, evil, repulsive men sending out cargoes of other men who seem hardly more than beasts in exchange for tea. Rivia, and it is colored black. The end of Priester John 121. A true child of that callous and coldly theological age, Pacheco saw suffering in other men as the outward sign of God's contempt for them. And like many other Europeans, he considered blackness to be another such sign. In one particularly striking passage, he joins the growing chorus of those who, in his day, were rejecting the old and relatively humane climate theory of color. Many of the ancients said that 2 lands lying east and west of one another would both have the same degrees of the sun, and would be in all things alike, as to their equal share of sun. This is true, but such is the variety employed by the majesty of great nature in her creative work that we find from experience that the inhabitants of Guinea are very black, whereas the inhabitants of the same latitudes beyond the ocean to the west are brown, almost white. These are the inhabitants of Brazil. If any should aver that they are white because of the many forests which protect them from the sun, I would answer that there are as many and as dense forests in this eastern side. And if they should say that the inhabitants of Guinea are black because they are naked and the inhabitants of Brazil white because they wear clothes, I answer that nature has given them an equal privilege in this, for they are all naked as when they were born, so that we may say that the sun affects them equally. And now it only remains to know if they are both descended from Adam. The theory of differing racial lineages, in principle, good modern anthropology, but it is characteristic of Pacheco's time that the step cannot be taken into it without one's including the notion that the different race must be outside of the family of the elect or, as in this case, outside the human family altogether. With these examples we can see the dehumanization of the West African proceeding hand in hand with the demystification of the East and the concomitant dissolution of the ideal of the noble Ethiopian. It is significant, moreover, that we see Pacheco speak of the Negro this way, in the context of a comparison between him and the New World Indian. Although we have seen the concept of an undifferentiated southerly world of black devils appearing as late as the 1520s in Pigafetta's AC count of the Magellan Voyage, it is Pacheco's view the unfavorable comparison hinted at by both Columbus and Peter Martyr that will come to the fore and prevail in the ensuing epoch. Whatever the Indian is to suffer, he is to emerge gradually as a full-fledged member of the human family, even when feared and despised. The legacy and the experience of the fresh western horizons will work in his favor in this re-122 lost tribes and promised lands. Spect. But the human condition of the Negro, circumscribed with chains of the body and spirit as Africa itself was by the trade routes of European ships, was with only occasional and fleeting exceptions not to be thought about for some 200 years. 2. Isles far off. But the humanity of the Indian was not decided upon without a long struggle between his friends and his enemies, and the impulse of many Europeans to destroy him was never completely suppressed. If the black African, known to most whites only as a slave, was for the most part contemptuously ignored, the Indian more often provoked paroxysms of admiration or of rage, for he was the true native of the New World that the colonists wanted to make their own, either through him or in spite of him as the case may be. The divergence in attitude originates in Columbus's own Manichaean distinction between Indios and Canajoles, which we may well perceive as the first formulation of that enduring moral expedient for dealing with the question, the concept of the good Indian and the bad Indian. History has tended to stress Columbus's effort to enslave the bad Indian, and so has featured him as the first in the long line of wielders of the European scourge in the Americas. But the fact remains that, by the standards of his own generation, and above all by the standards of his own rapacious colonists, he was a model of sweet reasonableness in Indian relations. He is, furthermore, the first in a long line of men from Spain who felt a special, and historically significant, admiration for the new // ORLD 124 lost tribes and promised lands. Native, a group that might justly be called, if the anachronism be permitted, the pro-Indian intelligentsia of th. 16th century. One of the outstanding traits of this intelligentsia was a passion for, to use another anachronism, the anthropology of the New World. Columbus was not only intrigued by the culture of Indians but was also the patron of the first ambitious effort to study it. On his second voyage in 1493 he brought along a Hieronymite friar named Ramon Payne, a poor hermit, in the friar's own words, about whom little is known except that he went to live among the Tainos, the natives of Hispaniola, for 2 years. No doubt the friar hoped to convert them, but he does not seem to have been in the great hurry to do so that many of his ecclesiastical colleagues were soon to be in, and his first impulse clearly was just to observe, with a calm objectivity that is especially admirable in the age of the Spanish Inquisition. There are occasional displays of righteous impatience in his relation concerning the antiquities of the Indians, such as when, in describing the powers attributed to the various Senias, or idols, of the Tainos, he remarks that these ignorant people hold this to be the most certain truth. There is overeagerness to find the threads that might lead to salvation when he talks in one place about what seems to be a concept held by the natives of a supreme being in heaven. But for the most part he is satisfied just to record what he has seen and heard. and the result is a remarkable little treatise on the customs and beliefs of the Tainos. The first such study ever written on the New World native. But the ominous shadow of another Spanish presence appears in a passage dealing with a prophecy that Fray Ramon records, told to him by a cacique, or chieftain, who claimed to have heard it long ago from one of his semis. It said that there would come to this country a people wearing clothes, who would establish dominion over them and kill them, and cause them to die of hunger. Oh. At first, Fray Ramon says, the Tainos thought that this was a reference to the cannibals. But then, when they recalled that the cannibals came only to rob and then always fled, they realized that the Senii must have been speaking of another people. And now they believe that the prophecy dealt with the Admiral Columbus and the people he brought with him. Did Fray Ramon actually hear such a prophecy, or did something he heard merely reach his understanding this way through an inadequate grasp of the Taino language and the filter of his own imagination? Or, if this was in fact what he heard, then was it perhaps a creation, conscious isles far off 125, or instinctual, of the Indian imagination in response to events then occurring? These questions not be merely passing ones, for we are dealing here with a phenomenon, the imputed prophecy of the European arrival that was destined to recur dramatically in Spanish-American history during this epoch. Indeed, it had already occurred if we are to believe a Spanish narrative written on the basis of folk accounts more than 100 years after the event at that first frontier of Spanish conquest in the Atlantic, the Canary Islands. From 1493 to 1496, the Spaniards were engaged in a violent campaign to subjugate the Guanches of Tenerife, the last of the islands to hold out against Spanish domination. Yet, we are told, many of these fierce and freedom-loving people had lost their will to resist because an ancient prophecy foretold the coming of a conqueror from the east. The tradition of such a prophecy was even to extend itself beyond the Americas, farther along the Spanish westward route into the East Indies themselves, for when Magellan's ships reached the island of Tidor in the Moluccas on their voyage around the world, late in 1521, the king of the island, according to Peter Martyr of Anghira, told the Spaniards that he gladly received them as guests, because a few months earlier he had read in the Circle of the Moon that strangers, bearing an absolute resemblance to the Spaniards, would arrive by sea. A people that hears, or thinks it hears, this story often enough, can easily be satisfied that even its cruelties are the work of a higher will. Such touches of the miraculous and the supernatural were the trademark of the Spanish version of manifest destiny. Peter Martyr seems to acquiesce in a view of destiny's will when, in the passage in his De Orbe Novo, of the New World, that deals with the prop Heki recorded by Fray Ramon, he writes, and in this they were not wrong, for they are all under the dominion of the Christians, and those who resisted have been killed, all the semis having been removed to Spain, to teach us the foolishness of those images and the deeds of devils. Nothing remaining of them but a memory. The outlook expressed here hardly seems in keeping with the spirit of the Golden World passage we have already cited from elsewhere in Peter Martyr's book. It is as if this important writer, the first historian of the New World enterprise, is in one plea the first of the literary apologists for the wielders of the scourge, and in another, the first fully articulate spokesman for the viewpoint of what we have called the pro-Indian intelligentsia. Yet another of the many Italians we have seen wandering into the Iberian age of discovery. Peter Martyr was a true son of the Renaissance. 120 lost tribes in promised lands. Born in 1457 near Anghira on the shores of Lake Maggiore, which straddles the border between Italy and Switzerland, he received an aristocratic education, and studied in one of the celebrated humanist academies of the day, in Rome. It was while he was living there in I-486 that he formed a friendship with the Count of Tendilla, who had arrived as an ambassador to the Pope from Ferdinand and Isabella. Eventually, he was invited by Tendilla to return with him to Spain to pursue an official career there, and he accepted. At first he considered the military profession, and took part in the siege of Granada. But then, like Julian Sorrel rejecting the red in favor of the black, he laid down his arms and took minor orders. He obtained a canon's post at the newly consecrated Cathedral of Granada, formerly a mosque, under the celebrated Bishop Hernando de Talavera, whose ancestors had been Jews. Peter was ever to be closely associated with a number of prominent new Christians. He remained even through the worst days a stout supporter of Columbus, whom he probably met through Bishop Talavera, and when the latter was in his 80s and at the end of a distinguished career in public service, brought before the Inquisition on charges of Judaizing, Peter rallied passionately to his defense. This friendliness did not extend to unbaptized Jews, however. Peter's espousal of unorthodox causes can be seen as the spirit of the Renaissance humanist asserting itself amidst the stark excesses of Iberian religiosity, but there might also be another element underlying his behavior. This is suggested by the ecclesiastical name he chose for himself, which he remains known by, and which has obscured his own family name for all time to come. The choice is a startling one for a man of his inclinations. The original Peter Martyr was a saint of the medieval Inquisition, who had been murdered not far from Anghira by Waldensian assassins in the 13th century. In fact, from that day down to the one that now concerns us, the region around Lake Maggiore was a hotbed of the Waldensian heresy, brought there early in the 13th century by fugitives from the Albigensian Crusade. Had our own Peter perhaps been tainted with it? This would certainly help account for the pointed coy of a name representing a spirit so unlike his own. He would be concealing his identity by labeling himself its exact opposite. It would also help to account for Peter's entry into the tradition of the pro-Indian intelligentsia, which seems above all to have been founded on an innate sense of the affinities between religious and racial outsiderness. If he was indeed a Waldensian by origin, then his sense of the Indian plight was subjectively grounded, as that of some new Christians was, and as that of the Quakers would be in a later Dav. In any case, Peter Martyr must surely have known that when he described the brutalities of settlers and the sufferings of natives he was Isles far off 127, presenting scenes that echoed racial and religious persecutions closer to home. It is, in fact, between the lines of the protests against mistreatment of the Indians written by Peter and his successors in this tradition of pro-Indian humanism that we must look to find the otherwise silent Spanish history of the denunciation of pogroms, of laws of Ejecli, Sangre, and of the Inquisition. If the Spanish relationship with the Indian had begun in a Manichaean vision of warlike and peaceable multitudes among the latter, of cannibales and Indios, it was now resolving itself into a similar division among the men from the sea between those who had come to exploit and persecute, and those who had come to tolerate, understand, even to love. Peter seems to be delivering the opening salvo in the emerging war between these two forces when he summarizes in his De Origine Novo the behavior of those who brought about Columbus's overthrow in Hispaniola, a faction of debauchees, profligates, thieves, seducers, ravishers, vagabonds, given over to violence and rapine, lazy, gluttonous, caring only to sleep and carouse as follows. They spared nobody, and having been brought to the island of Hispaniola originally to do the work of miners or of camp servants, they now never moved a step from their houses on foot, but insisted upon being carried about the island on the shoulders of the unfortunate natives, as though they were dignitaries of the state. Not to lose practice in the shedding of blood, and to exercise the strength of their arms, they invented a game in which they drew their swords, and amused themselves in cutting off the heads of innocent victims with one sole blow. Whoever succeeded in more quickly landing the head of an unfortunate islander on the ground with one stroke, was proclaimed the bravest, and as such was honored. Unfortunate islanders, indeed, these were the victims of the pogromists of colonization. As a defender of the Indians, Peter is at his best in moments like this. When the moral issues are clear, writing in an earnest, if flawed, Renaissance Latin, he can easily make his sentences roll when they have to into the thunder of outraged humanism denouncing the behavior of brutes. He is more ambivalent when he gets to matters lying closer to the very essence of the Spanish manifest destiny. We have seen an example of this. But this ambivalence was partly because the Spanish colonial enterprise was not yet fully defined. Peter, like the man whose discoveries he was the first to proclaim to the world at large, was really one of the last of the seekers of the Fortunate Islands in the West. The oriental complexity of an empire that included Mexico and Peru was still in the future. When he wrote the above lines not long after the death of Columbus in 128 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. 1506, indeed, the very existence of North America was not yet known. And the immensity of the South American continent was no more than dimly suspected. To cultivated men of Peter's generation, the New World was simply a more Western, more exciting version of the Canaries, alive with classical associations. To be sure, the image of this golden world had become a bit tarnished from the outset as a result of the discovery, made by Columbus himself during his first voyage there, that it contained real gold. This was the condition that had brought hundreds of colonizers, including some rabble, onto He admiral's ships for his second voyage. Quite typically, Columbus had given even this element of hard gain the coloration of an exalted religious enterprise, noting that the Indians had a custom of refraining from all sexual intercourse while they searched for gold, which they seemed miraculously able to find at a glance in rivers and streams that Spaniards had to scour. He tried to make his colonists not only do the same. There were no women among them at first, but they freely enjoyed the favors of Indian women, but also fast, pray, and say Confis Zion whenever they were going for gold. Needless to say, this regimen did not last, and the search for gold became yet more unholy instead when veins were discovered in the earth. Then the settlers renounced the rigors of personal effort along with those of piety and sexual abstinence, and put the Indians to work in the mines. Suddenly the easygoing natives of Hispaniola were being subjected to a regime of back-breaking toil, such as they had never known. This was yet another crucifixion of simpler men on a cross of gold. It is gold alone of all the products of Hispaniola to which the Spaniards give all their attention, Peter Martyr wrote, but when he proceeded at first to discuss the system whereby the colonists exploited Indian labor to obtain it, the edge of his moral fury became dulled, for he was touching upon what was widely assumed to be the foundation stone of the incipient Spanish colonial system, the encomienda. From the earliest days of the Reconquista, especially in Valencia and the Balearic Islands, where oranges and sugar grew down through the occupation of Granada and the Canaries, Spanish conquerors and colonists had customarily been rewarded for their services with grants of encomienda, also sometimes called repartimento, of parcels of the newly conquered lands along with the right to use the labor of the indigenous peoples living on them. Although the laborers under this system had fewer rights than medieval serfs, the Spanish overlords nevertheless considered it to be a form of serfdom and not chattel slavery, this latter also being in existence, but used primarily for domestic service rather than for large-scale agricultural labor. Theoretically, the encomendero was under an obligation to an Isles far off 129. Struck his charges who had been Moors and pagans until destiny struck them in the principles of Christianity and the laws of civil society, while he was to honor their own social organization to the extent of delegating to their leaders the task of choosing and sending out the various labor gangs required each day. Above all, he could not buy and sell the laborers of his encomienda the way he could chattel slaves. These qualifications were meaningful, although they became far less so in the New World than they had been in the Old. The system was more stable in the Old World, in the first place because the people's conqueror there were genuine peasantries with solid agrarian traditions, and in the second place because its conquerors usually came from the established ruling classes and were held to patterns of responsible behavior by social and political, as well as geographical, continuity with the society from which they had come. In the New World, on the other hand, the naked and relaxed inhabitants of Eden hardly were peasants, nor was there much responsibility among colonists who had come from all walks of life in search of quick fortunes far from the normal restraints of civil society. It was gold in particular that led to abuse, not only because of the unwantedly heavy labor it entailed for the Taino, but also because it meant often transporting the labor gangs to distant places, far off the lands owned by their encomendero and on which they lived, to mines in which he was a shareholder along with other settlers. This was not a traditional practice of the encomienda, and it produced a condition approaching that of chattel slavery. But when Peter Martyr wrote his first description of the system as it worked in Hispaniola, he was not sure whether his disapproval was merely of its abuses, which he could dislike openly, or of the system itself, which he could criticize only with caution. His words show this ambivalence. Each industrious Spaniard, who enjoys some credit, has assigned to him one or more caciques, that is to say chiefs, and his subjects, who, at certain seasons in the year established by agreement, is obliged to come with his people to the mine belonging to that Spaniard, where the necessary tools for extracting the gold are distributed to them. The cacique and his men receive a salary, and when they return to the labor of tillage fields, which cannot be neglected for fear of famine, one brings away a jacket, one a shirt, one a cloak, and another a hat. Such articles of apparel please them very much, and they now no longer go naked. Their labor is thus divided between the mines and their own fields as though they were slaves. Although they submit to this restraint with impatience, they do put up with it. The king does not allow them to be treated as slaves, and they are granted and withdrawn as he pleases. 130 lost tribes in promised lands. A system which once, however oppressive, had fit into a controlled and legitimate framework of medieval traditions was now turning into a method of pirating bodies and their labor as if before Peter's very eyes. But for a moment he seems unable to know what to do or say. Things were changing rapidly by now, however, among the peaceable men from the sea as among the warlike ones. A company of Dominican missionaries reached Hispaniola in 1510 and, shocked by the abuses that they saw being committed against the Indian population, immediately began waging a campaign to prevent them, on the island and through their correspondents back in Spain. Among some ecclesiastics, apologists for the excesses of the colonists, a philosophical argument began gaining currency, purportedly based on Aristotle. It claimed that Indians were a people eligible for slavery because they were not fully endowed with rational faculties. In 1511, a Dominican friar named Antonio de Montesinos preached a sermon in a church on Hispaniola denouncing this Aristotelian doctrine and calling upon his congregants to mend their ways. Montesinos returned to Spain to plead his cause with the crown, and was given the opportunity to hold a public debate at Burgos with a Franciscan friar who represented the opposite position. If the Indians were natural slaves, then all pretenses at encomienda could be dropped. If they were not, then the system as practiced in the West Indies, which by that time also included Spanish settlements on Jamaica, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, as well as at Panama, had to be reformed. The widowed King Ferdinand preferred, as his wife had done, to think of the Indians as his vassals, who therefore could not be enslaved, and Montesinos's position won the day. On paper at least, the excesses of the encomienda in the New World were made illegal by the laws of Burgos, passed in 1512. Colonists were forbidden to beat Indians or call them dogs. They had to provide minimally decent working and living conditions for the natives that they held in encomienda, and to watch over their Christian education and salvation. They could not force Indians to carry heavy loads at the mines, and a woman more than 4 months pregnant could not be made to work in the mines at all. She could be used only in light household chores. But this little gesture at improvement was largely ignored, and the abuse continued to such a degree that it was beginning to cause death among the native populations of the islands in large numbers. Peter Martyr, whose De Orbe Novo was written in a series of installments that provide a changing image of the Indies and a dramatic testimony to the steady decline and downfall of Peter's dream through the years, was no longer able to maintain the classical restraint of old by 1516. In that year's installment, during a lengthy description of the natural beauty and productivity of the Hispaniolan landscape, he suddenly pauses and writes, "Isles far off 131. Yet amidst all these marvels and fertility, there is one point which causes me small satisfaction. These simple, naked natives were little accustomed to labor, and the immense fatigues they now suffer, laboring in the mines, is killing them in great numbers and reducing the others to such a state of despair that many kill themselves, or refuse to procreate their kind. It is alleged that the pregnant women take DMGS to produce abortion, knowing that the children they bear will become the slaves of the Christians. Although a royal decree has declared all the islanders to be free, they are forced to work more than is fit for free men. The number of these unfortunate people diminishes in an extraordinary fashion. Many people claim that they formerly numbered more than 12 millions. How many there are today I will not venture to say, so much am I horrified. Although Peter's estimate of the original size of the population of Hispaniola or even of all the West Indian islands colonized by then is exaggerated, he has placed his finger quite accurately upon the process that Bartolomé de las Casas later would call the destruction of the Indies. In some places, the indigenous population was to disappear entirely. But the rape of Peter's noble savage did not stop with the mere abuse of encomienda. There also were Indians whom the more rapacious colonists could treat unqualifiedly as slaves, and against them anything was permitted. These came from islands that, not having yet been colonized, were therefore not yet subject to the fiction that their inhabitants were free under Spanish law. Slave raiding, which became increasingly popular as the Indians of the colonized islands died off under the abuses of the encomienda, seemed to find its most fertile source of supply in the Bahamas, which were known to the early Spanish colonists as the Luquios. Peter Martyr wrote of this scene of Columbus's first encounters with the Golden World. It is stated that these islands formerly abounded in various products, which constituted their riches. I say formerly, for they are now deserted. The reason for this is that large numbers of the wretched islanders were transported to the gold mines of Hispaniola and Fernandina, Cuba, when the native inhabitants there were exterminated, exhausted by disease and famine, as well as by excessive labor. 1,200,000 of them disappeared. Most of them died like the natives of Cuba and Hispaniola before them, many not even surviving the dreadful conditions of the slave ships onto which they were crammed unmercifully. Las Casas later wrote that a 132 lost tribes in promised lands ship could easily have sailed from the Luquios to Hispaniola without compass or chart, guiding itself solely by the trail of dead Indians who had been thrown from the ships. This was a final blow to Peter, who seemed to be composing an epitaph to his own vision of the world as well as to the victims when he wrote these words in 1525. Thus perished the unfortunate Lucayans, and there only remains today a very small number of them, either in the Spanish colonies or in the archipelago itself. Nevertheless, I think that the sighs and groans of those wretched innocents have provoked the divine wrath, and that many massacres and disorders among these peoples have been punished, the more so because the Spaniards pretended they labored to propagate religion while influenced by cupidity and avarice. Some of them are dead, killed by the natives or pierced with poison arrows or drowned or stricken with different maladies. Such has been the fate of those first aggressors, all of whom followed other ways than those laid down in the royal instructions. More than this genteel protest against the violation of royal instructions, or this literary invocation of divine wrath, was needed to deal with the problem, of course, but the time for Peter's brand of humanism had passed. Columbus was long gone, and the discovery and conquest of Mexico had by this time replaced the old vision of a new realm of fortunate islands with something Peter could no longer comprehend. Insular abuse had given way to something more grandiose, and furthermore, tougher spirits than his own were taking up the crusada for justice toward the Indian that he had softly but decisively helped to awaken. In another year he was dead, never having even set foot in that new world to which he had given a name and a portion of its mythology. Elements of his idyllic vision were not to pass readily from the collective consciousness, but the fullness of his moment had been superseded rather quickly. From him we shall move on to continents, to the full enormity that henceforth would constitute the America of fact and of the spirit, but only after a brief, romantic interlude. 12. Interlude, in a Gaiden. Entering a garden in pursuit of one of his falcons, Callisto comes upon Melibea, and begins to speak of his love for her. Callisto, in this, Melibea, I see the grandeur of God. Melibea, in what? Callisto? Callisto, in that he has given nature the power to endow you with such perfect beauty, and has granted to my unworthy self the boon of getting to see you and in a place so suitable for the confession of my secret longings. Melibea. Away, you lout, get away. It is beyond my patience to endure being an object of illicit love for any human heart. The Comedy of Callisto and Melibea, a satirical romance published anonymously at Burgos in 1499, continues to its last page to be as bizarre and mystifying as these opening lines. The atmosphere is permeated with ambiguity. We are never told where the story takes place, nor do we learn if these two young people had ever met before. Callisto with his falcons is of course a nobleman, but Melibea turns out to be only of bourgeois stock despite her haughty contempt for him, and the reason for her attitude is never provided. Neither of them is married, nor are there any other visible obstacles to a marriage between them. Melibea's family clearly is wealthy enough for it, but Callisto's love seems doomed and illicit from the start. They are star-crossed like Romeo and Juliet, but without anything like the manifest reasons for being so that Shakespeare gave his two lovers in a play that may have been partially inspired by this romance in dialogues. Indeed, we must make our way through more than half of the work before we can perceive without a doubt that it is not a comedy at all. Callisto, who in the opening scenes is a parody of the swain of troubadour poetry, hires the services of a wily old crone named Celestina to intercede for him with the haughty Melibea. A part-time witch as well as a procuress, Celestina uses a combination of magic and shrewd psychology. 134 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. We never are sure precisely which is the element that turns the trick to win the girl's heart. The two lovers arrange a secret tryst in the garden of Melibea's house. At this point, the satire begins to collapse in a succession of disasters. Celestina, who has secured the aid of two of Callisto's servants in her schemes, is accused by them of withholding their share of the promised reward, and in a sudden outburst of violence they kill her. The two culprits are quickly captured and brutally done away with by the police. Meanwhile, that same night, the two young lovers have had their assignation, and as Callisto departs over the high garden wall, the seeming absence of this obstacle in the opening scene is just another of the story's many mysteries. He misses his footing on the ladder he has set up and falls to his death on the street. Melibea summons her father, Pleberio, from his bed and climbs atop a high turret of their house. From there she confesses to him the story of her love and dishonor, then leaps to her death. The comedy ends with a long diatribe against life and love, delivered by Pleberio over his daughter's battered corpse. The book was popular, and it went through two new editions in 1501 and 1502, but by this time, especially with the addition of some new scenes that only added to the atmosphere of gloom and violence toward the end, there could be no more pretenses about its character, and it was re-entitled The Tragicomedy of Callisto and Melibea. Furthermore, the author, undoubtedly pleased by his success and perhaps reassured in other ways as well, decided this time to reveal his identity, though coyly. From an acrostic formed by the first letter of each line in a poem placed at the beginning, we learn that the Bachelor of Arts Fernando de Rojas finished the comedy of Callisto and Melibea, and was born in La Puebla de Montalban. Furthermore, a preface tells us that he composed the work in his student quarters during a 15-day university vacation, but that as if to restore something of the mystery he has now otherwise taken away, he did not write the opening section, but found it in manuscript and then elaborated upon it. A few other things also are known about Fernando de Rojas. We know that he attended the University of Salamanca, that he was a lover, and that he went on after his literary escapade to enjoy a quiet and distinguished career in public service, spending a number of years as Lord Mayor of the town of Talavera de la Reina. We also know that he was a New Christian, whose father apparently was burned by the Inquisition, and whose fat liar-in-law was brought before it on charges of Judaizing in. 5 Alvaro de Montalban was even defended before the inquisitors bv his son-in-law, who composed the Melibea, as he informed them, and he was subsequently cleared of the charges, Rojas himself seems never to have been accused of heresy. Interlude in a Garden 135. This is remarkable le, considering the questionable religious orthodoxy that runs through his book. There are very few expressions of Christian piety in it. Pleberio's final soliloquy, a cosmic outburst of moral anguish that occasionally resembles the Lamentations of Jeremiah, contains no religious references at all. The name God appears only when Pleberio says that some have misguidedly given it to love, the cause of all his ills. Love seems to be Callisto's only religion. He goes to church, but his scheming servant Sempronio rightly observes that this is only to pray for Melibia's hand. For love's sake, he just as readily pays homage to a witch who is, incidentally, the only character in the story who consistently pays lip service to conventional religious piety. Callisto is always invoking heavenly images, but only to praise Melibea, and at one point he actually refers to her as God. On the other hand, her cruel indifference brings high blasphemies to another extreme when he says, "Surely, if the fires of purgatory are like this, then I would rather my soul went the way of the dumb animals than that it pursue such a route to the glory of the saints." The ever-attentive Sempronio picks this up and the following exchange ensues. Sempronio, just as I thought, matters are going to an extreme. Madness wasn't enough, now we have heresy. Callisto, why? Sempronio, because you are saying something contrary to the Christian religion. Callisto, what's that to me? Sempronio, then, you're not a Christian? Callisto, me? I'm a Melibene. I worship Melibea, I believe in Melibea, and I serve Melibea. Not a Christian, but a Melibene. Such a profession of perverse faith could have been atoned for only by Callisto's death in the end, although, perhaps, it was because he felt the need for further protection from possible imputations on the basis of these lines that Rojas, whether truthfully or not, is a matter of learned controversy to the present day, proclaimed another authorship than his own for the part of the book in which they appear. His initial anonymity and subsequent devious emergence from it also suggest a concern about the public response that perhaps was not just over the book's literary qualities. Rojas may have had good reason to worry, for a careful reading of La Celestina as tradition has since named the book in honor of its most vivid character suggests that he may initially he had something more in mind than just a cynical reworking of Renaissance literary conventions about love. There are veiled and uncomplimentary references to the Inquisition in it, and in general the cataclysmic atmosphere suggests a 136 lost tribes and promised lands. Profoundly negative response to the times. Rojas shows us not just a Renaissance convention, but a world coming to an end, and the conclusion is irresistible that this vision is specifically a product of the author's new Christian identity. The reverberations of pogrom, expulsion, and Inquisition are everywhere. Indeed, some commentators have gone further and believe that they see a new Christian theme right in the foreground of the story, pointing to certain sociological peculiarities in Pleberio and his household, and to Melibea's otherwise inexplicable resistance to the idea of marriage with Callisto. They have suggested that this is a family of conversos, clinging to its racial identity and unwilling to intermarry with old Christians. Since it is widely accepted by scholars that Rojas probably wrote this work at first only to be read among friends, perhaps only new Christian friends at that, one could conceive of such a point as this having been made explicit in the manuscript and then suppressed for publication, leaving only ambiguous traces for the discerning eye to interpret. But it is possible to go even further and see this strangely surreal work as an allegory, summing up the entire spiritual universe of the Dav from a new Christian perspective. Callisto seems to be the old, relative easygoing, tolerant Spain of the Middle Ages, now become the very essence of a Christian chivalry gone to seed in this respect. He is the palpable precursor of Don Quixote, the creation of another Spanish author in whom some scholars think they can discern the lineaments of the new Christian. His unflagging quasi-religious passion for Melibea often comes across as an aspiration for spiritual renewal in the highest sense. As a Melibene, he seems to want his cod to provide salvation itself. Of course, he dismally fails in his quest, and the fault is as much in himself as in his stars. There is a significant moment early in the story when Celestina, having begun to make inroads upon Melibia's heart, returns to Callisto with the token she has obtained of her initial triumph, Melibia's girdle. This has brushed against man's holy relics, and Celestina has persuaded Melibea to part with it by claiming that Callisto has a toothache, a euphemism for the condition of his heart, and that it will help cure him. When she presents it to the young swain, he grabs it, embraces it, and lyricizes over it with such an unseemly ardor that Sempronio is moved to remark, "Sir, you're having such a good time with the girdle. You want to enjoy Melibea." This bit of coarseness exemplifies what Gerald Renan has called the raciest conversation ever written by a Spani Ard, but the implications of it seem to be not only sexual. The talk of holy relics implies a higher fetishism as well, and the racy language seems merely to soften the impact of a traditional sort of Jewish scorn for the pagan appetites of the Goyim, now reappearing as the contempt of an austere Hebraic New Christian for the decadent idealism of the interlude in a garden 137. Old. This is the outlook of an incipient Protestantism, looking down upon an object-ridden form of religiosity that seems to it bound to fail. But in Rojas's pessimistic vision, the purer New Christian ideal to which Callisto vainly aspires is doomed to go down with him. This is Melibea, so high-minded and inscrutable at the beginning, so disdainful of Callisto's hot unreasoning blend of carnal lust and religious ardor, that he takes her for divine. She certainly is a vision of redemption for Callisto. As for Rojas, but she is only an earthly ideal after all, attainable, corruptible, and in the end mortal. Callisto the Catholic embraces the idea of God made manifest, but Rojas the New Christian sees even messianic redemption as a thing of this world. It is Pleberio, rather, who seems to stand for divinity itself, distant and awesome in his upper room, at times only a troubled voice off stage. He does not emerge until the end, to witness his daughter's death. Then thundering curses at the world, he cries despairingly, "For whom did I erect towers? For whom did I acquire honors? For whom did I plant trees? For whom did I build ships?" Surely this is more than just the wealthy New Christian entrepreneur surveying his contracts that some have perceived. As for Celestina, she is evidently Rojas's satirical image of the church that the precursors of Protestantism already were calling the whore of Babylon. She is an unscrupulous seducer and a superstitious old hag, but she is also the shrewdest and saltiest character in the book, an irresistible mounette to those who rail against her as well as to those whom she fools. In the end, it is she who drags everyone down to destruction, including herself, overwhelmed by forces even more relentless and primal than her own, the groundswell of plebeian fury and of inquisition. It is not reformation that comes in her wake, however, in Rojas's doomsday vision, but a hellish, forsaken world and a helpless, anguished God to denounce it. This is the end of days, but without the hope of redemption, which has been dashed to the ground with Melibea's body. Running through all this cosmic dejection, there also are hints of an outlook that might be called Columbian. It is known that Rojas was fond of the utopian travel literature of the day, and Pleberio's reference to shipbuilding seems to accord a special place in the author's universe to navigation. But most significantly, there is a moment in a long soliloquy by Melibea confessing the abjectness of her love for Callisto when she says, "If he wants to cross EC, I'll do it with him, to go around the world, I'll come along, to sell me in a hostile land. I'll not refuse his wish." The book has its clear topical references, such as to the conquest of Granada, and the imagery in this passage apparently is right up to the 138 lost tribes and promised lands. Minute. Even more so than meets the eye, in fact, because this speech was not in the first edition of 1499, but was added only in the revised version 2 years later, which was a year after Columbus had returned from the New World in chains. If Columbus did indeed represent a hope of new Christian redemption, then his return in chains was bound to present the image of a people betrayed back into slavery, his history would thereby be remarkably similar to the one Melibea has proposed as a possibility for herself. But the reverberations of the passage are even wider than this, for Melibea's words could also serve as a description of the treatment by the Christian of the darker-skinned peoples of the world. The fact that these words are even more appropriate for the Negro than for the Indian suggests that this could not have been a conscious intention on Rojas's part, for nobody was worrying about the Negro at this moment, but it does indicate what a deep chord can be sounded by Rojas's poetic probe into the tragedy of the new Christian. It is one in which all the racial themes of the moment come together and sound their significant relationship to one another. There is even a Moorish undertone in this, for 1502 is the year in which all the Muslims of Castile, which is to say, primarily those of Granada, were forcibly converted to Christianity, or went into exile. Romantic gardens are primarily a Moorish trademark at this time, and one cannot but hear echoes of the rape of Granada and Calisto's invasions of Melibea's sacred preserve. For Rojas, Granada may have been symbol enough of an Eden violated by an insensitive and irrepressible Spanish Catholicism. But the enchaining of Columbus and the beginning of the destruction of the Indies certainly were final blows against the terrestrial paradise of his spirit. In this sense, La Celestina is, like Peter Martyr's De Orbe Novo, a steadily growing lament for the Golden World, the insular idol, which Columbus had briefly held up before the men of the anti-Inquisition and which was now dying. But God sends the cure before the disease to those who wish it, and during this very decade another literary tryst in a garden was being arranged, the issue of which would provide spiritual energy for a new, more militant generation. Perion and Elysina make love in a garden at the beginning of Amadis of Gaul, published in 1508, but unlike Callisto and Melibea they subsequently marry, and the son they have conceived, Amadis, goes on to be a paragon of knight-errantry. Amadis of Gaul was an adaptation into Spanish of an earlier version in some other language, probably Portuguese, and its setting is mainly northwestern France and the British Isles, but the result in Tlia's version by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo is pure Castilian, as much an expression of the crusading spirit of the land as La Celestina was a protest against it. One could almost say that it was the confrontation between these two books in Ser/Antes interlude in a garden 139 mind that gave rise to Don Quixote. In any case, it is possible to perceive the elements of a conscious reply to Rojas in Amadis of Gaul and Montalvo's sequel to it, The Exploits of Esplandian. This connection is suggested not only by the garden scene and its outcome in Amadis of Gaul, but by the entire career of Amadis's son, Esplandian, who seems to be a subtle Hispanicization of the theme of knight-errantry in his name, so resonant with Ispaha, in his childhood history of having been nursed by a lion, suggesting the Lion of Castile, and in the southern, primarily Mediterranean, location of his activities. Esplandian is also less of a dilettante of chivalry than his father, who, with perhaps a touch of Callisto still in his bones, had always sought out damsels in distress and tilted at giants wherever they appeared, as Don Quixote tried to do. The son, after a few miscellaneous adventures, settles down to a leading role in a more markedly Catholic task, that of defending Constantinople against the besieging Turks, for in Montalvo's Never Never Land, the disaster of 1453 has not taken place. Nor will it, thanks to a more resolute crusading spirit than Christendom had shown. In fact, the Turks, depicted as pagans who worship Jupiter and other Roman gods, bring together for the battle all the dark-skinned peoples over whom they rule. These include the inhabitants of an island on the right hand of the Indies, called California, very close to the region of the terrestrial paradise, which was populated by black women, who had no men among them, for their way of life was almost like that of the Amazons. The women of California are great warriors, who fly into battle on the backs of griffins. But in spite of such formidable opposition, the Christians eventually fight off the Turkish hordes. Montalvo fills his narrative with frequent editorial asides, exhorting the Christian kings to stop fighting one another and turn their combined strength against the infidel, like Esplandian and his associates at Constantinople, and like Ferdinand and Isabella at Granada. Esplandian is amply rewarded, obtaining the daughter of the Emperor of Constantinople in marriage, and, when his new father-in-law retires to a monastery, the imperial crown itself. His uncle, Amadis's brother, also. Indeed, their relationship could be even more concrete. The author, or adapter, of the Spanish Amadis of Gaul lived in Medina del Campo, not far from Salamanca. And when he followed up that book's success 2 years later with the exploits of Esplandian, about Amadis's equally chivalrous son, this time written out of whole cloth, he had as his proofreader a Salamancan teacher named Alonso de Proza, who had performed such services for Rojas. Furthermore, his name, Montalvo, or Montalvan, suggests that he or his family might have come from La Puebla de Montalban, or Montalvan, Rojas's hometown, in fact, but for an insignificant variant of spelling, he has the same family name as Rojas's father-in-law. It is going too far, perhaps, to suggest kinship, but it does not seem out of the question that the authors of La Celestina and of Amadis of Gaul knew one another. 140 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands is rewarded by marriage to Queen Calafia of California, who gladly accepts conversion to Christianity and to submissive wifehood after her defeat. The news of all this is greeted joyously by Amadis himself, who rules with his wife Oriana over an island in the Western Ocean, off the English coast, called Insula Firme. From the regions of the Fortunate Islands, it would seem, Titlios of Prester John, crusading Catholicism, has emerged triumphant. There are no wilting Callistos here, and if the Melibios give in, it is only to their advantage. The imaginative groundwork has been laid for the age of the conquistadors. 13. Amadis of Mexico. Here is really more of Callisto than of Amadis in the early years of Hernán Cortés. Born in 1485 in the town of Medellin in southeastern Extremadura, he was the son of an infantry captain, but was burdened with a weak constitution throughout his childhood. Intended for the legal profession by his father, he entered the University of Salamanca at the age of 14, which means he was there at around the time when Rojas composed the first draft of La Celestina. The student atmosphere there seems to have remained deliciously free as ever, even after 2 decades of the Inquisition, but young Cortés gave up his studies at the end of 2 years, apparently determined to live, as Prescott put it, in the idle, unprofitable manner of one who, too willful to be guided by others, proposes no object to himself. His buoyant spirits were continually breaking out in troublesome frolics and capricious humors, quite at variance with the orderly habits of his father's household. But with the approach of his late teens and the onset of the new century, he apparently felt a sudden need to get a grip on himself, and with the ardor that often accompanies this kind of decision, he nearly enlisted in the army of the Crete captain, Gonzalo de Córdoba, which was soon to set out onto the traditional battlefields of Europe. But then something made him change his mind and turn his eyes to the New World instead. 142 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. This was a more appropriate horizon for the ambitions of a young man, whose character was still above all marked by capriciousness, as was amply demonstrated by an incident that occurred in 1502, just as he was about to depart for Hispaniola with the fleet of the new governor, Don Nicolas de Ovando, appointed in the wake of the Columbus brothers' downfall 2 years earlier. One night Cortés was going to a house for a tryst with a woman, according to Francisco López de Gamarra, writing years later as the conquistador's secretary and official biographer, and was walking along the top of a poorly cemented garden wall, when it collapsed under him. Hearing the crash of the wall and of Cortés's arms and shield, the woman's new husband came out and saw the stranger lying near his door. Suspecting something was going on with his wife, he wanted to kill Cortés, but his old mother-in-law arrived in time to stop him. Cortés was weakened by the fall, and suffered a relapse of an old quartan fever, which stayed with him quite a while, and so he could not go with Governor Ovando. He did recover, and finally sailed to the New World 2 years later. But this episode reads like a final farewell to the life of Callisto. Was Cortés aware of it in this way? It is remarkable that, in the course of a highly abbreviated account of his patron's early years, Gomara has told this seemingly trivial story at disproportionate length. He would not have done so had Cortés not wanted him to. Whether he saw the young man on the garden wall specifically as a Callisto, or as the reconsider Salamancan cavalier of his generation, whom Callisto among others represented, the mature conquistador obviously thought the story was significant. Not that the young Cortés promptly gave himself over to the amadis of his soul when he arrived in the new world in 1504. These were still the days for island idols, when Hispaniola could be a kind of Salamanca of the tropics, apparently enjoying some family connection or influence. With Governor Ovando, Cortés obtained a post as a notary with a small grant of encomienda in an outlying village, where he settled down to a few more years of relative indolence and of amorous adventure. There were plenty of Indian women for him, but there were Spanish ladies as well, now that many of the older settlers were bringing along their wives and daughters. It is said that he bore through life the scars of duels from this period. One can discern the lineaments of a man of burgeoning toughness and daring, but not yet of a man of destiny. The shape of his personality was rapidly growing and changing, however, along with that of the Indies. In 1509, an expedition sent out from Hispaniola overcame Indian resistance on Jamaica and established a Spanish and there. A similar one went to Cuba 2 years later under Diego Velázquez, Governor Ovando's chief lieutenant. Panfilo de Narvaez, one of the conquerors of Jamaica, was its chief military officer. Cortés had Amadis of Mexico 143. Gone along with Vélez on various campaigns of pacification in remote parts of Hispaniola, and now he accompanied him to Cuba as well. This brought its ample rewards, for when Velázquez established himself as governor of the newly conquered island, he gave Cortés a large encomienda there and a high post on his staff. The momentum of insular expansion was increasing. In 1512, Juan Ponce de Leon, a relative of the Marquis of Cádiz who had initiated the campaign against Granada 30 years before, took on Puerto Rico, the toughest of the conquests so far, because of its Carib population. Meanwhile, the continent was entering the picture. The long stretch of east-west coastline from northern Venezuela to Costa Rica was where the first contacts with the continental landmass of the New World had been made, by Columbus himself in his third and fourth voyages, and by Alonso de Ojeda with Amerigo Vespucci aboard in 1499 or thereabouts. In 1509, 2 expeditions went out to establish trading settlements along this coast, which was known by then to have gold. Ojeda led one of them to what is now Colombia, and Diego de Nacusa led the other to the Isthmus, whose character as such was not yet known. Both ended in disaster. Nacusa and his company were never heard from again, but Ojeda, plagued by shipwreck, starvation, disease, and war with the natives, managed to get back to Hispaniola, leaving behind him a garrison under the command of a lieutenant named Francisco Pizarro. Wounded and sick, Ojeda sent reinforcements under the command of Martin Fernández de Enciso, a lawyer and a historian as well as a soldier, who believed that the Spaniards had to deal with the inhabitants of the New World as Joshua did with those of Jericho. He proved to be no Joshua as a leader of men, however, and was soon supplanted in this role on the Isthmus by a young man who, fleeing from creditors on Hispaniola, had stowed away on one of his ships, Vasco Núñez de Balboa. It is poetically appropriate that the history of the first Spanish assault on the American continent should feature the names of both Balboa and Pizarro, for they represent the two opposite poles of the emerging conquistador personality. Pizarro, an illiterate brute whose capacity for cruelty seemed only to grow with the advance of his fortunes, regarded Indians as mere obstacles on the road to plunder. Balboa, though certainly no paragon of gentleness, was of a nature that could be tamed by adversity and the experience of power, and he quickly developed a special relationship with the Indians. To be sure, he looked no more kindly upon bad Indians than Columbus had, and advocated that the cannibals of the Isthmus be rounded up and sold into slavery, but among those whom he befriended, he grew to an apparent recognition that they commanded a unique access to the core of the New World experience. A man who made his entry into history on the margins of legitimacy. He founded easy 144 lost tribes and promised lands to go native, and he settled down at his headquarters in Darien with a local chieftain's daughter, whom he deeply loved. When the elderly civil servant Pedrarias Davila arrived in 1514 as the new governor of Darien, his advance party came upon the man who had discovered the Pacific the year before, dressed as a laborer and thatching the roof of his house with a group of Indians. Pedrarias made various attempts to harness him, even offering him his daughter in marriage, but the last straw came in 1519 when Balboa, on his own initiative, led a party across the isthmus to the ocean he had discovered, planning to sail in search of the fabled treasures of Peru. The governor sent Pizarro to arrest him. "What is this, Francisco?" Balboa is said to have exclaimed when he encountered Pizarro awaiting him on the road. "It was not your wont to come out and receive me this way." The act was symbolic, for Balboa was brought to Darien, summarily tried for treason, and beheaded, and the way to Peru was thereby opened for Pizarro and his manner of conquest. A relationship similar to the one between Balboa and Pedrarias Davila was to develop between Cortés and Diego Velázquez. The tensions between them were merely personal at first registered, but more serious matters for contention began arising on the larger stage of history. It was on a slave-raiding expedition in 1517, searching for new sources of supply. Now that the Locavos had virtually been emptied of their inhabitants, that Hernández de Córdoba came to an island, or so he thought it to be, that seemed to be called Yucatan by the people living there. Hernández recognized immediately that its natives were far different from any that had so far been encountered in the Indies. These descendants of the Maya civilization were a relatively sophisticated people, who went about fully clothed, built structures of masonry, and created elaborate works of art. The expedition sent there under Juan de Grijalva immediately upon Hernández's return even discovered large stone crosses, which gave rise to speculation about a possible Christian prehistory of this region. Some thought it may even have been part of the India in which St. Thomas had preached. If so, times had changed, for human sacrifices now were performed there as part of the pagan cult. Grijalva also discovered that Yucatan was not an island, but part of a hitherto unsuspected northern continent, one on which there were said to be fabulous treasures in gold and precious stones. The old image of fortunate islands populated by Troil, Le between the conqueror of Cuba and his once loyal follower began when Cortés proposed marriage to Catalina Juárez, daughter of a family from Granada that had settled on the island, and then reneged. Governor Velázquez thereupon rose to the defense of the dishonored family, evidently because he was himself interested in another one of its 4 daughters, and in the ensuing conflict Cortés did not scruple to join into political intrigues against his erstwhile patron. Cortés finally married Catalina. It was a mismatch that would be resolved only by her early and somewhat mysterious death, and this placated Velázquez for the time being. Amadis of Mexico 145. Men and women whose hearts were as pure as their bodies were naked, already devastated by a quarter of a century of Spanish rapacity, was now giving way entirely to something more oriental and more complex. A realm of Granadas and of Presturgions after all. And with this change began the final transformation of Cortés. Upon Grijalva's return, Governor Velázquez, from whose jurisdiction the first 2 expeditions to Yucatan had gone out, promptly ordered a third one, and placed it under Cortés's command, but no sooner had he done so than he repented of this rash appointment and revoked it. This was not fast enough for Cortés, however, who sailed his fleet out of Santiago harbor under the governor's nose. It was as though he had learned the lesson of the mistake made by Balboa that very same year. His bold and ultimately successful flouting of the governor's authority runs as a counterpoint through the whole subsequent history of the conquest. From the moment he sailed out of Santiago, he never looked back to any other authority than that of the Spanish crown itself, which was safely an ocean's distance away, and which furthermore was now being worn by that young representative of a new vision of empire, Charles V. In a sense, Cortés was the first great exponent of the imperial ideal of the counter-reformation, but for him, this also was an excuse for defying the commands of his immediate superiors. Like the Crusaders proclaiming their old ideal of universal Christendom, he would invoke a higher sanction for his unorthodox political initiatives, but like his true forebear the Cid, he would always know of the great things the sovereign wanted before the sovereign himself necessarily knew. He took history into his own hands, and it was his capacity to do so that enabled him, in the end, to succeed where Balboa had failed and kill the ghost of his own illegitimacy. In this way the indolent though plucky encomendero of the islands began to emerge at last as the first Castilian knight of the New World, performing a bewilderingly rapid succession of feats of admirable daring and revolting cruelty, but acting in his worst moments as in his best on terms far different from the casual ayaris of the early colonists of Hispaniola. We see him summarily overturning stone idols in Indian villages, and setting up images of the Virgin in their place, establishing the exile Rica de Vera CMZ on the Mexican coast under no authority but his own, and that of the Emperor, sinking his ships behind him, marching boldly with his small band into the continental wilderness, and passing lordly judgments upon Indians wherever he encounters them, making the conquered people of Tlaxcala his firm friends and ultimately the foremost native beneficiaries of the conquest, wreaking slaughter upon those of Cholula when he suspects them of planning betrayal. In broad outlines he emerges as the bearer of that old continental appetite that had reconquered the homeland from Toledo to Granada, now so zealously revived 146 lost tribes and promised lands in Mexico that, upon seeing its mountains and plateaus, he could not but be struck by its resemblance to the original and name it New Spain. Cortés can thus be seen as the link between the Cid and the conquistadors, a bridge between the era of the Reconquista and that of the Spanish manifest destiny in America. Indeed, he is as much the former as the latter, for a time at least, and displays during the march to Mexico some of the familiar ambiguities of the old Castilian knight. This is not so apparent in the official account written by Gamarra years later for the aging conquistador, which is filled with stilted counter-reformation pieties and centered worshipfully upon a hero whose boldness and brutality alike seem to be the inexorable unfolding of God's will. But it is just discernible in Cortés's letters to Charles V the only account we have of the conquest written while it was going on and, above all, in the true history of the conquest of New Spain, written in reaction against Gamarra's book by Cortés's old lieutenant, Bernal Diaz del Caudillo. The Cortés of this latter work is rather like the Cid, prone to an easygoing camaraderie with his men and always ready to consult them before making a decision. He is even capable of warm relations with Indians, as long as his fear or his anger has not been aroused after all. He had always been critical of the abuses of the encomienda, and it was on this march to Mexico that Doña Marina, an Aztec woman who had been a slave in the Yucatan when he found her, became his closest companion and perhaps the one true love of his life. He displays a lingering touch of Callisto in this relationship. Both Cortés's letters and Bernal Diaz's narrative show an appreciation that is not evident in Gamarra for the indigenous Mexican civilization, and even, in the case of Bernal Diaz, an obvious admiration for a man like Geronimo de Aguilar, a shipwrecked former member of the Darien colony, whom Cortés's men found living among the Mayans, and who had so successfully gone native in language, manner, and dress that the Spaniards had taken him for an Indian when they first saw him. 1. Suspects that a feeling of this sort, despite the moral lapse provoked by fear of the massacre at Cholula, was quite characteristic of that hardy band of Spaniards and of their leader as well during their march up to the Aztec capital. This is what comes across in the celebrated passage by Bernal Diaz, describing their first entry into the Regio N of lakes and island cities in which Tenochtitlan reposed. The next morning we arrived at the broad causeway on which we made our way from Ixtapalapa. And when we saw the populous towns and cities on the water, with all the towers and temples and buildings of stone masonry rising as if from its surface, and the other great settlements on the shore, and that straight and level causeway heading right into Mexico, we were amateurs of Mexico 147, filled with wonder, and said to each other that it seemed like those works of enchantment described in the book of Amadis. And some of our soldiers even said that what they were seeing must have been a dream, so it is no wonder I am writing thus. For there was so much in it to admire which I don't even know how to describe, things we saw that had never been seen, or heard of, or even dreamed of before. Rising out of his own illicit affair in the garden to discover such marvels, Cortés had here indeed become the Amadis of Mexico. Amadis, but not Esplandian just yet, despite Gamarra's portrayal. It is significant that a Moorish atmosphere, depicted more with a romantic fondness than with a zeal to destroy, hangs over both Cortés's and Bernal Diaz's accounts of the march to Tenochtitlan, as if the towers of the Alhambra itself could all but be seen rising in the distance over that shimmering lake. In his first 2 letters to the emperor, Cortés does not refer to Indian temples but to mezquitas mosques, as though he implicitly accepted Montalvo's conception of Muslims as pagans. When he destroys the idols of Chempa Allah and persuades its people to accept Christianity, he proposes to rename it Seville. Tlaxcala, he writes, reminds him of Granada. Bernal Diaz goes a step further in sensing the presence of a familiar old brand of Oriental paganism. He thinks he sees traces of Jewish influence in the idols and temples he had come upon, brought over somehow by refugees from Titus' campaign against Palestine in the 1st century CE. There is even an ironic echo of the surrender of Granada in the scene described by both Cortés and Bernal Diaz, which occurs when Montezuma arrives to greet the Spaniards at the gate of his city. Here is Cortés's account. Montezuma came down the middle of the street with 2 lords, one at his right and the other at his left, all 3 of them dressed the same way except that Montezuma had sandals on and the other 2 were barefoot. Each of the 2 lords held him by the arm. When we reached one another I dismounted and was about to embrace him, but the 2 lords put out their hands and prevented me from touching him. Instead, all 3 of them got down and ceremoniously kissed the. But Bernal Diaz adds that Cortés had first tried to offer his own hand to be kissed, and that Montezuma had refused it. There had been a similar confusion over the protocol of kissing at the Granada gate, but not such uncertainty over who was master of the situation and who its victim. That would take only a little longer to be resolved, however. 148 lost tribes and promised lands. The Spaniards had barely been shown to their quarters, when Cortés was led by the Aztec emperor into a large room and told to sit on the throne there. Then, according to Cortés's account, Montezuma proceeded to regale him with gifts and to tell him this story. Long ago in our sacred writings our ancestors informed us that neither I nor any of the other inhabitants of this land are indigenous to it, but are foreigners, come here from a completely different place, and that our race was brought here by a lord whose vassals they all were, who then returned to his native country. After a long time he came here again, and found the men he had left behind now married to the native women of the country, with many children, and living in the villages they had built. He wanted to take them back with him, but they wouldn't go, they wouldn't even accept him as their lord, and so he went home. The moral drawn from this history is, we have always believed that his descendants had to come and subjugate this land and make us their vassals. Now, since you say that you come from the direction where the sun rises, and because of what you tell us about the great lord or king who sent you here, we believe and hold it for certain that he is our natural lord, particularly since, as you tell us, he has known about us for a long time. Therefore you may be assured that we shall obey you and treat you as our lord in place of the great lord of whom you speak, and that you may command it will in all the land over which I rule, for you shall be obeyed. All that we have is completely at your disposal. Subsequent tradition has made this story into a legend of Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent of the Aztec pantheon, but this is not necessarily so. The lore of Quetzalcoatl was collected and elaborated after the conquest, and it is quite likely that tradition was unwittingly bent by the combined consciousness of Spaniard and Aztec to conform to the powerful myth spun here by Cortés. For the story was bound to appeal to the imagination of victor and vanquished alike, since it justifies the most dramatic conquest of all in the inexorable march of a Spanish manifest destiny gratified by similar prophecies going around the world. Indeed, it is too good to be Entirely true. Did Cortés make it up out of whole cloth? One must make allowances for his own 16th-century imagination. Excited with the wonders of Amatis and with his emerging destiny as a Catholic conqueror of the unknown world, and for the tenuous method whereby he and Montezuma communicated complex ideas to one and Amatis of Mexico 149. Doubtless there was a kernel of Cortés's final version in the story. Montezuma must have struggled to convey. It could, for example, be taken as evidence by those who seek it of possible early arrivals from the Old World onto American shores, commemorated thus by native tradition. But there are political and religious overtones that probably could only have been imparted by a European sensibility. The religious element is not clearly evident at first glance. The stress, for the emperor's sake no doubt, is on feudal traditions, and on the reasoning whereby Montezuma has paid manifest homage, whether he did in fact is another story, to Cortés as his liege lord, and through him to the emperor. But the whole account also has a messianic ring to it. In his letters to Charles V, Cortés rarely departs from the level of spare, down-to-earth narration into any lying-like theological speculation. So that if he thought Montezuma's story had genuine religious significance, it is just like him not to have said so. He certainly was not going to present himself to the emperor as the Messiah it was good enough that the Aztec leader thought he was. There are, however, noticeable echoes of Esdras, including his Old Testament incarnation Ezra in Montezuma's legend as we have it. When the founding lord returns and discovers that his vassals have intermarried with the native women, one cannot but recall Ezra's similar discovery of the Jews and their Canaanite wives, and his strong disapproval. But it is above all chapter 13 of the apocryphal second book of Esdras, the passage about the man from the sea, that reverberates in this homage to a man who has come from the east to restore a lost tradition among a forsaken people. Cortés seems to be endorsing Columbus's vision, but on a vaster scale. The isles far off now turn out to be continents teeming with treasure. The true end of a messianic tradition is in the muscular practicality of Cortés, reflected in his prose as in his acts. The doomed breathless hope of Callisto is now surely being resolved at last into the crusading zeal of Esplandian. Redemption turns out only to be empire after all. And with that emerging realization we perceive the final transition from the spirit of Balboa to one foreshadowing that of Pizarro. After some initial vehement persuasion, Montezuma was apparently willing. Since, of course, Cortés did not know Nahuatl nor Montezuma's Spanish, they conversed through at least one and possibly two interpreters. Cortés's interpreter, Doha Marina, did not know Spanish at first, so that she started out working with Geronimo de Aguilar. She would translate from Nahuatl into Mayan, being her origins and experience familiar with both those languages, and Aguilar, being his own experience familiar with Mayan, would render her translation into Spanish for Cortés. The latter's reply would go back by the same route. Eventually, Marina learned Spanish well enough that Aguilar could be dispensed with, but it is not clear whether this was the case at the time of Cortés's first encounters with Montezuma. Even if it was, her Spanish could not yet have been wholly reliable. 150 lost tribes and promised lands. Enough to become Cortés's royal prisoner, though his subjects were not to share this feeling for long. In the spring, Cortés received word of the arrival down on the coast of the army of Panfilo de Narvaez, sent out by Velázquez to subjugate him. Lee/DNG, a small garrison in the capital under the command of Pedro de Alvarado. Cortés went down with a coalition of Spaniards and Indians and won a smashing victory over the intruding Annie, enlisting many of its troops in his own cause. But Alvarado, not a politic man, thought in the meantime that he smelled an impending insurrection and thereupon staged a preventive massacre, which only aggravated or created the mood of rebellion he had wanted to extinguish. Cortés returned to Tenochtitlan to find the Spanish garrison under siege in its quarters. In an attempt to placate the mob, Montezuma was brought to the roof in his imperial robes, and for a moment there was an odd silence, but when he began to speak there was a sudden new outburst of rage and a shower of missiles. Montezuma was struck on the head by a stone and died 3 days later. The Aztecs quickly appointed a successor, and drove the outnumbered Spaniards from the city. Their disastrous retreat over the causeways was always to be remembered by them as La Noche Triste, the night of sorrow. The time of enchantment was over. All of this has been described in Cortez's first 2 letters to Charles V. But by he time of the third, describing the final assault upon Tenochtitlan, there is a change of tone. The Aztecs are no longer seen in the image of the Moors, their pagan cult is denounced at every opportunity. And their temples are not mezquitas anymore, but tones de sus ídolos. Towers for their idols. This is not Granada, after all, not the repository of a religion and a culture that may have been deceived in the pursuit of the true God, but that were pursuing him all the same, and that had in the process created a heritage. Cortez had once looked admiringly over the towers and pyramids of Mexico, just as Bernal Diaz had done, and had been proud to think of them as jewels now added to the Spanish crown. But something had happened on the causeways of Tenochtitlan, as Cortez's men stumbled over them on the Noche Triste. When he returned over those same causeways a year later, leading an army strengthened by the alliance of still more Indian enemies of the Aztecs, by Spanish reinforcements who had come to join Narvaez and joined the victor instead, and by a fleet built on the shores of Lake Texcoco to blockade the Aztec capital, he went with a vindictiveness that seems to have been fired by the bitter memories strewn along the route. The conquest had been begun in earnest, pushing against the mighty resistance put up by the Aztecs. Under their latest ruler Guadamatin, Cortez waged the first true colonial war in history, the onslaught of an overpowering Europe. An army against a foreign people ready to fight to the last man and with every last inch of their territory. The Spaniards had destroyed Canarians and Indians before Amatis of Mexico 151. Now they were destroying the monuments of a complex civilization, as well as a portion of its people, for by the time the smoke of battle had cleared, they had razed the city to the ground. The gold and other things were collected, Cortez wrote to the emperor, and were melted down in accordance with the advice of your Majesty's officials. The total was valued at 130,000 castellanos or more, of which a fifth was set aside for your Majesty's treasury, along with the fifth of the rights to slaves and other things that also belong to your Majesty, as will be shown further on in accounting of all your Majesty's acquisitions, confirmed by our signatures. The gold which remained was divided up between myself and the other Spaniards, according to the rank and service of each. Instead of the towers of the Alhambra, there now was only loot. This was the promised land of men like Francisco Pizarro. Curiously enough, echoes of the old Cortez would remain. He was, for example, to remain critical of the harsh treatment of Indians held in encomienda. But, on the other hand, he regarded the wielders of a proud and furious resistance against him as eligible only for chattel slavery. The one-time Salamancan had come a long way from the milieu of his youth. He had perpetrated he final rape and downfall of Melibea, and survived triumphant, but she was not to be without her Spanish mourners. 14. Bartolomé de las Casas. In his brief relation of the destruction of the Indies, Bartolomé de las Casas writes of the massacre at Cholula that, as 5 or 6,000 Indians were being put to the sword, Cortez sang this snatch of an old Spanish song. Mironero de Tarpeya. Aroma como se ardía. Gritos dan nijos y viejos. Y. El donada es idolia. Nero looked out from Tarpeia / at Rome while it burned / the young. And the old cried out / and he was troubled by none of it. This must be taken as one of Las Casas's frequent embroideries of the truth for the sake of dramatizing the monstrousness of Spaniards in the New World. Prescott observes ironically that it is the first instance, I suspect, on record, of any person being ambitious of finding a parallel for himself in that emperor. But what is startling about the passage is the particular poem Las Casas has chosen to put into the mouth of the terrible conquistador, for it appears in La Celestina. In one of the early scenes, Sempronio sings it to Bartolomé de las Casas 153. Callisto, who is still pining with unrequited love, and who replies upon hearing it, my fire is greater, and Melibea's pity is less. Callisto, the essential Salamancan, sees himself as the burning Rome and Melibea as Nero, but now Las Casas has turned the tables to conform with the true historical outcome. It is the Salamancan, Cortez, who is the cruel tyrant. After all, was this a settling of old scores? For Las Casas was a student at Salamanca at around the same time as Cortez, which is also roughly the time Fernando de Rojas was there, and perhaps this song was then popular at the university. Nor do the parallels between their early careers stop there. Las Casas sailed to the New World in the Ovando voyage of 1502 that Cortez missed because of his escapade in the garden, and 9 years later took part along with his fellow Salamancan in the expedition to Cuba led by Velázquez and Narvaez. By that time he was a priest, but he wielded his cross as Cortez did his sword, and was rewarded for his services like the latter with a grant of encomienda on the newly conquered island. The two old Callistos knew one another well, and probably saw eye to eye in those days on a good many things. Both had set aside the quiet prospects of the old world licenciado for a life of adventure in the new. It was now also becoming a life of militancy as well, but in ways that were soon to be diametrically opposed, though they may not have suspect this yet. There were, of course, important differences between them from the outset. The bookish Las Casas, who did complete his studies at the university, was neither sensualist nor soldier, and was perhaps as much as 11 years older than Cortez, although his birth date is uncertain, as is much of his early life before his arrival in the New World. He seems to have come from a background that was at once more parvenu and more sophisticated than that of Cortez, for he grew up in the cosmopolitan port city of Seville, the son of a small tradesman who shipped out with Columbus in 1493 and became rich on Hispaniola. Pedro de las Casas returned home with his wealth as soon as he had acquired it, and used it to send his slightly overage son to the university. He even brought him an Indian slave to serve as his page while he was a student, but young Bartolome had to relinquish this prize in 1495 when Queen Isabella finally ruled that she would not allow such treatment of her new old vassals. In other words, the New World had become a vital part of Las Casas's life while Cortez was still a child, and so, it would seem, had the guilt of the Spanish role there. But the most profound of all the differences in background between these two Salamancans of the Cuban expedition lies in their respective origins. For Las Casas was almost certainly a new Christian. Tlias is 154 Los Ibis and Promised Lands. Another of the many cases of possible new Christi and descent that are lacking in hard evidence, but there are good circumstantial arguments for it that have persuaded a number of modern specialists in the field. Hints of such an identity can be extrapolated from Las Casas's remarkable career, which we are about to examine, but we might here digress for a moment to one of its final products, his major literary work, in an essential source for much of what we know about him and about the early history of Spanish discovery and settlement in the New World, his History of the Indies. This book is characterized by a peculiar religious tone, messianic, biblical, and, one is tempted to say, Hebraic. The burden of its scriptural citations is from the Old Testament. The very first word of the book, in its prologue, is Josephus, and Las Casas goes on to explain why the author of the Jewish Antiquities is for him a model historical writer. But if Las Casas is indeed a new Christian, the affinities between himself and the first-century historian lie a good deal deeper than in a common spirit of literary craftsmanship. In the Jewish revolt of 66–73 CE, Josephus, a rebel commander in the Galilee, surrendered to the Romans, provided them with intelligence, and ultimately stood among his people's enemy watching the destruction of Jerusalem. This is a very suggestive life history for anyone of converse origin who lived through the expulsion of 1492, and since Josephus then went on to become the historian of the people he had forsaken, he would be an especially appealing figure to someone of that background who had made himself into the historian of sufferers from Spanish oppression. Las Casas even explicitly defended the Jews during the course of his life, arguing that they, as well as the Muslims living in Christian lands, had a right to the protection that the Church had traditionally afforded them, and that had been violated by the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions. He stayed clear of the more dangerous question of new Christian heretics, however, or of any of the manifestations of what the Spanish Catholics of his day sweepingly called Lutheranism. But the oppressed people who became his major lifelong concern, as if by an act of psychic transference from the Jews, who were no longer in the picture, and from the new Christians, who represented a delicate and complex problem of religious orthodoxy, were the Indians. There is a passage in his history in which, after * in particular, recent scholarship has unearthed a list of new Christians of Seville, who, in 1510, were given special permission by the king to settle in the Indies. Something that persons known to be of impure blood were not normally allowed to do, and several of them bear the name Las Casas. None of them has been proven a relative of our Bartolome, but he, on the other hand, spent a good deal of energy in his earlier years trying to prove that his name was not Las Casas but Las Casas, and he was of noble descent. This claim has been rejected even by those scholars who hesitate to attribute new Christian origins to him. Here is a distinct case of that highly suspect zeal to disguise one's background which often was the mark of the new Christian. Bartolomé de las Casas 155. Describing the destruction of Mexico by Cortés, he enters upon a philosophical digression comparing it with the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, citing Josephus among his sources. That conception seems to pervade all of his mature life and work. Even more suggestive of some kind of new Christian outlook is Las Casas's treatment of Columbus in his History of the Indies. After a first chapter which reads something like a paraphrase of the opening of Genesis, the very next chapter of the book begins thus: "We now have arrived at the time of God's marvelous mercy, when in those parts of the earth where the seed or the word of life had been sown, the supreme fruit ever granted to the predestined by this orb was harvested, and the divine and supreme Master chose from among the sons of Adam inhabiting the earth at this time the great and illustrious Columbus, and entrusted him, on account of his virtue, genius, industry, shrewdness, wisdom, and accomplishments, with one of the most sublime and glorious tasks to be performed in the world in our time." This fulsome praise takes on a messianic flavor with frequent subsequent references to Columbus as chosen, with comparisons between him and King David, and with the sense pervading the entire book that the discovery of the New World opened up a new era for mankind. All of this is in the character of the quasi-religion, the geographical messianism, that we have *aced back to the Catalan Atlas and noted to be especially strong among new Christians by this time, especially in Columbus himself. The picture that emerges, moreover, is one of profound identification on Las Casas's part with a man whose achievements he depicts in an exalted light. He seems almost to be arrogating to himself the role of Paul to the Columbian Jesus, if one may invoke an earlier new Christian parallel. The fact that the very name of Christ appears in his hero's name is of no small significance to Las Casas, who writes, "It is the custom of divine providence to ordain that those appointed to serve it be given first and last names conforming to the functions determined for them, as is clear in many parts of the Holy Scriptures. The discoverer therefore was given the name Cristobal, that is, Christum Firens, which means bearer or carrier of Christ, as he often signed himself. For in truth it was he who was the first to open the gates of the ocean sea, through which he entered bringing our Savior, Jesus Christ and his blessed name to remote lands and hitherto unknown realms. And his surname was the 156 lost tribes and promised lands." Spanish form of Columbus, meaning new Pulator, which was fitting because it was through his effort and achievement in discovering these peoples that infinite numbers of souls among them, through the preaching of the gospel and the administration of the holy sacraments, have gone and continue going each day to populate anew the triumphant city of heaven. Las Casas, who is fully aware of Columbus's shortcomings in the treatment of the Indians, but forgives him for it as a child of his generation, does not seem aware of the irony of the final lines here, even though he was the foremost among those who condemned Spaniards for being too heaven * quick to send the New World peoples to. There are signs that he may even have begun to mourn the fate of the Indians as far back as his participation in the Cuban expedition of 1511. But we have no other account for his early years besides that written by Las Casas himself, and it gave the mature writer and reformer a certain pleasure to excoriate the totally conscienceless young man that he took himself to have been. He describes the arrival in Hispaniola of the 4 Dominican missionary reformers in 1510. Las Casas was later to become a Dominican himself and gives us the entire text, undoubtedly embroidered by him, of the epoch-making Esse Itenon denouncing the abuses of the encomienda that was given by Fray Antonio de Montesinos on Hispaniola in 1511, but he tells us nothing of his own reaction to these things at the time Tlaib occurred. It was not till the very after his arrival in Cuba, according to his account, that a disastrous incident occurred which began to change him. The young priest had gone along on an expedition led by Panfilo de Narvaez to pacify the Indians of Camaggia province, to enter each village, establish the authority of Spain and the Church by force or peaceful persuasion, as the case might be, and to sprinkle the holy waters of baptism upon the assembled inhabitants. But in one village, but if Las Casas, a man of destiny if ever there was one, felt this way about names, what did he conclude with respect to his own? Surely he recognized that Bartholomew was most appropriate for an apostle to the Indies, although with a smattering of Hebrew he might also have noticed that someone with his passion for geographical theory was very fittingly called Bartolomeus, son of Ptolemy. As for Las Casas, the form of the name that he at last settled for unequivocally the range for speculation is almost as wide as that opened by Columbus's signature. But there is at least one way that a new Christian significance could be read into it. Cecil Roth, in his speculations about Columbus's possible new Christian identity, noticed that the discoverer once used the word casa, house, with reference to the Temple of Jerusalem, a usage pasitiar to Hebrew as a rule. Now, if Las Casas's name in any way suggested the temples to his own ears, he could very well have been reminded by it not only of the two destroyed in Antiquite, but also of the two destroyed metaphorically in his own lifetime virtually before his eyes, that of an openly Jewish racial existence in Spain, and that of an autonomous life and culture for the natives of the New World. It could well be that, in his maturity, he mourned all of them at once. Bartolomé de las Casas 157. In which the situation seemed peaceful enough at first, something went wrong. It was customary among the Spaniards that one man chosen by the captain would take charge of distributing the food and other things given them by the Indians. As this was being done, the captain and the other soldiers on their horses, and the padre Las Casas watching the bread and the fish being handed out. Suddenly one of the Spaniards drew his sword, saying that he saw the devil before him. Then 100 Spaniards all drew their swords and began to cut them down like sheep, killing and disemboweling men and women, children, and old people, all of whom had been calmly sitting and watching the Spaniards and their horses in amazement, and in a few moments not a single one of them was still alive. Then the Spaniards entered the large house of the village and likewise commenced to stab and slash to death everyone they found inside, until there was a river of blood, as if a multitude of cows had been slaughtered. The stunned priest managed to recover his senses in time to prevent a group of the rampaging Spaniards from entering another large house and wreaking a similar slaughter. When it was all over, the not too perturbed Narvaez turned to Las Casas and asked, "What does your reverence think of our Spaniards and what they have done?" To which he replied, "You and the rest of them can all go to the devil." But it took him another 2 years, he tells us, to undergo his final conversion. Preparing a Senrian for Pentecost in 1514, his eyes fell on chapter 34 of Ecclesiasticus, and on verses 19 through 22 in particular. The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked, neither is he pacified for sin by the multitude of sacrifices. Whoso bringeth an offering of the goods of the poor doth as one that killeth the son before his father's eyes. The bread of the needy is their life, he that defraudeth him thereof is a man of blood. He that taketh away his neighbor's living slayeth him, and he that defraudeth the laborer of his hire is a bloodshedder. This seems to have been Las Casas's Pauline moment, and the fact that it was derived from a canonical Marginal text is another suggestion of a new Christian background. No doubt as a result of their own marginality, new Christians were drawn to the Apoarifal and Deuterocanonical writings, and we have noted the power that Esdras had among them. But the fact that Las Casas' text in this instance was a piece of wisdom litera 158 lost tribes and promised lands. Tor bespeaks a step forward from a medieval mysticism into a modem rationalism, a spirit on the whole more congenial to the formation of a concept of social justice. Such a rationalist spirit was dramatically on the rise at this moment among Christian humanists, stimulated by the figure of Erasmus, whose ideas had taken a special hold among Spaniards, discontented with the atmosphere of the Inquisition, and had perhaps by now reached Las Casas. Upon reading the above quoted verses, he writes, still using the third person for himself, the priest began to ponder the misery and servitude that those peoples of the New World were suffering. His reflections were deepened by what he had seen and heard on Hispaniola, by what the Dominican friars had preached at Santo Domingo, to the effect that one cannot in good conscience hold Indians in servitude, or confess and absolve those who do, none of which the priest had accepted at the time. He accepted it now, however. His life was changed as he sat in his study. Like Martin Luther reading a passage from Paul at around this time, he decided to begin a new course by giving up his encornada. From the moment he did so, Las Casas rapidly emerged as a reformer, far more vigorous than his Dominican mentors had been. Returning to Spain with Antonio de Montesinos at the end of 1515, not merely to agitate against the abuses of the encornada but to demand its abolition, he gained his royal audience just in time to present his petition to the representatives of the newly enthroned Charles V. He thereby became the Cortes of the counter-conquest, presenting to the new emperor the sufferings of a people just as the conquistador presented its treasures. And there is another respect in which he can be seen as one of the spokesmen of a new era, for the proposal that he presented to Charles for a new social order in the Indies consisting of model communities in which Spaniards and Indians would work as free men side by side, under the supervision of educated and selfless men of the cloth, has affinities with the Utopia of Sir Thomas More, published that same year in Flanders. It has often been remarked that there is a blot on More's ideal society in the phone of slavery, for that era still could not conceive of certain kinds of necessary toil being performed, quite possibly because there were no material means available for doing so without the use of forced labor. A similar lot disfigures Las Casas' proposal of 1516. One that is even more ominous, for he, too, regarded forced labor as unavoidable, in the mines at any rate, but since he would not have it imposed on the Indians, he recommended that Negro slaves be imported instead. This is by no means the first manifestation among the Spanish Badalome de Las Casas 159. Pro-Indian intelligentsia of an implied comparison between the natives of the New World and those of Sub-Saharan Africa that is detrimental to the latter. It was first hinted at by Columbus and then grimly proclaimed in the writing of Duarte Pacheco Pereira. It was furthermore discernible in Peter Martyr and Las Casas' Dominican predecessors in the war against the encomienda also had called for the importation of Negro slaves to alleviate the Indians' plight. But the advocacy of this expedient, by a man of the enormous moral stature that Las Casas was to attain, and was already beginning to attain at this time, is particularly fateful in the history of the Western conscience. It was even more than that, for immediately in the wake of a revised form of this proposal, presented to the emperor in 1518, Charles granted the first asiento de Negros a monopoly, allowing the purchase of large numbers of blacks from Portuguese slavers for direct importation into the Indies. Although individual black slaves had been coming into the New World as personal servants, at least since the Ovando voyage of 1502, the true beginning of the dismal history of black slavery in the Western Hemisphere can be dated from Charles's grant of 1518. One thing that can be said in mitigation of Las Casas' guilt on this issue is that when the monstrousness of the evil became apparent in the ensuing decades, he was outspoken in repenting of his earlier position on it. In his History of the Indies he finally saw fit to state the view Therefore, it's time that the same law applies equally to the Negro as to the Indian, and, attempting to trace the violation back to its source, he condemned the Portuguese for having initiated the nefarious trade among Europeans. He also had some severe words for his fellow historian Herrera, who had graced this historic injustice with an apologetic narrative instead of denouncing it. But why had this realization not yet entered his conscience in 1518? This question is significant not merely psychologically, but historically. For Las Casas is assuredly a barometer to the conscience of his time, and his indifference to the plight of the Negro in the early decades of the 16th century serves only to dramatize a general attitude. It is noteworthy that his first fateful proposal of 1516 calls for the importation of Negroes or other slaves. By 1518 it has become simply Negro slaves. Las Casas had begun, in other words, not so much by condemning a single race as by taking note of the international slave market in general, and specifying what had seemed available. After 2 years back in Spain, his first time since departing from there with Ovando in 1502, it had evidently been impressed upon him that, for all practical purposes, the one type of slave obtainable on the market was the Negro. The latter's tough constitution and relative capacity for moral survival under the conditions of servitude had already in southern Iberia, in the I-60 lost tribes and promised lands, Canaries, and in various Portuguese islands off the African coast, such as South Ohm, enabled him to pass a dreadful, unasked for test. Now, the moral indifference of the Portuguese toward the blacks under their hegemony was joining forces with the moral concern of some Spaniards, including the king over the Indians under theirs to provide license to that judgment. The blacks had become the chosen people, as it were, for chattel slavery in the Americas. The decision against them had not even been made out of any attitude so honorific as fear or hatred, which were accorded to bad Indians. It had been produced merely as the residue of a struggle over the Indians that had resulted in their partial destruction, as well as in a moral decision in their favor. The coin thus minted was to remain currency for generations to come in the New World, one side of it consisting of a passionate relationship, alternating between love and hate, with the Indian, the other of indifference or contempt toward the Negro. Having thus stamped the reverse side with appropriate indifference, Las Casas then went on to shape his own golden mission as protector of the Indians, the title that had been accorded him by the emperor. Returning to the New World in 1520 armed with permission to establish one of his model colonies on the coast of what is now Venezuela, he went about organizing it with characteristic energy, but there were severe problems. This was the region of the pearl fisheries, and there already were conventional Spanish settlements nearby. Tensions within them between colonists and natives soon led to the summoning of troops from Hispaniola. This act inevitably caused antagonism between the European and Indian members of Las Casas' colony, even though the Spaniards in it had been carefully chosen as men content to be hard-working, small-scale agriculturists rather than get rich quick in comanderos. Fearful of the tensions, Las Casas' Spanish farmers deserted to the other colonies, and by 1522 the experiment had ended in failure. The disconsolate protector returned to Hispaniola and retired into the Dominican convent. There, joining the order at last, he remained in the cloister for the next 12 years. But this air of defeat was only superficial, and can justly be compared to that which obscured the reality of Karl Marx, another Jewish heretic, who tyrannized social reformer with a fury and moral absolutism inherited from the biblical prophets when he retired into the British Museum. After the failure of the revolutions of 1848, the colony of Cumana on the Venezuelan coast had really only been a utopian experiment. But from now on, Las Casas was to place the main emphasis of his efforts upon the wholesale transformation of society in the New World. This meant he had to become a teacher to his generation, and in order to achieve Hadalom de Las Casas L6L, this he had to study, and to write. It was during his years in the 13 Armenian convent on Hispaniola that he ripened from an agitator into a profound and truly revolutionary thinker, and from a composer of utopian proposals into a writer of propaganda and partisan history comparable to Marx. In his moral capacity, he proved able to take full measure of the great continental conquests, that of Mexico, which was coeval with the whole cycle from initiation to failure of his Cumana experiment, and that of Peru, which culminated in Pizarro's treacherous murder of Atahualpa only a year before Las Casas finally left his retreat to preach in Nicaragua. As a young man, he had cut his teeth on a colonial world of islands and enclaves, still shaped in the image of the Portuguese era of overseas expansion, but leaving it for a time had enabled his mind to grow with the emerging world of continental empire, the true onset of overseas Spain. He would henceforth be as inexorable with tongue and pen as Pizarro was with garrote and sword. Not that Las Casas went on to neglect the old field of model social experiments. This, after all, was the one way in which his points could be dramatized to the world. By this time, groups of missionary friars, Franciscans and Hieronymites, as well as Dominicans, had begun arriving in Mexico and establishing the first versions of the type of community that was later to be called a praying town by the New England settlers. These communities had no other Spaniards in them than the friars themselves, who sought to make the Indians under their benevolent but paternalistic authority into good farmers and good Christians at the same time. Las Casas organized and watched over a group of these in Guatemala from 1536 to 1538, apparently with outstanding success. But the limitations of this approach were demonstrated in the views of one of the most outstanding of the pious community organizers, Vasco de Quiroga, Bishop of Michoacan. In the era of islands, Quiroga had been as ardent a partisan of the Golden Age view of the Indian as Peter Martyr had been, but his views had changed somewhat with the conquest of Mexico. The decadent barbarism of the Aztecs, with their ritual of human sacrifices and their vast storehouses of treasure, was something that could only be dealt with by force as far as he was concerned. He justified the principle of holy war by the Spaniards, and even came around to seeing civilizing virtues in the encomienda. Thus the typical utopian had arrived at a viewpoint entirely opposite to that of Las Casas, who wrote in 1538, "The only way in which the peoples of the New World can be brought to the true religion is the one followed by Christ, to wit, the preaching of the gospel by missionaries who are not 102 lost tribes and promised lands, accompanied by soldiers, by unarmed missionaries sent out like lambs amidst the Spanish wolves. This method, in spite of the risks involved, is the sole legitimate one. Military conquest is the method not of Christ, but of Mahomet." Las Casas was equally vehement in his opposition to mass baptism, which was the practice at this time of even the most peaceable missionaries. The Indian had to be won by persuasion, he maintained, and his baptism should not take place a moment sooner. One can hear in this the voice of the new Christian, speaking out against the various waves in which his ancestors had been yoked unreasonably into the fold. Las Casas was not afraid to pursue these /do's, highly unorthodox, among his contemporaries, to their logical conclusions. In 1550, at the high point of his career, he took part in a debate at Valladolid with Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, the outstanding Spanish scholastic of his day, on the question of whether or not the Indians were a people condemned by nature to servitude in accordance with the Aristotelian doctrine of barbarians and slavery. By that time, Las Casas was not so rash as to reject the authority of Aristotle altogether, as he once had done, and as Luther did. This was a position that smacked of heresy, and instead of taking it at Valladolid, he embarked there on an ambitious historical and anthropological defense of the various Indian societies as civilizations no less valid than those of Europe. The most difficult challenge arose over the issue of human sacrifices. How could Las Casas justify a religion that performed such a revolting rite, and defended against the immediate imposition of baptism, by force if necessary? Undaunted, he marshaled all the evidence he could find that human sacrifice was an inevitable and legitimate stage in the evolution of many religious cultures, including those of the Hebrews, the Greeks, the Romans, and all the peoples who make up modern Christendom. Indeed, he argued, this willingness on the part of a society and, often enough, on the part of the victims themselves to make the supreme sacrifice shows a highly developed religious conscience. It is only the last stage before the realization comes that Jesus has once and for all submitted to this sacrifice for all mankind. And besides, he added pointedly, was this immolation of a few individuals, performed each year by the Indians in the name of their highest ideal, any worse than the mass slaughters the Spaniards were constantly committing in the name of theirs? This question, once again, carries echoes of a new Christian indictment of a society of pogromists and inquisitors. It seems no accident that all the arguments against Sepulveda were finally summed up in writing by Las Casas in his most Josephus-like work, the Apologetica Illustoria, a vast polemical survey of Indian civilizations, reminiscent of the Jewish antiquities and the apology against Apian. Bartolomé de las Casas 163. But if Las Casas bad indeed become a latter-day Hebrew prophet in Christian garb, denouncing Inquisition Spain in TB name of TB Beliaguer Indians, TB supreme expression of this was bis brief relation of the destruction of the Indies. TB's Tibunderous outburst, written in 1540 and published in 1552, is TB crowning work in TB tradition of protest on the Indians' behalf that had been begun in scattered passages of Peter Martyr's de Orhi Novo, which served Las Casas as one of his sources. Like Peter, Las Casas has evidently drawn upon both written and oral accounts, but unlike his Italian predecessor, he can above all fill his book with the fruits of his own experience and of his own imagination. 4. There clearly is considerable exaggeration in it, especially in its statistics on numbers of Indians killed in various places, and it is a problematic source for historians. This aspect of it, combined with the fact that it has throughout the ages been the chief instigator of the so-called Legenda Negra, the black legend of Spanish cruelty, has aroused paroxysms of anger among Spaniards down to the present day. But the book should not be judged by scientific criteria alone, for it is the work of a prophet of a man whose imagination could embrace the entire historic reality of his generation and translate it into moral poetry. Indeed, on the factual level, the fault with this compendium of persecution and slaughter is not that it says too much but that it says too little. For the largeness of its vision clearly comprehends the Inquisition, which is never mentioned. Yet the Inquisition certainly is there in such passages as this one, describing the murder of the Cuban cacique Hechua. After Hechua was tied to the stake, a Franciscan friar, one of the holy men who were there, began telling him about God and our faith, about which he had never heard anything before, and about the few things that it might suffice for him to do in the little time left him by the executioners if he wanted to go to heaven, where he would have glory and eternal peace, instead of to hell, where he would suffer perpetual torments. Thinking about it a moment, Hechua asked the friar if all Christians go to heaven. The friar said yes. Then the cacique replied, without further hesitation, that he would rather go to hell than have to be among such a cruel people. This is the fame and honor that God and our faith have won by means of the Christians who have gone to the Indies. One can almost hear a Marrano dying at the stake with the same words upon his lips. There is a sense in which Karl Marx's vision of the pro. As recently as 1963, one of the greatest of Spanish scholars, Ramón Menéndez Pidal, published a book on Las Casas hotly denouncing him as a paranoiac and a liar. 164 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Letariat, of its travails and of its destiny, can be seen as a metaphor for the Jewish condit ion experienced by his ancestors, which ceased as such to be of interest to him, with him and with others in the 19th and 20th centuries. Socialism was a Jewish heresy. The same can be said for the new Christian religion of geographical discovery, the creed that we might call Columbian, which we have seen in various early manifestations, and which has now found its marks in Bartolomé de las Casas. Among Las Casas's most direct successors in this creed, the vision of the Indian destiny as a Jewish one is far more explicit, for they will see the New World natives as descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. Las Casas evidently did not share this view, nor is there any direct evidence that he consciously perceived the Indians in terms of the historic condition of Jews and New Christians. But the age of the Inquisition was characterized by concealed motives and indirect modes of expression, and if Las Casas did not explicitly attack the dreaded tribunal in his brief relation, the effect upon Europe at large when he published it to be promptly translated into several languages was as if he had done precisely that. And the Inquisition knew it, even though it waited 100 years before finally banning the book with these observations. This book contains a narrative of very terrible and savage events, whose like does not exist in the histories of other nations, committed, says the author, by Spanish soldiers, settlers in the Indies, and ministers of the Catholic king. It is advisable to seize these narratives as injurious to the Spanish nation, since even if they were true it would have sufficed to make a representation to His Catholic Majesty and not to publish them throughout the world, so giving the initiative to enemies of Spain and to heretics. The publication of the book does indeed seem to have been Las Casas's angry offering to the Reformation, for he had in fact written it at first as merely the most fervent in his long line of memorials to Charles V, in order to instigate wholesale reform from the top, and apparently without the intention to publish it at that time. And it had worked. As a direct result of the agitation by Las Casas and others, as well as of his own convictions on the subject, Charles finally promulgated the new laws for the Indies in 1542, which declared the Indians to be free and vassals of the crown, and abolished the encomienda. To a certain extent, the new laws were to lose their teeth in the next few years as a result of vehement protests by the white settlers in the New World and outright rebellion in Peru. Their virtual non-enforcement was probably what provoked Las Casas to publish the brief relation in 1552, but never the Baudelaire de Las Casas 165. Lest this placing of a long-cherished principle into law represented the crowning achievement of Las Casas's career as a reformer. It was to take the remainder of the century for the encomienda as such to die, and the Spanish upper classes of the New World were eventually to find in its place subtler methods of squeezing labor out of the Indians, but the brutal scourge of the first half-century of Spanish America had decidedly been tamed, at least as far as the Indians were concerned. 5. Estevanico's Revenge. T. Collection of talks written in the 14th century by the Infante Don Juan Manuel of Castile, El Conde del Lucaner, contains an early version of the stave known to us as the Emperor's New Clothes. The king in this version, told nothing bv his fearful subjects, finally learns the truth about his state of undress one day when a Negro, groom for the king's horse, who had nothing to lose, came up to him and said, "My lord, since there is no chance of vour ever taking me for a gentleman, I can speak frankly and tell you that I'm quite sure you are going around naked." This can serve as an epigraph to the real-life 16th century history of Estevanico, the first black to emerge as a full-fledged personality from the pages of American history. Our story can take its point of departure from another 14th century work of fiction, that popular and influential compendium of geographical folklore written by a man who probably never left home. The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. Sir John tells us that in one part of Prester John's realm there is Estevanico's Revenge 167. A farewell and a great, that hath odor and savour of all spices. And at every hour of the day he changeth his odor and his savour diversely. And whoso drinketh 3 times fasting of that water of that well he is whole of all manner sickness that he hath. And they that dwell there and drink often of that well, they never have sickness, and they seem always young. This seems to be a late medieval variation upon the curative rock with a water-filled cavity that we have seen in the original Prester John letter of the 12th century, but there is a significant new twist in the last phrase, which Sir John develops thus. Some men cleep at the well of youth, for they that often drink thereof seem always young like, and live without sickness. And men say, that well cometh out of paradise, and therefore it is so virtuous. Ponce de Leon, after landing in Puerto Rico in 1512 and finding that its subjugation was not going to be so easy, took some time off from the struggle and sailed northward to search for an island of Bimini, which, according to stories told him by the Indians, contained a fountain very like the one Sir John had described. During his journey, he came upon a Land that he named La Florida, because he saw it on Easter Sunday. Why Fascua Florida in Spanish? Convinced that this was where he would find the fountain of youth, Ponce de Leon returned there in 1521 to continue his search, but was killed by an Indian arrow. He had not discovered the fountain, although he had discovered a place that would once again, centuries hence, be a haven for those who sought its restorative powers. Against the passing of youth, he also had been the first to open the to realization that in the north there was not a passage wave to the shores of Cathay, nor islands alone, but another continent. Inlands may still have provoked visions of idols and magical fountains to Spanish explorers of the early 16th century, but continents were coming to mean military expeditions and gold. Even as early as 1519 a captain named Alonso de Pineda, who explored the whole Gulf Coast from Key Est to the mouth of the Mississippi, had come back with emmores of great quantities of gold farther north. The Spaniards continued, hoping that the northward extent of the continent would be far less than it actually is, and that they would find around it both a northwest passage to the Indies and a nearer access to the rumored gold fields. According Lucas Vasquez de Ilan, a colonist who had made his fortune on Hispaniola, sent out ships the year after Pineda's return to explore the eastern coast of Florida. They returned in 1521, having got as far as present-day L68 Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. South Carolina, this, and much of the coast even farther north, continued to be regarded by the Spaniards as Florida. In 1526 Ilan sailed in person with another fleet and established a colony in Chesapeake Bay. But neither gold nor the Northwest Passage was anywhere in sight, and when he died soon after the landing, his companions wasted no time about returning to Hispaniola. It was in 1528 that Panfilo de Narvaez, whom we know, set out on what was evidently meant to be the Florida version of the conquest of Mexico. Landing in Tampa Bay with a band of some 400 men, including cavalry, he marched northward in pursuit of a fabulous realm of gold called coal by the Indians. Historians have often noted the understandable readiness of Indians in those days to locate the most delicious objects of the white man's desires over the most distant possible horizons, with the ineptness that seems to have dogged his career. Narvaez had fully prepared himself for Mexico or Peru, with respect not only to treasure but to climate and terrain, but his horses and fully AC-cuttered troops were not much good against the hot disease-ridden swamps of the Gulf Coast. By the end of summer, sick, starving, dying, and nowhere near any gold, his men were ready to return home, but they had left their ships far behind, and were forced to build their own craft. In September, the approximately 250 survivors of the expedition set out in 5 boats that they had built, hoping to get across the Gulf to the province of Panuco in northeastern Mexico, now a Spanish settlement. But they ran into a hurricane and were shipwrecked on a Eostal island, probably the site of Modum Galveston. The Spaniards called it a fiado en his fortune. Narvaez and a handful of men had survived, but he and most of the others soon were killed, in skirmishes with the Indians and in struggles with the elements. In the long run, only 4 men survived to tell the tale. The most eminent member of this group of 4, and eventually its leader, was Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, the offspring of 2 distinguished families. His paternal grandfather, Francisco de Vera, had been the conqueror of the Grand Gonarve in 1483. On his mother's side he was descended from a semi-legendary figure, a shepherd named Martin Alhaja, who, in the summer of 1212, had guided the Spanish armies through a pass he had marked with the skull of a cow, thereby enabling them to win the historic victory of Las Navas de Tolosa, which decisively put an end to Moorish predominance on the Iberian Peninsula. In honor of his role in this, the shepherd was dubbed Cabeza de Vaca, Cow's Head, and the name remained. The Alvar Núñez of the Narvaez expedition to Florida had originally borne his father's family name, but had chosen to carry the rubric of his distinguished maternal ancestor instead. But Cabeza de Vaca was not the only figure of unusual interest among Estevanico's Revenge L6G. The 4 survivors, 4 of the 3 others, only 2 were Christians. The Two latter were Alonso del Castillo of Salamanca and Andrés Dorantes of Bejar del Castaner, a town in Extremadura. The fourth survivor was a Negro known as Esteban or Estevanico, who had been captured by Spanish ships off the coast of Morocco some years before and now was Durance's personal slave. Estevanico was undoubtedly not the only black slave to have come along on this expedition. Indeed, we know for a fact that when Narvaez had gone to Mexico in 1520 intending to bring Cortés to his knees, a number of black servants had accompanied his army. One of them, Narvaez's personal slave, was later said by chroniclers to have been the man who introduced smallpox into Mexico. This can be read either as a racial slander or as a real form of cosmic revenge by the victim against the entire New World scene of his captivity, directed against white men and Indians alike, a plague on both their houses. Bernal Diaz tells of another Negro in Narvaez's Mexican expedition force, a jester named Quadla, who went over to Cortés's side along with most of the white troops in it. One doubts whether he was rewarded for this gesture with his freedom. One does not hear of black slaves in the New World obtaining their freedom within organized society during this period. The only perceptible quantity of free blacks were Runawa_S, the Cimarrons, so called because they tended to live in rebel bands in the fastnesses of mountain tops. Cimas in Spanish. The English would later transform this name into Maroons, perhaps grasping at the hint of color that it conveyed to their ears. These bands often were made up not only of blacks but also of Indians who had run away from Spanish oppression, and the fusion between them was in many cases producing a new race of men, one that was usually troublesome to Spanish rule. At the verve time of Estevanico's appearance to history, a Cernaran revolt that had begun in 1519 was still going on in Hispaniola under the leadership of an Indian known as Enriquillo. Perhaps Estevanico, apparently a man of some sophistication, had ideas of his own about the possibilities of Afro-Indian relationships. Perhaps it even seemed to him that it should be blacks who lead Indians, the old world commanding the new, and not the other way around. Indeed, he may already have seen some examples of members of his own race, servants to the whites, assuming positions above Indians in the hierarchy of servitude. Writing only a few years later, the Spanish judge Alonso de Zorita, one of the few lay officials of New Spain to take a sympathetic position toward its natives, described instances of harassment of Indians bv the black slaves of some of the encomenderos. Among black slaves at this time, the temptation may have been strong to find emotional compensation for their own condition by looking upon Indians, 170 lost tribes and promised lands, as greatly inferior to themselves. These, at any rate, are speculations that leap to the mind in the light of Estevanico's subsequent career. For the moment, the main protagonist of our story continues to be Cabeza de Vaca, for he is the author of the one surviving narrative of Narvaez's disaster Rouse Florida expedition and its sequel. Much of his history finds him alone and separated from the other survivors, suffering incredible hardships. A slave to the Indians on the Texas mainland, he at first performed the most menial tasks, but gradually the application of his European knowledge in health matters enabled him to gain the reputation and the status of a healer. This gave him increasing freedom of movement, so that he could seek out and meet with the other survivors, the slaves of neighboring tribes, from time to time, but all this progress was slow. It was not until 1534, some 5 years after the shipwreck, that the 4 last survivors got together to make their escape into the wilderness. Taking a route that curved northwestward and then southwestward through present-day New Mexico and Arizona, they eventually got to the west coast of Mexico, down which they walked until at last they reached a Spanish settlement at Culiacan, in central Sinaloa. 2 years after their escape and more than 8 years after their departure from Cuba with the Narvaez expedition, Cabeza de Vaca's narrative of the long journey to Mexico provides significant glimpses of the unusual relationship between white, black, and Indian that inevitably arose during its course. Regardless of the social and juridical rules of the society from which they had recently come, the 4 intruders from the Old World were inevitably reduced to something like equality under the conditions of the wilderness. The imperatives of survival alone will achieve some equalization, but an additional impetus had been provided by the fact that the one black man and the 3 whites had all been slaves together. Furthermore, when they joined forces for their escape, Cabeza de Vaca taught the other 3 his arts of healing, so that they could wield this power together among the Indians. They encountered thing conspired to make the 4 survivors into an entity, a we as distinguished from the they formed by the Indians. To be sure, there are hesitations over this point at first in Cabeza de Vaca's narrative. At one moment, he talks thus about the awe in which he and his companions were held by some Indians they had met. We possessed great influence and authority, to preserve both. We seldom talked with them. The Negro was in constant conversation. He informed himself about the ways we wished to take, of the towns there were, and the matters we desired to know. Istivanico's revenge L/L. Here, the we seems to the 3 white men, eager to maintain an exalted status with relation to the Negro that the Indians, for whom it was intended, may not necessarily have perceived. But in the next paragraph, Cabeza de Vaca writes, VVE passed through many and dissimilar tongues. Our Lord granted us favor with the people who spoke them, for they always understood us, and we them. He goes on to say that we knew 6 Indian languages. All of this clearly includes Istivanico, who shows signs of having been a more proficient linguist than the 3 white men. As the 4 of them moved on through the wilderness, serving as healers from tribe to tribe, each one receiving them more enthusiastic than the last and relaying them with some pomp to the next, they imperceptibly took on a common identity. But what kind of identity was this? In becoming alike under these extraordinary conditions, the 3 white men and 1 black had to a certain extent become something quite different from what they had respectively been before. Toward the end of their journey, before reaching the main centers of Spanish settlement, the 4 men came upon an outlying garrison of Spaniards, who were slave raiding among the local Indians. Cabeza de Vaca's group interceded and settled matters in a manner favorable to the Indians, whom they would not permit to be enslaved by the Spaniards. Cabeza de Vaca was then readved to go off with his own countrymen, but the Indians objected. They were willing to do nothing until they had gone with us and delivered us into the hands of other Indians, as had been the custom, for, if they returned without doing so, they were afraid they should die, and, going with us, they feared neither Christians nor lances. Our countrymen became jealous at this, and caused their interpreter to tell the Indians that we were of them, and for a long time we had been lost, that they were the lords of the land, who must be obeyed and served, while we were persons of mean condition and small force. The Indians cared little or nothing for what was told them, and conversing among themselves said the Christians lied, that we had come whence the sun rises, and they whence it goes down. We healed the sick, they killed the sound, that we had come naked and barefooted, while they had arrived in clothing and on horses with lances, that we were not covetous of anything, but all that was given to us we directly turned to give, remaining with nothing, that the others had the only purpose to rob whomsoever they found, bestowing nothing on any one. 1/2 lost tribes and promised lands. A few lines later, Cabeza de Vaca emphatically adds, even to the last, I could not convince the Indians that we were of the Christians, and only with great effort and solicitation we got them to go back to their residences. The satisfaction at having successfully gone native is in no way concealed here. It becomes gloating in the stress on the need for the other Spaniards to use interpreters, and the suggestion is clear that a kind of moral superiority can be achieved through identification with the noble savage. This identification had been completed long before the reunion with the other Spaniards, back in the region of present-day New Mexico. A tribe of Indians had welcomed the 4 survivors warmly, and, among other things, 2 of their physicians gave us 2 gourds, and thenceforth we carried these with us, and added to our authority a token highly reverenced by the Indians. Such a token had obviously come to mean even more than survival to Cabeza de Vaca. It was a permanent link between himself and the Indians among whom he had lived. To Istivanico, the slave of white men, and a master among Indians, it must have meant even more. He came into possession of one of the two gourd rattles, and never relinquished it. All along their route, Cabeza de Vaca and his companions had heard stories from the Indians about regions of fabulous wealth farther to Tai north, with which they aroused considerable excitement among the Spaniards after their return. In particular, they brought new life to Tli. Old Iberian legend of the 7 cities of Cibola, all of Tenochtitlans, which once had been supposed to be located on an island in the Western Ocean, since this was a time when islands were rapidly turning into continents. The 7 cities were now eagerly relocated in New Mexico. Hernando de Soto, a gifted soldier who had served with Pedrarias de Vila and Darien and with the conquering Pizarro, heard Cabeza de Vaca's report back in Spain, and decided that the time had come for his own Mexico and pay *U. At the beginning of 1539 he set out from Cuba with 600 soldiers and landed on the Gulf coast of Florida. After following Nahuel's route for a time, he headed up into what is now Georgia, where he enjoyed some friendly encounters with the Indians, and then marched westward as far as Oklahoma. But in 1542, he succumbed to a fever and was buried in the Mississippi. July following year, some 300 survivors of the expedition made their way down that river and along the coast of Mexico in barges they had built, until they reached the Spanish settlements at last. In 4 years Tli had Estevanico's Revenge 173 covered a vast portion of the future United States. In it they had found nothing of the 7 cities. At the same time, a search for them was being organized under the auspices of the Viceroy of New Spain, Antonio de Mendoza, who planned to send an expedition overland, retracing the route of Cabeza de Vaca's group and then moving on farther north. The charge of the enterprise was given to a rising young colonial administrator named Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, for neither Cabeza de Vaca nor the 2 white companions of his journey were now available. Estevanico was available, but the position could not be given to a black whose status may still have been that of a slave, although he does not seem to have been any longer in Dorantez's service. He could, however, be employed as a guide. Indeed, in this role he was indispensable, as he no doubt well knew. Coronado established himself in Culiacan and decided that, before embarking upon a major expedition, he would send out a scouting party along Cabeza de Vaca's route. To lead Tlia's party, he chose a Franciscan friar known only to history as Fray Marcos of Nice. After serving in that Mediterranean city he may not have been Spanish, but no one knows for sure. Fray Marcos had come to the New World and served in Peru, and had perhaps been with Pizarro at the conquest of Cuzco and the murder of Atahualpa. He had apparently established a reputation as an explorer in Mexico, where he had subsequently become ensconced. At any rate, his mind's /E was certainly filled with images of fabulous realms of gold, and the glitter of it was perhaps sufficient inducement for Coronado to appoint him Estevanico, whose eye may also have gleamed, but with the image of what was really a different sort of promised land, was sent with him as guide. Fray Marcos of Nice, begins this unlikely captain's narrative, of the Order of St. Francis, for the execution of the instruction of the Right Honorable Lord Don Antonio de Mendoza, Viceroy, and Captain General, for the Emperor's Majesty in New Spain, departed from the town of St. Michael in the province of Culiacan on Friday the 7th of March in the year 1539, having for my companion Fray Honoratus, and carrying with me Estevan, a Negro belonging to Andres Dorantes, and certain of those Indians which the said Lord Viceroy had made free, and brought for this purpose. Fray Honoratus soon fell ill and had to be left behind, so that Fray Marcos was the only white member of this expedition. As it pushed on northward toward the 7 cities of Cibola, he was soon under the sway of primitive forces beyond his own control, of which Estevanico inevitably became master. Estevanico was by this time a totally remarkable figure to behold. We do not know what his dress had been in his early days as a Negro slave, but it was surely nothing like what it had now become, for he went with 174 lost tribes and promised Nds. Fray Marcos as an Indian healer, with bells jingling on his arms and ankles, and carrying his sacred gourd rattle, which also was covered, like himself, with bells and feathers. 2 spaniels ran by his side. He could only have been an awesome figure to the Indians encountered along the way, whose languages he spoke fluently, and he probably grew more and more awesome to Fray Marcos himself. Indians gathered around the party wherever they went, and though some would reach out to touch Fray Marcos's grey cassock, it usually was Estevanico they wanted to see. In particular, the women came to him and often were eager to show him their favors. Eventually, Fray Marcos, evidently unable to contain Estevanico in his northward rush, decided to send him on ahead to scout out the field. T. commanded, the friar writes, that he go directly northward 50 or 60 leagues, to see if BV that WA / he might learn any news of any notable thing which we sought to discover, and I agreed with him that if he found any knowledge of any peoples in rich country which were of great importance, he should go no further but should return in person. Or else he should send me certain Indians with that token which we were agreed upon, to wit, that if it were but a mean thing, he should send me a white cross of 1 handful long, and if it were of any great matter, 1 of 2 handfuls long, and if it were a country greater and better than New Spain, he should send me a great cross. Estevanico had not been gone more than 4 days when Fra Marcos received from his messengers a great cross as high as a man. Furthermore, they told the friar that I should forthwith come awab after him, for he had found a people which gave him information of a very mighty province, and that he had sent one of them to the friar. This Indian told me that it was 30 days' journey from the town where Estevanico was unto the first city of the said province, which is called Cibola. He affirmed also that there are 7 great cities in this province, all under one lord. The houses there are made of lime and stone, and are great, and the least of them with 1 loft above head, and some of 2 and 3 lofts, and the house of Tly lord of the province of 4, and that all of them join one onto the other in good order, and that in the gates of the principal houses there are many turquoise stones cunning wrought, whereof he saith the / have their great plant / also that the people of this city go very well apparelled, and that beyond this there are other provinces, all which, he saith, are much greater than these 7 cities. The outlines of the pueblos of New Mexico begin coming sharply into view before the eaves of the modern reader. Indeed, Estevanico and Fray Marcos were finally to locate their fabulous province right in the heart of Zuay County. But were exaggerated accounts BV Indians the Estevanicos have eng 175. Only source of the delusion that those humble villages were Cusios and Teoctitlas. Fray Marcos now assumed that Estevauco would wait for him, so that the two would march together, captain and guide, into the province of Cibola, but he reckoned not with his man. Estevauco was on his own, a black conquistador, taking charge in places where men from the old world had never been before. The situation was so unprecedented that Fray Marcos, like Captain Amasa Delano of Melville's Benito Serrano, seems to have been completely unable to perceive that the roles of master and subordinate had been reversed. Rather, he goes on referring to Estevauco from time to time as Dorantes a slave, in his account of the strange pursuit that now took place, the white man arriving in village after village to find that the black healer had been there before him, leaving a trail of wonderment, of fabulous stories, and as if to stress the ironies of this bizarre Afro-European relationship that had evolved in the American wilderness of crosses. We can never know what went on in Estevanico's mind during all this. Did he believe the fable of the 7 cities? Even if he did, he surely knew that the wilderness now held for him a treasure greater than gold. Did he intend to vanish altogether into the unknowable north, or did he intend to maintain relations with Fray Marcos and the world of white men? If the latter, he surely meant it to be only under conditions of a power he had just discovered for himself, but this would have been without a full grasp on his own part of the relentless banality of the white suprematist attitude. At one point, Fray Marcos writes of how he hears that Estevauco was now escorted BV a train of 300 Indian servants, and he is capable of arriving at no other conclusion from this news than to assume that in like sort many of them would go with me to serve me, because they hoped to return home rich. There is a hopelessness in Estevaniko's situation in the light of an outlook such as this, but, in the meantime, he may have been able to relish the satisfaction of a kind of moral revenge not only against the white man who had enslaved him, but against the Indian, for whose sake he had been enslaved. The end finally came within the area of present-day New Mexico. Here met us an Indian, Fray Marcos writes, the son of the chief man that had accompanied me. We had gone before with Estevan, who came in a great fright, having his face and body all covered with sweat, and showing exceeding sadness in his countenance. And he told me that a day's journey before Estevan came to Cibola he sent his great mace, made of a gourd by his messengers, as he was always wont to send them before him, in token that he demanded safe conduct, and that he came peaceably. And when they came to Cibola before the magistrate, 1/6 lost tribes and promised lands, which the lord of the city had placed there for his lieutenant, they delivered him to said great gourd, who took the same in his hands, and, after he spied the bells, in a great rage and fury he cast it to the ground, and willed messengers to get them packing with speed, for he knew well enough what people were, and that they should will them in no case to enter into the city, for if they did he would put them all to death. Obviously the charismatic power of the rattle that had helped Estevaniko to become worshipped by so many Indians could also have the opposite effect, but he would not accept this danger signal. The messengers returned. Fray Marcos goes on, and told Estevan how things had passed, who answered them that it made no great matter, and would needs proceed on his voyage till he came to the city of Cibola. There he found men that would not let him enter into the town, but shut him into a great house which stood without the city, and straightway took all things from him which he carried to Tmck in barter with them, and certain turquoises, and other things which he had received of the Indians by the way, and they kept him there all that night without giving him meat or drink. Later on, Pedro de Castaneda, chronicler of the expedition that finally set out the following year under Coronado, added some details to this part of the story, but without giving his source. For 3 days, he wrote, the Indian leaders at Cibola made inquiries about Estevaniko, and held a council. The account which the Negro gave them of 2 white men who were following him Castaneda thought Fra Honoratus was still with the expedition sent BV a great lord, who knew about the things in the sky, and how these were coming to instruct them in divine matters, made them think that he must be a spy or a guide from some nations who wished to come and conquer them, because it seemed to them unreasonable to say that the people were white in the country from which he came and that he was sent by them, he being black. Castaneda's logic is obscure, since the Indians were quite right in assuming that the whites had come to conquer them, whether they had been preceded by a black man or not. The suggestion that it was simple Estevaniko's black complexion that aroused a hostility among the Indians that they would not have evinced toward a white one may simply be Castaneda's racist fantasy, but what is his source for the whole story / If he got it from Fray Marcos or, as the friar claims he got his story, from some of the Indians involved, then it is possible that there were Indians who felt this way about Estevaniko's blackness just as there obvious were Indians who were fascinated by it. We have here, in other words, the possibility of a whole complex of Indian attitudes toward the Negro. At the very beginning of the recorded history of North America, to what extent, then, were they spontaneous, on the one hand, or influenced by /Estevaniko's Revenge 177? The white man, on the other? These are very important questions, but we can never know the answers to them. We do not even know how trustworthy the surviving narratives are. Besides these other reasons, Castaneda continues, they thought it was hard of him to ask Pliam for turquoises and women, and so they decided to kill him. Fray Marcos ends his tale of Estevaniko with the return to him of 2 more Indians of the latter's party, bloody and wounded, and making great lamentation. They told of how, on the last day of his captivity, when the sun was a lance high, Estevan went out of the house, and some of the chief men with him. And suddenly came store of people from the city, whom as soon as he saw he began to run away, and we likewise, and forthwith they shot at us and wounded us, and certain dead, Men fell upon us. And so we lay till night and durst not stir, and we heard great rumors in the city, and saw many men and women keeping watch, and ward upon the walls thereof. And after this we could not see Estevan any more, and we think they have shot him to death, as the backslash have done all the rest which went with him, so that none are escaped but we only. This job-like conclusion is not the final ending of the legend of Istevanico. According to a Zhuai tradition that lasted right down until recent times, Istevanico did not die, but ran off to become a powerful Indian chieftain. This would be the most gratifying outcome, but perhaps Istevanico's shade, in whatever happy huntin' ground it mav final have reached, at least enjoyed the ironic satisfaction and won suspects. He had a strong sense of irony of knowing that the fabulous reports brought back to Mexico by Fray Marcos were enough to induce Coronado to undertake his historic but fruitless march through the future southwestern United States. In this tale there are fitting implications for the nation that would eventually rise on that soil. The land that had entered history/preceded by the most fabulous legends of all of fountains of youth and jewel-encensed cities was in the end not a Mexico to be conquered by Spanish knights but a place of more prosaic qualities, to be conquered by men of shrewdness, enterprise, and often of bluster. It is appropriate that this aspect of the American reality was first pointed out to the dreamers as other grim American realities were eventual to be pointed out to those who had ignored them via Black, and one who was, at that, the first known to have lived and flourished on this country's soil. Istevanico knew perfectly well that the king had no clothes on, but in his effort to exploit this secret, he was more like an American of the future than like a medieval slave. I-6. Friars and Lost Tribes. The spiritual conquest of Mexico began almost immediately after the military one. In May of 1524, 12 Franciscan friars of the Observantine order, thenceforth to be known widely as the 12 Apostles, landed at San Juan de Ulm, and, retracing the path of Cortés's march as well as they knew how, walked up to Mexico City. There they were met by the conquistador himself, coming out much as Montezuma had done 4 years before, with a retinue of Spanish soldiers as well as Indian chieftains. Cortés, in a pointed variation on the Aztec emperor's ritual of welcome to the earlier conquest, got onto his knees and kissed the friars' hands. He would have kissed their clothing as well, had they let him. The soldiers and the Indians of his retinue then followed suit. The friars, ragged and physically exhausted but exalted in spirit, were met with the awestruck stares of the Indians when they entered the city. Motolinía. Motolinía. Poor, poor, in Nahuatl, some of them were said to have cried at the sight of these true disciples of Saint Francis, and Fray Toribio de Benavente, one of the 12, henceforth took this word as his name. 2 years later, a group of 12 Dominicans arrived, likewise to start a Christian mission in New Spain, but the occasion does not seem to have made the same vivid impression. The arrival of the 12 apostles in 1524 was actually the most friars and lost tribes 179 dramatic move in a Franciscan revival that had begun in the very first years of the century under the aegis of Queen Isabella's confessor, the celebrated Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros. In the insular period prior to the conquest of Mexico, the Franciscans had not on the whole been equal to the dominant moral role of the Dominicans Montesinos and even to ally Las Casas' order in fighting against Spanish abuse of the Indians. Indeed, their detractors claimed that they had endorsed it. Somehow, the Franciscan sense of a special mission in the new world did not arise until the continent came fully into the picture, and with it a vast and sophisticated Indian civilization that seemed worthy of their concern. The Dominicans, on the other hand, had been aroused primarily by the helpless and pristine condition of the naked savages of the islands. Indeed, that supreme Dominican reformer Las Casas was often accused of having really understood only the Indian situation of the islands and not those of Mexico and Peru. The awakening of the Franciscans was, in a sense, the religious counterpart to the transformation in the image and destiny of the new world that had been wrought by the conquest of Mexico. It was the true beginning of the Catholic Reformation in the Western Hemisphere, the priestly arrival in the wake of the historic march by Cortez, whom Franciscans came to see as a latter-day Moses. The two old rival mendicant orders, which in earlier DAVs had shared equal responsibility in both the medieval and Spanish histories of the Inquisition, thus represented in their New World manifestations two layers. In the recent religious history of Spain, the Dominicans were by and large representative of the Erasmian humanism that had enjoyed a lively following in Spain, as in other parts of Western Europe, during the 2 decades before the outburst of the Protestant Reformation. Lutheranism was something of a stampede against the delicate balance of Erasmus's views, which seem for the most part to have disappeared from the scene. By the middle of the 16th century, Las Casas, whose own brand of new Christian prophetic zeal had completely absorbed and transmuted the spirit of Spanish Erasmianism, was the outstanding figure who carried the torch for the latter through two-thirds of the century until his death in 1566, at possibly 92 years of age. But he represented an outlook that, on the surface of it at any rate, had been superseded BVA. More militantly orthodox Catholicism, the counterpart to Luther's challenge that is widely known as the Counter-Reformation but is more aptly called the Catholic Reformation. Ultimately, the Jesuits were to be the supreme product of the Spanish form of this movement, but in the meantime the Franciscans were its chief representatives, in the New World at any rate. They were also to be Las Casas's most persistent opponents on Indian questions. Not that the Franciscans, eager as they were to complete the Cruciato Lost Tribes and Promised Lands Tianization of the New World as soon as possible, were therefore unappreciative of the indigenous cultures there. On the contrary, they were the first Spaniards to learn a great deal about Indian customs and traditions. They were keenly aware of their superiority to Las Casas on this point, criticizing him as an upstart and a dilettante on the subject of Indian culture, who was too absorbed in sailing back and forth over the ocean and making trouble to have time to achieve any real understanding of the peoples he claimed to defend. It has been well established, for example, that a large part of the anthropological data on the Aztecs in the Apologetica Historia comes from two books on that subject written in the early 1540s by Motolinía Fray Toribio de Benavente. Las Casas certainly did not know Nahuatl, which some of the Franciscan missionaries learned so well that they were said to have preached better in it than in Spanish. Colonial administrators may have been as eager to Hispanicize the Indians as to Christianize them, but the Franciscans did not care about the former at all. Indeed, they felt that the conversion of the Indians could be better accomplished if the latter remained a people with their own language and cultural identity, like Spaniards or Frenchmen. God could be prayed to only in Latin, and he could be explained in any language asterisk. But the result was that the friars walked a difficult line between the sophisticated paganism of the Indian of New Spain and the elements of Christianity that would naturally be the most appealing to him. It was, in a sense, very easy to remove a traditional native idol from its perch and set up an image of the Virgin or a crucifix in its place. This was a very ancient Christian practice, and the conquistadors had done it as well. But was this really replacing superstition with the true religion? We have entered the age of the Reformations, Catholic as well as Protestant, which is characterized by a greater austerity of religious standards than had marked the early centuries of Christianity, at least so far as preachment to the masses was concerned. Men of the New World missionaries were piety vehement in their efforts to make it clear to the Indians that the Christian holy images were not idols like their predecessors in the native pantheons, but on the other hand, to deny the sacredness of the Christian images too vehemently smacked of heresy in the age of Luther and Calvin. In the end, touches of the vivid paganism of the Aztecs were. This produced problems to tax the ingenuity of the friars. There was a constant debate among them as to whether certain key Christian terms were best translated into Nahuatl or inserted into it directly from the Latin. Translation carried with it the danger of a loss of the real meaning or, what was far worse, possibly heretical implications. But insertion had its complications as well, for example, Papa, the Latin for Pope, at first seemed an especially suitable insertion because it was exactly the same as a Nahuatl word which carried a priestly connotation, but unfortunately, the connotation was pagan. Friars and Lost Tribes I8I. Bo. UND to survive, as can be seen in the imagery of so many of the great religious festivals and processions, the creations of the Franciscan Messiahs, for which Mexico is celebrated to this day. It surely was a keen sense of the vitality of Aztec culture, and of the importance for the success of the Christian mission that it be fully grasped by the missionaries, that led to such pioneering works as those of Motolinia on native history and traditions. The crucial distinction between the Los Cajun and the Motolinian approaches is not so much in the degree of knowledge of the indigenous culture as in the conviction for or against its innate validity. In the major discussions of Indian culture in this epoch there is a prevailing sense of old and new dispensations. In the back of many minds, there seems to be an implicit analogy with the Old and New Testaments. From the more Orthodox Catholic Reformation viewpoint, the Old Dispensation of the Indians is to be treated more or less like the Old Testament, a significant, even a highly respectable, prelude to Christianity, but nevertheless only a prelude which has now been superseded. Las Casas and his true successors, on the other hand, though they certainly welcome the Christian dispensation, nevertheless seem to look back upon the old one with a powerful and more than incidental nostalgia. Las Casas was always perfectly ready to recognize the WA/S in which Old Testaments had been superseded, when Martin Fernan Desde Enciso invoked Joshua and Canaan as a model for treatment of the Indians. It was Las Casas who pointed out that the subsequent historical intervention of Jesus had rendered such tactics unnecessary. But it was the Old Testament that obviously appealed the most to his imagination, because unlike the New, it was the sacred history of a people. So also did Indian traditions contain the sacred histories of peoples, and no new dispensation should be so self-righteous as to make itself a Joshua to the Jerichos of folk memory / and cultural integrity. This was a most vital and poignant position in a moment when the exhortations of Enciso and the battalions of Cortés were being followed by the censorial fury of Juan de Zumarraga, the first Archbishop of Mexico, who was destroying not only precious works of Indian art and architecture in his relentless war on paganism, but writings as well. The Indian Old Testament was steadily being obliterated. The iron here is that it was not Las Casas, relatively unlearned in Indian matters, but Franciscans like Motolinia and his immediate successors who were the first to salvage some relics of the old cultural memory from utter oblivion. Indeed, there are signs that even Motolinia, in collecting such data for the greater good of Christianity, was suddenly more captivated it all than he perhaps original intended to be. In the works written him and the other friars interested in Indian anti-I-82 lost tribes and promised lands duties, there was always the danger that over-enthusiasm could provoke sacerdotal censure. This was particularly true when Las Casas was in full voice, polarizing attitudes toward the Indians. The result was that Motolinia finally made a violent reversal in order to avert the danger. It was in January of 1555, a little over 2 years after the publication of the BR/E/relation of the destruction of the Indies, that he was moved to write a letter to Charles V, severely denouncing Las Casas for having so blackened the name of the Spanish conquest of the New World that he seemed by implication to be attacking the Christian mission itself. In the shrillness of his rejoinder to the radical Dominican, Motolinia carries his wrath to the Indians themselves, asserting that they had been an idolatrous people at whom God was justly angry, and who therefore had deserved their treatment at the hands of the conquerors. Though he does not seem to have had much to say on the subject before, Motolinia became in this letter an ardent supporter of the encomienda. There is something familiar in this to students of political movements and ideologies. Las Casas is rather abstract and doctrinaire. Radicalism had driven a man who had a much longer and more intimate experience of the Indians into a conservative position. Motolinia's outlook was undoubtedly marked by an innate paternalism, but one can see the poignancy of his situation. An apparently much less rebelled spirit was that of Fra Diego de Landa, also a Franciscan, who was the Bishop of Yucatan in the 1560s. Lauda was younger than Motolinia or Las Casas, and for his generation, Tlai conquest was a given fact. Its corollaries, the Encornian Da, and the destruction of pagan temples and artifacts, also presented themselves to him as established realities. Landa seems to have been as relentless as Zumaraga in his carrying out of the latter policy and, according to some of his detractors, even went so far in his campaign against all traces of paganism that he waged a kind of inquisition against Indian recidivism, torturing heretics en masse. Since Landa was convinced that the Indians were descended from the lost tribes of Israel, he no doubt saw a special challenge in any signs of Maranaism among them. And for him, the actual presence of the Indian form of Old Testament was evidently as unclean as heresy itself. It was he who burned huge piles of Mayan codices, removing them forever from posterity's grasp. Yet, ironically, he is also the single source from which we know the most about Mayan antiquities, for his Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán is an more thorough work than Motolania's on the Aztecs. The book not only describes the physical character, the clothing, art, and architecture of that ancient Mayan way of life Vijos traces its author had done so much to destroy, but also gives an account of the celebrated Mayan calendar that is one of the main original sources on that subject to this day.